streaming. I'm going to start recording. I'm going to open up Fallout. And I'm going to immediately close Fallout again because I need to be able to see the chat at least a little bit. And it looks like my camera died again. In that little span of time, my camera has already died once again. Oh, nope, I was just sitting still, I guess. I need to keep moving so that way I know the camera's real. Oh no, I'm already losing it. I'm like totally losing it already. You know what, I'm just gonna make the YouTube preview window my real one. I'm just gonna make the... You can still see me? You can tell that I'm still moving? My issue this time is how like small the screen is. Because it's genuinely so far away from me right now. I guess I'm just going to have to deal with that. Let's see, is the stream is all the way up to 1080-60. Perfect. You can tell that I'm still moving. My issue this time is how like small the screen is. Man, I should figure out some way to put YouTube chat up on the screen because then it would be way easier to physically see. Because it's genuinely so far away from me right now. I guess I'm just going to have to deal with that. Okay, I apologize, stream. I think, somewhat miraculously, we are in fact a go. I think we are going to be able to stream. All right, I'm going to do this for so many hours. All right, let's see. Oh, Andrea, are you still monitoring stream? Can you turn the audio on, and then I'm going to switch to this. Tell me how loud and annoying this is. You'll see, give it a second. Yeah, it's not that bad. I have a be right back screen now. Cool. Good stuff. Alright, well, I'm going to go back to this, and I'm going to assume that I am still talking and visible. Let me remember how to do a YouTuber streamer intro, and let me remember how to look at the camera. I'm going to totally forget because I'm going to zone out. I wish my voice weren't so messed up. Shout out to the 1 or 2 people that will physically watch this live because I don't have nearly enough subscribers to be live streaming and expecting people to watch, so everyone knows I'm just talking to myself right now. All right, welcome back, gamers, to the Quiet Part YouTube channel. In today's, and probably several days long stream, we have a couple of goals. And this is becoming a theme for me. If you saw my previous streams of Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's, the Conservative Promise 2020-25 video, this is my screen, and this is what you're going to be seeing above me, right above me right now. This is House of Representatives Bill something something. This is Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill, which I think technically it's report number 119 for HR. So this is Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill. Previously, I live streamed myself reading all of Project 2025, which is a 900-page document that the Heritage Foundation put together. It was awful. But me reading it myself was extremely informative. And in order to make it so I wouldn't lose my mind while streaming it, I allowed myself, and I challenged myself, to speedrun Minecraft while reading that 900-page, terrible, horrible document. And that document has now been grinded up and mashed together and repackaged into a bill format, and that's as far as I understand, that is what this bill is. So I don't remember the exact date. Today is May 24th, 2025. I think it might have been the 15th it might have been literally just 2 or 3 days ago on the 20th. I don't remember what exact day, but this bill officially passed the House of Representatives, meaning that next it would need to go through the Senate, and then finally it would come to Donald Trump's desk where he could sign it into law and begin as the executive branch executing on the law that these documents put forth. So now that it is halfway, effectively halfway to being reality, much like with Project 2025, I find it incredibly important to actually sit down and read the horrible thing, even if you don't want to. This channel is called The Quiet Part because it is about saying aloud things that are going unnoticed. And every time the right-wing administration puts out one of these types of documents, their hope is that you don't read it. Their hope is that you don't actually read it word for word. Their hope is that it's too big and too grand and too bureaucratic for a normal citizen to ever notice or pay attention to, because the entire bill is just one giant go fuck yourself to average, normal, working people, anyone who isn't a cis, straight, white, Christian, wealthy, urban, rural, male. If that sounds like insane, you should watch my live stream of Project 2025, because I read it word for word and I kept fighting to figure out, like, who does this bill not hurt? Because it hurts everyone else. So I think to some degree, putting in the time and effort to actually reading stuff like this is extremely valuable, because I think there's an expectation among the people in power that, like, we are too stupid. Average people are too stupid and too busy, which is more valid and honestly accurate. We are too busy trying to survive because the economy is terrible. I think there's an assumption that they can get away with this crap because most people aren't going to sit down and do it. So I'll do it for you, and you can watch along with me while I do that. So here's how this is going to go. Let me double check stream again. Sorry, you're going to hear echoes every now and again. Which is more valid and honestly accurate. We are too busy trying to survive. Okay. All right. So, I know. Let me pull this up first. So here's the setup. I have a new problem. As I play, the screen's gas arm is slowly falling. Andrea, what do I do about that? Any ideas? Any bright ideas and guesses for what to do about that? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Sorry, this is going to be an incredibly scuffed stream. Here's my be right back. Sorry, I know. Doing 1,000 things. See, this is why I usually make a giant edit of everything afterwards, because the actual streams themselves are not that fun to watch. The stream acts as proof that I, the person, actually sat down and read this bill, and it lets me go back through it later and sort of parse the bill, because there's physical documentation of me reading it and reacting to it kind of bit by bit. So now that I actually have it pulled up, directly above me, this is the bill. I have it open in Microsoft Edge, and we're going to be using Microsoft Edge's read aloud function, which allows you to have not an AI voice, but just a machine voice from Microsoft Edge read the text aloud to me word by word. And it gets really monotonous and like mind-numbing and terrible, I know, because when I did the Project 2025 stream, that was 30 hours. I believe it might have been closer to like 35 hours if you add everything up. I will not do this in one stream. I will do this in like short sections over a week or so. And maybe I'll just lock in at some point and try to do a 10-hour stream. I don't know. I'm gonna cop out when I get tired. But that is what is above me. You will see that Microsoft Edge will sometimes highlight word for word while it's reading. That lets you follow along more easily. You will hear that the text voice is a little bit lower than me, so that way I can talk over it. It should auto-scroll, and occasionally a word will be cut off. Like, that's just how it is. Occasionally a word is going to be cut off because of how I have the the read aloud function set up with my stream settings. So occasionally a word's going to be cut off. We're just going to deal with that. You can hear it. I'm paying attention to it. I will react as I go. So with that in mind, I'm going to take us through just introducing the bill, and then we're going to pull up the second part of the stream. While I have this bill read aloud to me, which is 1,116 pages, I will also be playing Fallout 4, which is a game I've played before, and the sort of joke goal, it's not that serious because I will still read the bill probably. The joke goal is that if I beat the game, I get to stop reading. Which I'll probably still read it anyway for the sake of being consistent, but that's kind of like a motivator and something that lets me not lose my mind while reading this, because I could never actually read 1,116 pages in one sitting without losing focus and needing to take a break. So by having the sort of the video game in front of me while reading the bill, it'll kind of allow me to deal with it. So I'm gonna pull that up. I already have someone in chat. Trump here. It's a very big, beautiful bill. It's very big. It's beautiful. You don't understand. You know, these people in New York, they don't understand how big this bill is. My hands may be tiny, but the bill is extraordinary. Yeah, that is so. I mean, I can already tell, you know, like 60 years from now, people are going to be like, wow, that was something he would do. Just name a bill the big, beautiful bill. Okay, so an annoying thing is that because I'm playing Fallout 4 in full screen, every time I click away, it's going to like take the game away from me, which is annoying and you won't see. But it means I'm going to be kind of fiddling a lot with the read aloud window here that I'm currently scrolling through. Let's introduce the bill. The official name of the bill is you know, let this bill be called the One Big Beautiful Bill. Let's see. It looks like that this was officially published on May 15th, 2025 at 7:46 a.m. This is a bill. I don't know. This is just formatting for how the government does their stuff. Okay, and we will start it here. And let me kind of verify that like you can see stuff pretty well. We're gonna hope that the read aloud function. So you're just gonna have to deal with this. I'm going to have to deal with this because I'll be here the entire time. Oh, you changed your name on Google. Hey, Gash, what's up? Here's what's going to suck. Is this document, because it's a PDF, has links to every page at the top and bottom, and my read aloud is going to read them aloud every single time. And it's like a long string of texts with underscores and capital letters, and I'm going to lose my mind after literally over 2,000 times of hearing that, because it looks like it's on every single page. I hope it disappears at some point, but it won't. Here's where we're going to start. I am going to start the read aloud function, and we are going to get to hear the name of the bill, and I'm going to start a fresh run of Fallout 4, and I can already tell that just this table of contents section is going to take 10 minutes. Or, oh my god, look at this, like 20 minutes to read through? No, oh my god, this could be like a whole like half hour of just table of contents. I'm gonna die. That's gonna suck. Oh no. Oh my god, 15 pages of just table of contents. Yeah, so I'll have plenty of times to make my character. I'll make my little character screen during this section, and I'll purposely do it slowly so we can get through all of this before officially playing. And at least we'll have an understanding of the structure of this document, which it's a more detailed table of contents than Project 2025, but holy crap, is it way more expansive. This already looks terrible. So I'm going to start reading. I'm going to try to minimize the number of times that I pause it to talk over it. So I'm just going to end up talking over it while it's speaking. All right, let's do it. I'm going to click read aloud now. I'm going to pull up Fallout 4. I'm going to start a new game.
Office /Ramsey or /
Wow, that was a great start. It already messed up. Okay, start here, please. So let's close read aloud and then reopen it. This is gonna be a day for me.
Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives.
Okay, so I have to make sure that I have it lined up beforehand. Wonderful. Okay, and now be it enacted by the whatever.
Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives.
We're going.
Tivs of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1. Short title. This act may be cited as the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Yep.
Act.
Dude, what a name.
SEC.
There's so much we could say about that alone.
Table of contents.
All right, I'm going to wait a second to see if your screen is seeing
as
Fallout. It is. All right, we're clicking
Sector
new.
1.
New game. Confirm.
Short title. Sector 2.
Ooh.
Table of contents.
So the short title for this
I,
is Big Beautiful
Committee
Bill
on
Act.
Agriculture. Subtitle A, Nutrition.
So it looks like the entire first section is agriculture and food-related stuff.
Sector 10,002. Able-bodied adults without dependents work requirements.
Now here's what I'm going to find tempting.
Sector 10,003.
I'm going to find it tempting. By the way, Fallout 4 is a game. I played it before. I'm not going to pay attention to any of the story in this run, even though I love story in games. The point is to like speedrun it.
Availability of standard utility allowances based on receipt of energy assistance.
While I read the table of contents, I'm going to be so tempted to just like assume what the policy is. Like I can be like, oh, they're right-wingers, you know, with the thing that involves
matching funds requirements.
What did they just say?
Sector 10,007.
Utility allowances. I'm just going to assume, because they're Republicans, that they're going to be cutting utility allowances. I know that I haven't read it yet, but I can only expect Republicans to do one thing, which is to cut a person's access to heat to save the government money.
Quality control zero tolerance. Sector 10,011. National Education and Obesity Prevention Grant Program.
And then SNAP, they're saying, oh, they're already using the word alien instead of migrant.
SNAP eligibility.
Holy crap.
Sector 10,012.
Holy cow.
Emergency food assistance. Subtitle B, investment in rural
You can see me looking that way a lot. That's from my other stream. I apologize. I'll be looking that way a lot. I've already played this game. It's very good. You should play it. It's extremely buggy to this day. Really annoying. Like, just like getting it loaded up in Windows is terrible.
10,103.
Rural America.
Trade.
Investment in rural America. That's going to be interesting. Right? Because Republicans don't like putting money into things. But they do like sort of
secure rural schools,
jerking off being, you know, pretending to be cowboys or pretending to be country when really they just live in a suburb or an exurb. They're like, I'm country. No, you're not. You live in an exurb. You're not country. You do not grow your own food.
108. Miscellaneous. Title II, Committee on Armed Services.
Can I skip the intro? Oh, I can skip the intro. I'm going to skip the intro.
Enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the quality of life for military personnel.
All right, there I am. That's default me.
2002.
Committee on Armed Services.
Department of Defense resources for shipbuilding.
Shipbuilding, like literal
Sector
ships?
20,003.
Integrated air and missile defense.
Resources for
I'm going to adjust my mic to be more here. All right, I am going to stick with the guy-looking one. I look guyish in real life.
746 May 15th. 2025 JKT 0000000 PO
Oh, it moved my screen. That's not good.
003 FMT 66
That's going to be annoying.
FMT 6211 C:\/ users /
We might just have to deal with like having really tiny text the entire time. We might generally just have to deal with like having extremely small and tiny text, which sucks. Okay, we're just gonna have to deal with it. Stream's gonna have to just deal with it. It's gonna be really tiny text, but you'll be able to hear it aloud, and you can always zoom on your phone. I know that from experience. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna hop to the next page and have it keep reading.
G:\office /
that's gonna be such a problem. Committee of Agriculture. We are now here. Read aloud. From here. There we go. Thank you.
Enhancement of Department of Defense resources for munitions and
Okay,
defense
I'm gonna have
supply
to
chain resiliency.
listen more than I'm gonna have to hear.
Sector
No, I'm gonna have to listen
20,005.
mostly.
Enhancement of Department of Defense resources for scaling low-cost weapons into production. Sector 20,006. Enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the efficiency and cybersecurity of the Department of Defense.
Okay, we're on defense stuff already.
Sector 20,007.
Why is one of the generic ones just Will Smith?
Enhancement of Department of Defense resources for air superiority. Sector 20,008.
Yeah, this one's pretty close.
Enhancement of resources for nuclear forces.
All right, Andre, I'm gonna need your help to figure out how to make this look like me.
20,009. Enhancement of Department of Defense resources to improve capabilities of United States Indo-Pacific
well, you know what? Let's just start
Command.
with hair.
Sector 20,010.
Color.
Enhancement of Department of
gonna be
Defense
blonde,
resources
but not
for
platinum
improving
blonde.
the readiness of the armed forces. Sector 20,011.
You know, I actually think
Improving
my forehead's
Department
smaller than
of
that, but it's
Defense
because my
border
hairstyle's
support
different
in
right now.
counter-drug missions. Sector
So how do I get myself just
20,012.
a military shave? Because that's what I got
Enhancement of
going on.
military
Boot camp.
intelligence
Nope, that's
programs.
2.
Sector 20,013. Department of Defense Oversight.
Wow.
Sector 20,014. Military construction projects authorized. Sector 20,015. Plan required. Sector
Yeah, but I don't look like that right now, so
20,016.
I'm going to go for what I look like.
Limitation on availability of funds. Title III, Committee on Education and Workforce. Subtitle
Math
A,
teacher's
Student
crazy, that's evil.
Eligibility. Sector 30,001. Student eligibility. Sector 30,002.
That's not...
Amount of need.
My hair's a little
cost
bit
of
longer than that
attendance,
still.
Median cost of college.
Median cost of
Subtitle
college.
B,
How the hell
loan
did we get to...
limits.
Oh, we are on
Sector
Committee of Education
30,011.
and Workplace. That's a
Loan
weird
limits.
combined name for a
Subtitle
committee.
C, loan repayment. Sector 30,021.
Oh, that's kind of close.
Loan repayment. Sector 30,022. Deferment, forbearance. Sector
Yep, that's the
30,023.
closest we can get to me right now.
Loan rehabilitation.
How do I make his eyes
Sector
way smaller than this?
30,024.
Oh, and my nose doesn't have one of those.
Public service loan forgiveness. Sector 30,025. Student loan servicing. Subtitle D, Pell Grants. Sector 30,031. Eligibility. Sector 30,032.
Yeah, I don't have a ridge on my nose.
Workforce Pell Grants. Sector 30,033.
I also have
Pell
big ears in real
shortfall.
life.
Subtitle E, Accountability. Sector 30,041.
I don't know.
Agreements
What's
with
the-
institutions.
What's the option here? Face,
Sector 30,042.
eyes,
Campus-based aid
scale,
programs.
W.
Subtitle F, Regulatory Relief.
S. Oh, good. Yeah, I do
Sector
have small eyes. Like,
30,051.
genuinely. So if that's max,
Regulatory Relief.
I have some pretty small eyes in real
Subtitle
life.
G, Limitation on Authority. Sector
Okay,
30,061.
and they're also a little closer
Limitation
together
on
than that, for
authority
sure.
of the Secretary to propose or issue regulations and executive actions.
Now we're getting somewhat close
G
to my
colon
face.
backslash V
Type.
backslash F backslash 051525 backslash F
Alright.
051525.003.xml.
Mouth type. What does that mean?
May 15th, 2025, 7:46
Are you looking
a.m.
over to see or no?
Verdate November
Okay, help me
24th,
understand what
2008,
mouth is mine-ish.
7:46 May 15th,
I have big lips, right?
2025 JKT 0000000 PO 00000.
Oh, and what you know what one of my issues is? I haven't set the skin to be as pale as mine.
52 SFMD 6211 C colon backslash users backslash casterx backslash aptitude
Uh-oh.
backslash roaming backslash software
Where am I on?
backslash metal backslash 11.0 backslash
Well, this
gen
just makes me look
backslash C
pretty thin in
backslash
real life.
2025
Where am I, Andre?
underscore
Here?
bud. G
Is
colon
this still too
backslash
big?
office backslash Ramsey or backslash R19 backslash RH backslash 2025 underscore budget underscore rec underscore
There?
RH dot XML. 5.
This guy has more
Title 4, Energy and
vascularity than I
Commerce.
do.
Subtitle A, Energy.
Yeah, it's pretty
Sector
close. I'm fine with that.
41,001. Rescissions relating to certain inflation reduction
Now we're
Act
on energy and
programs.
commerce.
Sector 41,002. FERC certificates and fees for certain energy infrastructure at international boundaries of the United States.
Face.
Sector 41,003. Natural gas exports and imports. Sector 41,004. Funding for Department of Energy loan guarantee expenses. Sector 41,005.
I do kind of have a permanently
Expedited
furrowed
permitting.
brow.
Sector 41,006. Carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and petroleum pipeline permitting. Sector 41,007. De-risking compensation program. Sector 41,008. Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
That?
Sector 41,009.
How do mine look?
Rescissions of previously appropriated unobligated funds. Subtitle B, Environment. Part 1, Repeals and Rescissions. Sector 42,101. Repeal and rescission relating to clean heavy-duty vehicles. Sector
I'm honestly probably just going to not worry
42,102.
about it and just focus on reading at some
Repeal
point.
and rescission relating to grants to reduce air pollution at ports. Sector 42,103.
Chin.
Repeal
No.
and rescission
Not
relating
that
to
either, though.
Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Sector 42,104. Repeal and rescission relating to diesel emissions reductions. Sector 42,105. Repeal and rescission relating to funding to address air pollution.
Yes, big ears.
Sector 42,106. Repeal and rescission relating to funding to address air pollution at schools.
I do have big ears. Very good.
Sector 42,107.
Oh, that's
Repeal
already
and
the palest
rescission
they got.
relating to low emissions electricity program. Sector
Okay, then.
42,108. Repeal and rescission relating to funding for Section 211.
What is
of
it missing?
the
It's something
Clean
about
Air
the
Act.
cheekbones, right? My cheekbones
Sector
are lower?
42,109. Repeal and rescission relating to funding for implementation of the American
like I have lower
Innovation and
cheekbones?
Manufacturing Act.
Yeah, you're not.
Sector 42,110.
Oh, yeah, I have lower
Repeal and
cheekbones.
rescission
Because
relating
the
to
bottom of
funding
my
for
eye looks really
enforcement
low sloped,
technology
if I
and
remember.
public information. Sector
Alright, let's see, what else?
42,111. Repeal and rescission relating to greenhouse gas corporate reporting. Sector 42,112. Repeal and rescission relating to environmental product declaration assistance. Sector
Andrea, this?
42,113. Repeal of funding
Up
for
or
methane
down?
emissions and waste reduction incentive program for petroleum and natural
Like
gas
there?
systems.
All the way down, kind of in the
Sector 42,114. Repeal and
Something about the
rescission
nose is
relating
wrong
to
too. Like
greenhouse
my
gas air
nose
pollution
looks
plans
different
and
than that.
implementation grants. Sector 42,115. Repeal and
It's kind of
rescission
insane how
relating
much
to
you can do
Environmental
here.
Protection Agency efficient,
But I'm not
accurate,
going
and
to
timely
spend a
reviews.
year of my life doing this.
Sector
Alright, nose, just let me choose a nose
42,116.
type. Please.
Repeal and rescission relating to
Andrea, help me
low-embodied
find one.
carbon labeling for construction materials. Sector
Do I have a chiseled nose?
42,117.
You don't have that.
Repeal and rescission.
I know, how do I
relating
make
to
it go away?
Environmental and climate justice
pull
block
it?
grants.
Oh, look, see, that's more
Part
flat.
2,
Do I
repeal
have
of
it? No,
EPA
mine goes
rule
straight
relating
down.
to multi-pollutant emission standards.
What does that mean?
Sector
I go up?
42,201.
Okay.
Repeal of EPA rule relating to multi-pollutant emission standards for light and medium-duty vehicles.
None of that. You need the nose.
Part 3, repeal of NHTSA rule relating
That?
to CAFE standards. G:\V/V
Okay,
F
this, but then I pull the tip in.
051525 F051525.003.xml.
That is pretty close, actually.
May 15th,
it's a little bit
2025,
wider, I think.
7:46 a.m. Verdate November
just be looking
24th,
at my own
2008, 7:46
talking
May
head.
15th. 2025 JKT 0000000 PO 00000
What do I look like?
FRM
I can't remember.
00005 FMT 66
Yeah, that's gonna suck. Hearing this at the end of every single page is going to make me lose my mind.
Users /casterx /aptita /roaming /softquad
Oh, this is terrible already.
/gen /c /2025
Oh, this is so
underscore
bad.
bud. G:\\.
Nope, it's gonna keep doing it. That's awful.
R19
Okay, that's what I look like.
/2025 underscore budget underscore rec underscore rh.xml. 6.
All right. I'm just going to
Sector
give up and go back to actually playing the
42,301.
game.
Repeal
And
of NHTSA
trying to
rule
read
relating to CAFE
in a way that
standards
matters.
for passenger cars and light trucks.
What? Cafe standards
Subtitle
for
C,
passenger cars and light trucks?
communications.
Why do you care?
Part 1, Spectrum Auctions. Sector 40.
I'm sorry, what? This is Energy and Commerce, and we just said passenger cars and light trucks.
For 3101, Identification and Auction of Spectrum.
What?
Part 2, Artificial
Oh,
Intelligence.
cafe is a acronym. I was just like, what does it have to do with anything? Eligibility and enrollments in Medicare savings programs. Oh, so health is going to be the big one that I'm going to suddenly pay a lot of attention to.
G:\office /Ramsey or /R19 /R.
Okay, the fact that it always restarts to the top of the bill will make me go insane. So I'm just going to have to really hope that that doesn't happen. Read aloud from here, so I always have to do the leftmost
C
part.
43101. Identification and auction of spectrum. Part
Spectrum,
2,
the
Artificial
government
Intelligence
subsidized?
and Information Technology Modernization. Sector 43,201. Artificial Intelligence and Information Technology Modernization Initiative.
There's an artificial intelligence
Subtitle
initiative.
B,
That's going to be
Health.
relevant. Okay, health section.
Part 1, Medicaid. Subpart A, Reducing Fraud and Improving Enrollment Processes. Sector
It's always
44,101.
Medicare fraud that they're worried about.
Moratorium on implementation of rule relating to eligibility and enrollment in Medicare savings programs. Sector 44,102. Moratorium on implementation of rule relating to eligibility and enrollment for Medicaid, CHIP, and the Basic Health Program. Sector 44,103. Ensuring appropriate address verification under the Medicaid and CHIP programs.
Okay, so it's all crap about
Sector 44,104.
the
Modifying certain state requirements for ensuring deceased individuals do not remain enrolled. Sector 44,105. Medicaid provider screening requirements. Sector 44,106. Additional Medicaid provider
I never
screening
understand how
requirements.
Sean. I guess I could
Sector
change Nora, and maybe that would change
44,107.
how Sean ends up looking, the kid
Removing
in the
good
game.
faith waiver
But I
for
could
payment
swear no matter
reduction
what I've ever
related to
done,
certain
Sean never
erroneous
actually looks
excess
like me.
payments under Medicaid.
My character.
Sector 44,108.
I'm already hungry. I'm eating a donut.
Increasing frequency of eligibility redeterminations for certain individuals. Sector 44,109.
Whoa, increasing frequency of
Revising home
eligibility
equity limit for
determinations for
determining
certain
eligibility
individuals.
for
That just
long-term care
sounds
services
racist
under
without
the
you even
Medicaid
saying
program.
anything racist yet.
Sector 44,110.
Certain individuals, we want to
Prohibiting federal
double
financial
check if they really
participation
should have
under
health care.
Medicaid and CHIP for
Not so sure.
individuals without verified citizenship,
I don't know why I'm going to be surprised by any of
nationality,
this,
or
but like,
satisfactory immigration
whatever.
status. Sector 44,111. Reducing expansion FMAP for certain states providing payments for health care furnished to certain individuals.
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if they got subtitles, and I'll turn
Subpart
those
B,
on.
Preventing wasteful spending. Sector 44,121.
There we go, subtitles.
Moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs. Sector 44,122. Modifying retroactive coverage under the Medicaid and CHIP programs. Sector 44,123. Ensuring accurate payments to pharmacies under Medicaid. Sector 44,124. Preventing the use of abusive spread pricing in Medicaid. Sector 44,125. Prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for gender transition procedures for minors. Sector 44,126.
Well, come on. What did that say? So it's stuff that fucks over pricing and makes Medicaid more expensive. Prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for gender transitioning procedures for minors. Man, it sounds like they're finally starting to get smart. They realized that it can't be gender affiliated surgery at all, because hopefully, and doubt it fully also, Republicans may or may not know, I can't remember the exact number, it's far above the majority, of all the physiological surgeries, so that's stuff that touches human tissue, scalpels and stuff, right? Of all the surgeries that affect minors, that involve gender needs, and even like just sex needs, not reproductive organs, but sex organs. So that means chest and reproductive organs as well. The vast majority of gender-affiliated surgeries for children are all for boys, XY boys, with gyno. The I don't know if the word's the disease, but the state in which young boys, frequently boys that have a lot of excess body fat, or maybe they're thin, but they have their literal pectoralis muscles and the little bit of fat tissue that even males keep here, It's a little more sensitive to some hormone, and as a consequence, they gain fat on their chest, like they develop breasts, or just a little bit of fat in one area of the chest, and that is, you know, to a lot of boys, young boys, unappealing and a point of insecurity and stuff. And so there are boys with this disposition called gyno. I don't remember what the rest of the word is, and I don't know why the word's gyno. Maybe I don't remember. I think it's called gyno. I can't remember. You hear about a lot in the gym. And it's something I never dealt with, but it's just dudes that have a little bit of extra fat on their chest, literally, over top of their pectoral muscles, pectoralis muscles. And the most common gender surgery is so boys can affirm that they're boys, which in a way is technically a gender transition surgery because they had breast tissue, which is female, according to these people to the right. I can't remember the number. I think it's like 90% or something. I can't remember exactly, but I sat down and did the math. I think it's like 98% for one of all the surgeries across boys and girls and everyone in between. We're talking again about minors. If I remember, 98% of them are all top surgery, so that's affecting the chest. And then, like, you know, a giant portion of those are just cis boys that want to continue feeling like cis boys because they're embarrassed. I'm not even judging that. But that's the irony, is that, like, they want to affect gender transition procedures for minors. But the vast majority of these procedures are actually just done by, like, cis boys that want to feel more like boys, which is hilariously antithetical to everything the right says they're about, which is like affirming, you know, the loner male type that's been left out by society, and yet they're going to fuck it over so that way slightly chubbier boys with gyno, or just who have tissue that is more sensitive to certain hormones that have a little bit of breast tissue, literally, they're not going to be able to access care. I'm not saying that that's what this does. I'm just saying that I don't even think Republicans have enough brain cells to realize that that is a thing or possibility. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, and then obviously there is a very, very, I think it's literally like in the hundreds every year. The number of minors that get top and bottom surgery in the U.S. per year is literally like 100. And I mean just for transgender reasons, like for being transgender and wanting gender affirming care, it's minors, and it's like they're all like fucking 17 and like a year from being adults. It's like it's a very low number. It's like in the range of 1,000 to 100 per year, which is such an incomprehensibly small number of people. When the United States is, what, 350 million people? I'm not even going to do the math. That's like 0.000 something percent of people. And then a percentage of minors, that's still 0.0000 something of minors. So, like, it's just a culture war against the concept of being trans. There is no attempt to, like, make meaningful progress for society because they really think that these surgeries are bad. It's just a culture war to keep you distracted from what the rest of this table of contents is about to be filled with. So how about we keep reading?
44126, Federal Payments to Prohibited Entities. Subpart C, Stopping Abusive Financing Practices. G:\f/v\f/f/051525/F051525.003.xml. May 15th, 2025, 7:46 a.m. Verdate November 24th, 2008, 7:46 May 15th.
Okay.
2025 JKT 00000PO0000000 FRM 00006 FMT 66.
It didn't just try to skip that entire page, did it? It totally did. Right, next page. Read aloud from here.
C 44131. Sunsetting eligibility for increased FMAP for new expansion states. Sector 44,132. Moratorium on new or increased provider taxes. Sector 44,133.
Provider taxes, healthcare providers,
Revising
that's
the
insurance
payment
companies.
limit for certain
I'm
state-directed payments.
Almost certain that is not individual
Sector
offices.
44,134. Requirements regarding waiver of uniform tax requirements.
While we are
for
in the
Medicaid
table of
provider
contents and I'm
tax.
complaining about stuff, like it's all uncertain. Like, we'll see when we actually read it. All right, we are talking
Requiring
about
budget
my
neutrality for Medicaid
character traits
demonstration projects
in
under Section
game.
1115.
Here was my idea to get this done as
Subpart
quickly as
B,
possible.
Increasing personal accountability.
I'm gonna nearly max charisma.
Sector 44,141.
I'm gonna nearly max luck.
Requirement for states to
I'll put the rest into
establish Medicaid
strength.
community engagement requirements for certain individuals.
Maybe I'll do a couple of those
Sector
and then put them into endurance and
44,142.
strength.
Modifying cost-sharing requirements for certain
I think this is a
expansion
good stupid
individuals
idea.
under the Medicaid program. Part 2, Affordable
I
Care
might
Act.
even put more into
Sector
freaking.
44,201.
I'm gonna put even more into charisma so I
Addressing
can just
waste,
luck my
fraud,
way through the
and
game.
abuse in the ACA exchanges.
Yeah. All right, let's
Part
do
3,
it.
Improving Americans' access to care. Sector 44,301.
What's the issue?
Expanding and clarifying the exclusion for orphan drugs under the
Oh, I have to
Drug
name
Price
my character.
Negotiation
Name.
Program. Sector
The quiet
44,302. Streamlined enrollment process for eligible out-of-state providers under Medicaid and CHIP. Sector 44,303.
Can you tell this is a new
Delaying
keyboard and I can't
DSH
type?
reductions. Sector 44,304. Modifying update
Oh,
to
you know,
the
how about I just
conversion
call myself
factor
quiet
under the
actually?
physician fee
I feel like that's a
schedule under the
classic
Medicare
thing to
program.
call me. Kind
Sector
of affectionately.
44,305.
Accept. Oh no. Okay.
Modernizing and ensuring PBM accountability. Title V, Committee on Financial Services. Sector 50,001.
What's the issue, game?
Green and Resilient Retrofit Program for Multifamily Family Housing. Sector 50,002. Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. Sector
There we go. All right.
50,003. Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection.
Okay.
Sector
Financial
50,004.
services.
Consumer Financial Civil Penalty,
Penalty fund.
Sector 50,005.
Financial research fund. I'm sure it's just defunding.
Financial Research
Yeah,
Fund.
yeah. At
Title
least I'm
6,
understanding like the
Committee on
general
Homeland
structure of how
Security.
this document's gonna go.
Sector 60,001. Border Barrier System Construction, Invasive Species, and Border Security Facilities Improvements.
Calm down, Sean.
Sector 60,002.
U.S. Customs and Border
U.S.
Protection.
Customs and Border Protection personnel and fleet vehicles. Sector 60,003. U.S. Customs and Border Protection Technology, National Vetting Center, and other efforts to enhance
door
border
close.
security. Sector 60,004. State and local law enforcement presidential residence protection.
Committee of Homeland Security.
Sector 60,005.
State and local law enforcement presidential
State
residence
Homeland
protections.
Security Grant Program. Title 7, Committee on the Judiciary.
All right, the bombs are going off in the
Subtitle A,
game.
Immigration Matters.
Immigration matters. This will be a
Part
whole
1,
section.
Immigration Fees. Sector 70,001. Applicability of the immigration laws.
I wonder
Sector
what the actual
70,002.
actual
Asylum
logic
fee.
and rhetoric is.
G:\V/F/0525/051525/F051525.003.xml.
it's doing this again.
May 15th.
Nope. I might just have to manually flip every single page, which is going to get really annoying.
C.
That would be really
70003. Employment Authorization Document Fees. Sector 70,004. Parole
You
fee.
need to the vault now. All right, let's go to the vault.
Sector
Come on.
70,005. Special Immigrant Juvenile Fee.
Special immigrant
Sector
juvenile fee.
70,006.
Parole fee.
Temporary Protected,
Protected status fee. What is temporary protected status?
Sector 70,00007.
Unaccompanied,
Unaccompanied
alien
alien
child
child
sponsor
sponsor
fee? Fee? What are these
Sector
fees?
70,008.
Visa integrity fee.
Visa Integrity Fee. Sector 70,009.
Where the hell's Nora?
Form
There she is.
I-94 Fee.
Come on.
Sector 70,010. Yearly Asylum Fee.
Fee? What are these fees?
Sector 70,011.
Continuance
Fee for
granted in
continuances
immigration.
granted in immigration court
court
proceedings. Sector 70,012. Fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for parolees. Sector 70,013. Fee relating to termination,
renewing, and
renewal, and
extension of
extension of
employment.
employment authorization for asylum applicants.
What's
Sector
gonna happen to all these
70,014. Fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for aliens granted temporary protected
You know,
status.
this game actually hasn't aged that well.
Sector 70,015.
Actually doesn't look that good. Like it does look good, it just doesn't look
Visa fees.
kind of how what my brain thought it would.
Sector 70,016.
We're gonna be
EOIR fees.
I love you. Both
Sector
of you.
70,017.
ESTA fee. Immigration user fees.
Sector 70,018.
Hold on.
Immigration user fees. Sector 70,019. EVIS fee.
The explosion.
Sector 70,020.
Fee for sponsor of
Fee for sponsor of
unaccompanied
unaccompanied
alien child who fails to appear in immigration court.
Sector 70,021. Fee
Fee
for aliens
wait,
ordered removed in
are these just?
absentia.
I'm sorry, I need to see. Are these all just? Community registry fee, immigration fees. So just making it increasingly expensive to immigrate in the first place. This is that gold card thing where they were talking about how
Sector 70,022. Custom.
holy crap. It's that
Customs
if you're
and
not
Border
wealthy, you're not
Protection
allowed to immigrate.
Inadmissible alien apprehension fee. Sector
Jesus
70,023. Amendment to authority to apply for asylum. Part 2 use of funds. Sector 70,100. Executive Office for Immigration Review. Sector 70,101.
A better future underground.
Adult alien detention capacity in family residential centers. Sector 70,102. Retention and signing bonuses for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel. Sector 70,103.
Hiring of
Hiring of
additional
additional
U.S. immigration,
immigration and
customs.
customs
Ooh,
enforcement
hiring
personnel.
more ICE. I'll like that section. That'll be
Sector
interesting.
70,104. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement hiring capabilities. Sector 70,105. Transportation and removal operations. Sector 70,106. Information technology investments.
IT investments.
Sector 70,107. Facilities upgrades. Sector 70,108. Fleet modernization. Sector 70,109. Promoting family unity. Sector 70,110. Funding Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Sector 70,111. Compensation for incarceration of criminal aliens.
Compensation
Sector
for incarceration of
70,112.
aliens? Bounty hunting?
Office of
No
the
way.
Principal Legal Advisor.
No way, no way, no way. I just
Sector
want to tell myself that's not possible, but it totally is.
70,113. Return of aliens arriving from contiguous territory. Sector 70,114. State and local participation in homeland security efforts. Sector 70,115. Unaccompanied alien children capacity. Sector 70,116. Department of Homeland Security criminal and gang checks for unaccompanied alien children. Sector 70,117. Department of Health and Human Services criminal and gang checks for unaccompanied alien children.
I am killing that
Sector
guy, probably.
70,118. Information about sponsors and adult residents of sponsor households. Sector 70,119. Repatriation of unaccompanied alien children. Sector 70,120. United States Secret Service. G:\/v\F/F/051525/F051525.00.
I doing all that?
C-70121. Combating drug trafficking and illegal drug use. Sector 70,122. Investigating and prosecuting immigration-related matters. Sector 70,123.
Come on.
Expedited removal for criminal aliens. Sector 70,124. Removal of certain criminal aliens without further hearing. Subtitled be Regulatory Matters. Sector 70,200. Review of agency rulemaking. Sector 70,201. Congressional Review Act compliance. Subtitle see Other matters. Sector 70,300. Limitation on donations made pursuant to settlement agreements to which the United States is a party. Sector 70,301. Solicitation of orders defined. Sector 70,302. Restriction of funds. Title 8 Committee on Natural Resources. Subtitle A Energy and Mineral Resources. Part 1 Oil and Gas. Sector 80,101. Onshore oil and gas lease sales. Sector 80,102. Non-competitive leasing. Sector 80,103. Permit fees. Sector 80,104. Permitting fee for non-federal land. Sector 80,105. Reinstate reasonable royalty rates. Part 2 Geothermal. Sector 80,111. Geothermal leasing. Sector 80,112. Geothermal royalties. Part 3 Alaska.
When did I accidentally lift this
Sector
character up? What? Drop it? How do I drop it? I don't
80,121.
remember how.
Coastal plain oil and gas leasing. Sector
Man,
80,122.
there's more people.
National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. Part 4 Mining. Sector
Okay,
80,131.
back to back. Oil and gas, geothermal.
Superior National
What's to do with
Forest
Alaska?
lands in
Talking about mining
Minnesota.
different areas.
Sector
Then coal.
80,132.
Wow. Okay, that section's gonna piss me off a lot.
Ambler Road in Alaska. Part 5 Coal. Sector 80,141.
Stop
Coal leasing.
carrying the bug. I don't need it.
Sector 80,142. Future coal leasing. Sector 80,143. Coal royalty. Sector 80,144. Authorization to mine federal minerals. Part 6 NEPA. Sector
Tab. For some reason, my tab button isn't
80,151.
letting me do what I
Project
would
sponsor
expect it
opt-in
to.
fees for environmental reviews. Sector 80,152. Rescission relating to environmental
Oh,
and
I don't have a
climate data
Pip-Boy on
collection.
yet, so I can't access. I'm just
Part
stupid.
7
That's what's going on.
miscellaneous. Sector 80,161. Protest fees. G:\f/v\f/f/F051525/051525003.xml.
We're doing this again.
May 15th.
Man, doing this with every page is gonna suck. Hopefully, at some points, I just get tired and deal with it for me. Offshore oil and gas leasing.
RT8
Interesting.
offshore oil and gas leasing. Sector
Andre, can you turn the AC up to
80,171.
like, I don't know, 74?
Mandatory offshore oil and gas lease sales. Sector 80,172. Offshore commingling. Sector 80,173. Limitations on amount of distributed qualified outer continental shelf revenues. Part 9 Renewable energy. Sector 80,181. Renewable energy fees on federal lands. Sector 80,182.
Honestly, just turn it off for now. Could you do that?
Renewable energy revenue sharing. Subtitle B Water, Wildlife,
There's no way
and
I'm smart
Fisheries.
enough to know how to hack in this game.
Sector 80,201. Rescission of funds for investing in coastal communities and climate resilience. Sector 80,202. Rescission of funds for facilities of National Oceanic and
Whoa!
Atmospheric Administration and National Marine
Rescission of
Sanctuaries.
funds for investing in coastal
Sector
communities
80,203.
and climate resilience.
Surface water storage enhancement. Sector 80,204.
They know what the word climate resilience is, but they're going to cut
Water
it.
conveyance enhancement. Subtitle see Federal lands.
What? That just sounds so
Sector
insane. If you know what the
80,301.
word climate resilience means,
Prohibition on the implementation
if you know about
of
the
Rock
concept
Springs
of that
Field
one guy
Office,
named Theodore
Wyoming
Roosevelt,
Resource Management Plan.
you're
Sector
probably like, oh, that's terrible.
80,302. Prohibition on the implementation of the Buffalo Field Office, Wyoming Resource Management Plan.
Okay, I need to
Sector
figure out what gives me the most options in
80,303.
VATS moving forward.
Prohibition on the implementation of the Miles City Field Office, Montana
Wow, I'm bad.
Resource Management Plan.
That's why when I used to play this game, I
Sector
only ever used VATS.
80,304.
So they know what the word climate resilience means,
Prohibition
and they're
on
like,
the
yeah, let's get rid of that.
implementation of the North
Are you
Dakota
it's
Resource
stupid?
Management Plan.
That's stupid. It's conscious
Sector
objection. They want
80,305.
anything that gets in the way of billionaires
Prohibition
is
on
a
the
problem to them.
implementation of the Colorado River Valley Field Office and Grand Junction Field Office Resource Management Plans.
Prohibition on the implementation of the.
Sector
Mm,
80,306.
They want to make us run out of water here in Denver.
Rescission of Forest Service funds. Sector 80,307. Rescission of National Park Service and Bureau of Land Management funds. Sector 80,308. Rescission of Bureau of Land Management and National Park Service funds. Sector 80,309. Rescission of National Park Service funds. Sector 80,310.
Oh my God! National Park Service.
Celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
Oh sure, yeah. So
Sector
fuck the national park, but let's celebrate our
80,311.
anniversary. Sure.
Long-term contracts for the
You know what?
Forest
It's like
Service.
their economic
Sector
position is like a toxic
80,312.
financial relationship.
Long-term contracts for the
Where like
Bureau
one
of Land
person
Management.
cannot manage the money, and
Sector
they're like, let's put everything into like
80,313.
celebrating my birthday,
Timber
even though like they're
production for the
overdue on their
Forest
car
Service.
payments.
Sector 80,314.
Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. All right, do I
Timber
finally have that?
production for
Yes,
the
I do.
Bureau
Cool.
of Land Management. Sector 80,315. Bureau of Land Management Land in Nevada.
Ball peen
Sector
hammer.
80,316. Forest Service land in Nevada. Sector 80,317. Federal land in Utah. Title IX Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Sector 90,001. Increase in FERS employee contribution
Committee on
requirements.
Oversight and Government
Sector
Reform. Oh, it's
90,002.
another way to say Doge.
Elimination of FERS annuity supplement.
Okay,
Sector 90,003.
they're not going to get
High
me.
five
I'm
average
exactly
pay
paying
for
enough
calculating
attention.
CSRS and FERS pension. Sector
Government reform. That's
90,004.
100% just another way of saying Doge.
Election
Really.
for at-will
They just
employment
don't want to
and
say
lower
that now.
FERS contributions
Why am I
for
sitting?
New federal civil service hires.
This game is so
G:\V/V/F/0. /F0.
Yep. I'm good with that. Don't worry about it. All right. Close read aloud from here. Thank you.
See
Back to the game.
90005. Filing fee for Merit Systems Protection Board
Systems.
claims and appeals. Sector 90,000.
I don't remember how to leave. I'm already lost in this game. This sucks.
FEHB protection. Title X Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Here we go. That's how I leave. All right.
Sector
I need to go
100,001.
immediately start taking care of a bunch of
Coast
stuff.
Guard assets necessary to secure the maritime border and interdict migrants and drugs. Sector 100,002.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do
Changes to
Lone
mandatory
Wanderer.
benefits programs to allow selected reserve orders for
think.
pre-planned missions to secure maritime borders and interdict persons and drugs.
Then again, I'd love to play with the
Sector
dog. I love playing with dog
100,003.
meat.
Vessel tonnage duties. Sector 100,004. Registration
Honestly,
fee
I'm
on
just
motor
probably
vehicles.
just gonna turn off most music in this game.
Sector 100,005. Deposit of registration fee on motor vehicles.
Okay.
Sector 100,006.
Deposit of registration
carrier
fee
data.
on motor vehicles. What?
Sector 100,007.
Committee on Transportation Infrastructure.
IRA
Fiscal tonnage
rescissions.
duties. Motor carrier.
Sector 100,008.
IRA.
Air traffic
Recessions?
control staffing and
Like
modernization.
the retirement
Sector
thing?
100,009. John F. Kennedy Center for the
for
Performing Arts
appropriations. Okay, performing
Title
arts
11 Committee on Ways and
and
Means.
John F.
The
Kennedy.
One Big
They love Kennedy
Beautiful
because he
Bill.
was.
Sector 110,000. References to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, etc. Subtitle A, Make American Families and Workers Thrive Again. Part 1, Permanently Preventing Tax Hikes on American Families and Workers. Sector 110,001.
Okay, one second. What was this? Committee on the Ways and Means, the One Big Beautiful Bill. Subtitle A. So what is this? Transportation infrastructure. How does that make American workers thrive again? Am I tripping? Modification rates, permanently preventing tax hikes on American families and workers. Huh. Permanently preventing tax hikes on American families and workers. I don't believe that at all. I don't think you're allowed to permanently really do anything in the country, are you? Tax hikes. What do you? There's no way that our taxes are actually going to go down during this. That mine went up when Trump was president. Mine actually went up.
110001, extension of modification of rates.
What?
Sector 110,002. Extension of increased standard deduction and temporary enhancement. Sector 110,003. Termination of deduction for personal exemptions. Sector 110,004. Extension of increased child tax credit and temporary enhancement. Sector 110,005. Extension of deduction for qualified business income and permanent enhancement. Sector 110,006.
What are all these random?
Extension of increased estate and gift tax exemption.
What are these random things I'm getting? How am I starting all of these things if I've never seen them?
110,007. Extension of increased alternative minimum
Why
tax
am I getting
exemption
all
and
of these
phase-out
freaking?
thresholds. Sector 110,008.
Yeah, go home. That's what I normally
Extension of limitation on deduction for qualified residence interest. Sector 110,009.
Casualty loss.
Extension of limitation on casualty loss deduction. Sector 110,010. Termination of miscellaneous itemized deduction. Sector 110,011.
Termination of the miscellaneous itemized deduction.
Limitation on tax benefit of
Wouldn't that,
itemized deductions.
again, be bad for people?
Sector 110,012. Termination of qualified bicycle commuting reimbursement exclusion.
No, they got rid of the bicycle
Sector
reimbursement.
110,013.
I hate these guys. It's over. I'm ending
Extension of
them.
limitation on exclusion and
I'll never
deduction
forget
for
this.
moving expenses. Sector 110,014. Extension of limitation on wagering losses. Sector 110,015.
Wagering on
Extension of increased
extension of the limitation on
contributions
losing
to
money
able
from
accounts
gambling?
and permanent enhancement.
Interesting. I don't really
Sector
get that, but okay.
110,016. Extension of savers credit allowed for able contributions. Sector 110,017. Extension of rollovers from qualified tuition
Where's my house? I don't
programs
remember where
to
my
able
house is. I
accounts
didn't pay that
permitted.
much attention.
G:\V/F/051525.
Oh, my house is the one with the workshop, right? No?
F051525.003.xml. May 15th, 2025, 7:46 a.m.
Codsworth.
Verdate
I
November
always forget that
24th,
Codsworth's still alive.
2008, 7:46 May 15th. 2025 JKT 0000000 PO 00000 FRM 00011 FMT 6652 SFMD 6211C:\users/aptita/roaming/softquad
Alright, back to this
metal
issue.
/11.
Alright, stop this. Okay, read aloud from here. Thank you.
C110018. Extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional areas. Sector 110,019. Extension of exclusion from gross income of student loans discharged on account of death or disability. Part 2, additional tax relief for American families and workers. Sector 110,101. No tax on tips. Sector
Greg
110,102.
comic, huge.
No tax on overtime. Sector 110,103. Enhanced deduction for seniors. Sector 110,104. No tax on car loan interest.
No tax on car loan interest.
Sector 110,105. Enhancement of employer-provided child care credit. Sector 110,106. Extension and enhancement of paid family and
Okay, I need
medical
to
leave
find.
credit.
There are a couple of places
Sector
in here that have a floor safe.
110,107. Enhancement of adoption credit.
Not sure it includes my house though.
Sector 110,108. Recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has special needs for purposes of the adoption credit.
What?
Sector
American families and workers.
110,109. Tax credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship.
No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. Enhanced deductions for seniors. No tax on car loan interest. Did car loan interest already have taxes on it? Like paying off? What? Also, here's the thing. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Guess what? The companies are just going to just lower your wage to compensate, to make sure that they get a hold of. So when you don't tax overtime, which I wish we could just bully businesses for not giving people overtime. Yeah, if there's no tax on overtime, the business is probably just going to treat it differently. The businesses are going to change, and they're not going to be in the favor of the workers. That's the assumption that they're making, and it's not a reasonable assumption.
Scholarship granting organizations. Sector 110,110.
I'd just prefer if we moved away from
Additional
tips altogether.
elementary, secondary, and homeschool expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. Sector 110,111. Certain post-secondary credentialing expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. Sector 110,112. Reinstatement
Okay,
of partial
let's see if I
deduction for
can
charitable
still unlock stuff
contributions
in
of
this game.
individuals who do not
Okay,
elect
I
to
can.
itemize. Sector 110,113. Exclusion for certain employer payments of student loans under educational assistance programs made permanent and adjusted for
Exclusion
inflation.
for certain employer payments of
Sector
student loans under educational assistance programs made
110,114.
permanent and adjusted for inflation.
Extension of
Exclusion,
rules for treatment of
so they're
certain
getting rid of those.
disaster-related personal casualty losses. Sector 110,115. MAGA accounts. Sector 110,116.
MAGA accounts? What does that mean?
MAGA accounts contribution pilot program. Part 3,
What?
investing in health of American families and workers. Sector 110,201. Treatment of health reimbursement arrangements integrated with individual market coverage. Sector 110,202. Participants in choice arrangement eligible for purchase of exchange insurance under cafeteria plan. Sector 110,203. Employer credit for choice arrangement. Sector 110,204. Individuals entitled to Part A of Medicare by
Alright, I'm already
reason of
pretty
age
sure that
allowed
I'm
to
just gonna go with
contribute to
the,
health savings accounts.
the militia route, where I
Sector
join the militia and I clear areas.
110,205.
I'm pretty sure I'm just going to go that
Treatment of
route.
direct primary
With
care
that in
service
mind,
arrangements.
I'm going to clean up the entire home base of the game,
110,206.
because that is an
Allowance
old
of
habit
bronze
of
and
mine that I
catastrophic plans in
consistently
connection
engage with.
health savings accounts. Sector 110,207.
If only there were like an
On-site
auto
employee
scrap
clinics.
button, and I could just scrap everything.
Sector 110,208. Certain amounts paid for physical activity, fitness, and exercise treated as amounts paid for medical care. Sector
And if I scrap a bunch of stuff, I can just
110,209.
take a bunch of scrap
Allow
and give
both
it to
spouses
traders,
to make catch-up contributions to the same health savings account.
and that will allow me to get a bunch of caps really
Sector
quickly at the beginning, which will let me buy
110,210.
certain resources that I like.
FSA and HRA terminations or conversions to fund HSAs. Sector 110,211. Special rule for certain medical
So I'm
expenses
going to go through the
incurred before
entire
establishment of
intro
health
area
savings
to do
account.
this.
G:\\V/V/F
And then, I don't know, if with enough wood, I could probably just do that one thing that lets me get experience by just mining, by just making fence posts, like 1,000 fence posts.
Verdate November 24th.
Maybe, I don't know. I
2008,
guess I should.
7:46 May
I've never
15th.
played the game like this before.
2025
I almost always
JKT
play the game as a Paragon, and I'm always a very good boy the entire time. Like, and I focus on the story, so I've never like tried to beat this quickly. But I think to beat it, I essentially have to destroy the institute.
Gen:/C/2025_bud. G:/\/Ramsey/R19/RH/2025.
I'm just gonna let it go and see if maybe I don't have to change it every time manually.
13.
No, but it's gonna make half of the
Sector
screen not visible, so that sucks.
110,212. Contributions permitted if spouse has health flexible spending arrangement. Sector 110,213. Increase in health savings account contribution limitation for certain individuals. Sector 110,214. Regulations. Subtitle B, Make Rural America and Main Street Grow Again. Part 1, Extension of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act Reforms for Rural America and Main Street. Sector 111,001. Extension of Special
Yeah, I know it's
Depreciation
cutting the
Allowance
screen
for
off. I'm
certain
just going to deal
property.
with it and pay attention to
Sector
listening while I play.
111,002. Deduction of domestic research and experimental expenditures. Sector 111,003. Modified calculation of adjusted taxable income for purposes of business interest deduction. Sector 111,004. Extension of deduction for foreign-derived intangible income and global intangible low-taxed income. Sector 111,005. Extension of base erosion minimum tax amount. Part 2, Additional tax relief for rural America and Main Street. Sector 111,101. Special depreciation allowance for qualified production
Stop
property.
that.
Sector
Stop that.
111,102. Renewal and enhancement of opportunity zones. Sector 111,103. Increased dollar limitations for expensing of certain
Red Roach.
depreciable business assets. Sector 111,104. Repeal of revision to de minimis rules for third-party network transactions. Sector 111,105.
Tax relief for rural America and
Increase
Main
in threshold for requiring
Street?
information reporting with respect to certain payees. Sector 111,106. Repeal of excise tax on indoor tanning services. Sector 111,107.
indoor tanning services tax? Why?
Exclusion of interest
Are
on
you even
loans secured
legislating
by
that sort
rural
of
or
thing?
agricultural real property. Sector 111,108. Treatment of certain qualified sound recording productions. Sector 111,109. Modifications to low-income housing credit. Sector 111,110. Increased gross receipts threshold for small manufacturing businesses. Sector 111,111. Global intangible low-taxed income determined without regard to certain income derived from services performed in the Virgin Islands. Sector 111,112. Extension and modification of clean fuel production credit. Part 3, Investing in the Health of Rural America and Main Street.
and Main Street.
Sector
What do they mean by Main Street?
111,201. Expanding the definition of rural emergency hospital under the Medicare program.
Wow.
Subtitle C, Make America Win Again.
Expanding access to
Part
medical
1,
care
Working families over
for
elites.
rural family. Fuck it.
Sector
Oh, I hope that's what I think it is.
112,001. Termination of previously owned
Fucking
clean
hope so.
vehicle credit. Sector 112,002. Termination of clean vehicle credit.
Oh my
Sector
god, I accidentally made that.
112,003. Termination of qualified commercial clean vehicles credit.
I'm an
Sector
idiot. Oh, that was gonna happen eventually.
112,004. Termination of alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit. Sector
Termination of
112,005.
different vehicle
Termination
property
of
credit,
energy
sure.
efficient home improvement credit.
Really?
Sector
You don't want to improve energy
112,006.
efficiency?
Termination of residential clean energy credit. G:\V/F
Wow, so
051525/F05.
You're talking about making America better. And then you want to make all of our homes suck even more than they already do? They're all stick built, they're all insulated terribly.
112007. Termination of new energy efficient home credit.
Jesus.
Sector 112,008. Phase out and restrictions on clean electricity production credit. Sector 112,009. Phase out and restrictions on clean electricity investment credit. Sector 112,010. Repeal of transferability of clean fuel production credit. Sector 112,011. Restrictions on carbon oxide sequestration credit. Sector 112,012.
Okay, I'm gonna go loot every single
Phase
house
out and restrictions
then
on
keep
zero
cleaning up
emission
the area,
nuclear
and
power
then I'm gonna turn it
production
into a
credit.
basic
Sector 112,013. Termination
into a
of clean
basic
hydrogen production
thing.
credit.
Here we go. Now I'm running.
Sector 112,014. Phase out and restrictions on advanced manufacturing production credit. Sector 112,015. Phase out of credit for certain energy property. Sector 112,016.
For certain energy property.
Income
This
from
is
hydrogen
crazy.
storage, carbon capture added to qualifying income of certain publicly traded partnerships treated as corporations. Sector 112,017.
I need to go through all of the
Limitation on
medicine
amortization of certain
cabinets
sports
throughout the game
franchises.
because
Sector 112,018. Limitation on
I
individual
might get stim
deductions for
packs by
certain
doing
state
that
and local
consistently.
taxes, etc. Sector 112,019. Excessive employee remuneration from controlled group members and allocation of deduction. Sector 112,020. Expanding application of tax on excess compensation within tax-exempt organizations. Sector 112,021. Modification of excise tax on investment income of certain private colleges and universities.
I guess if I want to get my gear
Sector
to a reasonable level,
112,022.
I'll want to
Increase in
keep
rate of tax
scrap
on
like
net
I used
investment
to
income
in
of
previous
certain
games.
private foundations. Sector
Oh, which means I'm just looking for
112,023.
expensive stuff to sell right now.
Certain purchases of employee-owned stock
Shotgun
disregarded
shells.
for
Hey, that's
purposes
one of my
of foundation
classics.
tax on excess business holdings. Sector 112,024. Unrelated business taxable income increased by amount of certain fringe benefit expenses for which deduction is disallowed. Sector 112,025. Name and logo royalties treated as unrelated business taxable income.
I feel like I've already been in this one.
Sector
with Codsworth.
112,026. Exclusion of research income limited to publicly available research. Sector 112,027. Limitation on excess business losses of non-corporate taxpayers. Sector 112,028. 1% floor on deduction of charitable contributions made by corporations. Sector 112,029. Enforcement of remedies against unfair foreign taxes. Sector 112,030. Reduction of excise tax on firearms silencers.
I'm sad.
Sector
I'm sad. This sucks.
112,031. Modifications to minimize entry privilege for commercial shipments. Sector 112,032. Limitation on drawback of taxes paid with respect to substituted merchandise. Part 2, removing taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants. Sector 112,101.
No taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants.
Permitting premium tax credit only for certain individuals. Sector 112,000.
Certain individuals. Wow, I feel like there's a lot buried
Certain
every time they
aliens
say that
treated
phrase.
as ineligible for premium tax credit. Sector 112,103. Disallowing premium tax credit during periods of Medicaid ineligibility due to alien status. Sector 112,104.
Nuka Cherry, that'll be
Limiting
huge.
Medicare coverage of certain individuals.
Limiting-
Sector
just all this sounds so insane.
112,105. Excise tax on remittance transfers. Sector 112,106. Social Security number requirement for American
More right away,
Opportunity
more
and
stim
Lifetime
packs.
Learning Credits. Part 3, preventing fraud, waste, and abuse.
They love that phrase, fraud, waste, and abuse.
051525 F051525.003.xml. May 15th, 2025, 7:46 a.m. Verdate November 24th, 2008, 7:46 May 15th.
Nice.
2025 JKT 000000 PO 00000 FRM 00014 FMT 6652 SFMT 6211 C:\users /casters /aptita
Oh, things are moving faster in the game, probably because Wow, okay, I just exploded. That sucks.
C/2025
When was the last time I saved?
G:/office /Ramsey or /R19 /RH /2025 _budget _rec _RH.xml.
How much did I just do? Or not?
15.
Oh, it looks like I've already
Sector
cleared some of the houses.
112,201.
So I just need to get back there again.
Requiring exchange verification of eligibility for health plan. Sector 112,202. Disallowing premium tax credit in case of certain coverage enrolled in during special enrollment period. Sector 112,203.
Recapture advantage
Eliminating limitation on recapture of advance payment of premium tax credit. Sector 112,204. Implementing artificial intelligence tools for purposes of reducing and recouping improper payments under Medicare.
Cool.
Sector
Taking all this.
112,205.
Thank you.
Enforcement provisions with respect to COVID-related employee retention
Oh
credits.
man, do I hate hacking in this game.
Sector 112,206. Earned income tax credit reforms.
God, do I hate hacking in this game.
Sector 112,207. Task Force on the Termination of Direct File. Sector 112,208.
Stimpak? Or drugs?
Postponement
Can't
of
remember
tax
which one it
deadlines
was.
for hostages and individuals wrongfully detained abroad. Sector 112,209. Termination of tax-exempt status of terrorist supporting organizations.
Oh, terrorist supporting
112,210.
organizations. So you're not tax exempt
Increase in
if
penalties for
you
unauthorized
are
disclosures
fighting
of
for
taxpayer
Palestinian
information.
liberation. You
Sector
no longer
112,211.
get to be considered a nonprofit in the way that you
Restriction
don't pay
on
taxes.
regulation of contingency fees with
I wonder if
respect
they're
to
going to
tax
count a church as
returns,
an
etc.
organization. What if it's like just a Palestinian,
Subtitle
like a
D,
church
increase
that
in
focuses
debt
on
limit.
Palestinians?
Sector 113,001.
I wonder how far they'll
Modification
push
of
that. That'll be an
limitation
interesting
on the
section.
public debt.
Definitely seeing how they say it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Uh-oh, no, it's doing it. I hate when it does this.
6.
Occasionally, it'll try to read things wrong. Okay, that was the end of the... Holy crap, that was the end of just the table of contents. I'm not surviving the night. That much is completely certain. I have a 0% chance of survival. What I do have, however, are snacks. I guess I'll eat those first. Those look good. Alright, you know, I'm just going to read the intro to this, even though the game's paused. What I'd like to do real quick is just kind of scroll through and get a vibe for things. So, this is agriculture, and then it will go through each of the sections listed by the thousands. Yeah, and just explain what it will do to law. And then each section will have a subtitle, or maybe it won't, depending on the size. Okay. All right, let's get to it. We're going to start with the agriculture section. To review the agricultural section, we'll cover food plan, different work requirements, and then Title 1. Title 1 is the one that will somehow touch agriculture. Yeah, so the one about rural people will be in the agriculture section. So we'll see that section after. It's going to affect work requirements, dependency waivers, help with being poor, help with quality of life. It's going to defund quality of life in about 30 different ways. So that's just wonderful. I'm going to eat this snack, and then I'm just going to listen and move the mic away so you don't hear me crunching the whole time. Might even just turn the mic off while I read. Let's do read aloud from here, please. Read aloud from here. All right. Turn off my mic.
/office /
Turn off my mic so we don't hear me crunching.
R19 /RH /2025. G:/office / Section 3, U, of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. G:/office /Ramsey or /R19 /RH /2025 _ budget _ rec _RH.xml. Union calendar no. G:/office G:/office /Ramsey or /R19 G:/office /Ramsey or /R19 /RH /2025 Union 100 G:/V/F May 5th Verde G G:/. Five 2025 JKT 0000000PO 00000. Diet is 9 Section Title I 6 7 7 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 30 G:/V/F May 15 Agriculture Subtitle A Nutrition SEC 100 G:/office G:/office
There is
Text
one version
available
of the
as
bill. XML/HTML.
Title I Committee on Agriculture Subtitle A Nutrition SEC 10001 Thrifty Food Plan Section 3 U of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2012 U is amended to read as follows. U1 Thrifty Food Plan means the diet required to feed a family of 4 persons consisting of a man and a woman 20 through 50, a child 6 through 8, and a child 9 through 11 years of age, based on relevant market baskets that shall only be changed pursuant to paragraph 3. The cost of such diet shall be the basis for uniform allotments for all households regardless of their actual composition. The Secretary shall only adjust the
Okay, obviously I started snacking and I wasn't able to read for crap because Microsoft Edge was already pissed off. And it looks like maybe to some degree they kind of knew that. The government did. So they have their own webpage for this with their own built-in listening thing. So shout out people that can't read with their eyes traditionally, because I'm also able to take advantage of this wonderful accommodation. Let's see how theirs works. If I highlight it for some reason, it lets me click listen.
Title I Committee on Agriculture.
Is this not incredible? Uh-oh. I celebrated way too soon. Does it not automatically read?
A Nutrition SEC.
Oh, it won't auto-read? Will it not auto-read for me? That sucks. So if I were a person that couldn't see traditionally, is this how my life would be? Love it. Thank you, government. Very good job. All right, we're just, as you can see, I have now, Microsoft Edge immediately seemed to have trouble with reading the PDF aloud, so I'm going to go straight to congress.gov and have Microsoft Edge read it aloud. It seems that the formatting is going to be a lot better and a lot more conducive to a read aloud device, a read aloud function reading it aloud without getting messed up by all the lines and sections and all this crap. So this seems to be the exact same document. It's still, I remember the very last page of it, so yep, I mean, it's the exact same document, just in text form, which will hopefully make it a lot more, it'll agree a lot better with the reading software in general to make life better. Okay, so now we can start with the Committee on Agriculture, subtitle A Nutrition. I know it's going to cut stuff off for you. I'm just going to focus on getting reading done.
Title I Committee on Agriculture,
Actually, I'm going to
subtitle
be
A
able to speed up
Nutrition,
now.
SEC 10001. Of limitation on the public debt.
Cool.
Title I Committee on Agriculture, subtitle A Nutrition, SEC 10001.
Now I'm going to turn off my thing and snack
Thrifty
while
Food
reading.
Plan. Section 3, U, of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2012, U, is amended to read as follows. U, 1, Thrifty Food Plan means the diet required to feed a family of 4 persons consisting of a man and a woman 20 through 50, a child 6 through 8, and a child 9 through 11 years of age, based on relevant market baskets that shall only be changed pursuant to paragraph 3. The cost of such diet shall be the basis for uniform allotments for all households regardless of their actual composition. The Secretary shall only adjust the cost of the diet as specified in paragraphs 2 and 4. 2. Household adjustments. The Secretary shall make household size adjustments based on the following ratios of household size as a percentage of the maximum 4-person allotment. A. For a 1-person household, 30%. B. For a 2-person household, 55%. C. For a 3-person household, 79%. Kent. D. For a 4-person household, 100%. E. For a 5-person household, 119%. F. For a 6-person household, 143%. G. For a 7-person household, 158%. H. For an 8-person household, 180%. I. For a 9-person household, 203%. J. For a 10-person household, 224%. K. For households with more than 10 persons, such adjustment for each additional person shall be 224% plus the product of 21% and the difference in the number of persons in the household in 10. 3. Re-evaluation of market baskets. A. Evaluation. 4. Allowable cost adjustments.
Okay, but it unfortunately cannot get through a single page still. Man, making this stuff work is so much crappy work for no reason.
A. For a one-person household, 30%. B. For a two-person
Okay,
household,
I'm just gonna have to go back and forth
55%.
between different methods until I get something that works.
C. For a three-person
But at least I can
household,
hear it now.
79%.
For now.
D. For a four-person household, 100%. E. For a five-person household, 119%. F. For a six-person household, 143%.
Goldfish.
G. For a seven-person household, 158%.
I don't know if I like how calm this guy's voice
H.
is.
For an
I changed
eight-person
it.
household, 180%. I. For a nine-person household, 203%.
Man, I should have considered playing with controller.
J. For a 10-person household, 224%. K. For households with more than 10 per sons, such adjustment for each additional person shall be 224% plus the product of 21%. And the difference in the number of persons in the household in 10. 3. Re-evaluation of market baskets. A. Evaluation that, not earlier than OC. October 1, 2028, and at not more frequently than 5-year intervals thereafter, the Secretary may re-evaluate the market baskets of the thrifty food plan taking into consideration current food. HR 1RH. Verdate September 11th. To Section 212, D. 5, of the Immigration and K. For households with more than 10 per sons, such adjustment for each additional person shall be 224% plus the product of 21%. And the difference in the number of persons in the household in 10. 3. Re-evaluation of market baskets. A. Evaluation that, not earlier than OC. October 1, 2028, and at not more frequently than 5-year intervals thereafter, the Secretary may re-evaluate the market baskets of the thrifty food plan taking into consideration current food. HR 1RH. Verdate September 11, 2014 244 May 21, 2025 JKT 059200 PO 00000 FRM 000 17. Prices, food composition data, consumption pat. 2, 3, 4.
The Secretary may reevaluate the market baskets of the thrifty food plan taking into consideration current food prices. Persons. Such adjustment for each additional person shall be 224% plus the product of 21% and the difference in the number of persons in the household. And 10.3. Reevaluation of market baskets. A. Evaluation. Not earlier than October 1st, 2028, and at not more frequently than 5-year intervals thereafter. The Secretary may reevaluate the market baskets of the thrifty food plan taking into consideration current food prices, food composition data, consumption patterns, and dietary guidance. B. Notice. Prior to any update of the market baskets of the thrifty food plan based on or reevaluation pursuant to subparagraph A, the methodology and results of any such revelation shall be published in the Federal Register with an opportunity for comment of not less than 60 days. C. Cost neutrality. The Secretary shall not increase the cost of the thrifty food plan based on or reevaluation or update under this paragraph. 4. Allowable cost adjustments. On October 1st immediately following the effective date of this paragraph, and on each October 1st thereafter, the Secretary shall A. Adjust the cost of the thrifty food plan to reflect changes in the Consumer Price
Okay.
Index for all urban consumers, published by the Bureau
We
of
do
Labor
have
Statistics of the Department of Labor
a
for the
manual
most recent
solution to this
12-month
problem.
period ending in June. B.
It is not a fun solution, but we do technically have a manual solution to this problem, which I will now attempt to employ. I have done this before. I did not like it last time. And it sounds like moving forward, I'll just have to deal with it being reality. I'm going to have to take the PDF, and I'm going to have to convert it into a Word file. And I will then force Microsoft Word to open that file. It's a whole 2 megabyte file. And Microsoft Word will be forced to somehow read it. So that's 20 minutes of not reading because we are completely occupied with this crap instead. Just going to close that, Move this here. And wait for this to finish fixing itself. Oh, the game is now flashing. Okay, I'm going to stop it from doing that, preferably. Okay, and now I'm just going to voluntarily click out of the game. That was scary for everyone involved. I don't even know if this is going to be able to convert it, because it is too big. Download. Okay, going to open it in Word, and Microsoft Word is going to have an experience unlike anything it's ever had before, because it is currently trying to open a 1,000-page document. Hey, at least it's in high contrast mode now. It's easier for me to read. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's struggling. Yep. Word is currently experiencing some things. All right, let's see what happens here. Read aloud, Microsoft Word. Let's see what happens. Oh, it is slow. It is
Section
in fact
3
struggling
of the Food
that
and
much.
Nutrition Act of 2008. 7 U.S.C. 2012 U is amended to read as follows. U1 Thrifty Food Plan means the diet required to feed a family of 4 persons consisting of a man and a woman 20 through 50, a child 6 through 8,
It's working.
and a child 9 through 11 years of age, based on
Oh
relevant
no,
market
it's
bias.
working.
Kets that shall only be changed
Alright.
pursuant to
All
paragraph
right, all
3.
right, all right.
The cost of such diet shall be the basis for uniform allot.
Oh,
Ments
my
for all
goodness.
households regardless of their actual position. The Secretary shall only adjust the cost of the diet as specified in paragraphs 2 and 4. 2. Household adjustments. The Secretary
All right, it
shall
looks
make
like we're gonna
household
have to
size
use
adjustments
Word.
based on the following ratios of household
God,
size
I
as a
hate that
percentage of the
Word
mass.
is what I always end up relying
I'm
on.
4-person allotment. A. For a 1-person household, 30%. B. For a 2-person household, 55%. C. For a 3-person household, 79%. D. For a 4-person household, 100%. E. For a 5-person household, 119%. F. For a 6-person
Okay.
household, 143%. G. For a 7-person household, 158%. H. For an 8-person household, 180%. I. For a 9-person household, 203%.
Okay.
J. For a 10-person
All right.
household, 224%.
Listen, Microsoft Word's been a lot more
K. For
reliable,
households
so
with more
I
than 10
think
per
maybe this is the
son,
rest of
such
our.
adjustment for each additional person
This
shall
is
be
how our stream's gonna go.
224% plus the
It
product
sucks
of
because I get
21%.
so sick of this voice.
And the difference in the number of persons in the household in 10. 3. Reevaluation of market baskets. Evaluation. Not earlier than OC.
Okay.
October 1, 2028, and at not more
All right.
frequently than 5-year intervals thereafter.
All
The
right, we're
Secretary
balling.
may
Like that's all we got is
reevaluate
we're
the market
balling.
baskets of the thrifty food plan, taking into consideration current food prices, food composition data, consumption turns, and dietary guidance. B. Notice. Prior to any update of
Okay. Much like
market
with
baskets of the
prior
thrifty food plan based
streams, I
on a
can still hear
reevaluation
because I'm
pursuant
wearing
to
wireless headphones.
subparagraph
I'm gonna go run to the bathroom.
A. The methodology
and,
and results of any such
Just
revelation
mute my
shall be
mic. Well,
published in the Federal Register with an opportunity for comment of not less than 60 days. C. Cost neutrality. The Secretary shall not increase the cost of the thrifty food plan based on a reevaluation or update under this paragraph. 4. Allowable cost adjustments. On 15th October 1st, immediately following the effective date of this paragraph, and on each October 1st thereafter, the Secretary shall A. Adjust the cost of the thrifty food plan to reflect changes in the consumer price index for all urban consumers, published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the Department of Labor for the most recent 12-month period ending in June. B. Make cost adjustments in the thrifty food plan for urban and rural parts of Hawaii and urban and rural parts of Alaska to reflect the cost of food in urban and rural Hawaii.
I have gotten water. I've eaten a couple of snacks. We now have the read aloud function working
By hand.
correctly.
Urban and rural Alaska provided such cost add.
Add.
Adjustment shall not exceed the rate of increase.
All right, we're ready to lock in and
Described
actually
the
listen.
Consumer Price Index for all.
Hello, full of Nicks. I know I
Urban
didn't see that a second
consumers,
ago. Yes, I
published
did
by
cut
the
my hair.
Bureau of
Maybe a month or two
Labor
ago, I think.
Statistics of the Department of Labor
I'm glad you like my videos.
for the most
All right.
recent 12-month period ending in
Okay, actually
June
playing,
and
actually focusing on listening.
C.
It's in
make cost
Microsoft Word, so we're
adjustments
good
into
now.
SEPA. Rate
I'm gonna have to
thrifty
learn that,
food
like, this is
plans
the
for
only option
Guam and
moving
the
forward.
Virgin Islands of the United States to reflect the cost of food in those states, but not to exceed the cost of food in the 50 states and the District of Columbia, provided that such cost adjustment shall not exceed the rate of increase described in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the Department of Labor for the most recent 12-month period ending in June. SEC 10,002. Able-bodied adults without dependents.
Oh, it's scrolling for me.
Work requirements. A. Section 603 of the Food and Nutrition Act
It's
of
amended.
2008 is amended to read as follows.
Okay.
3. Exception. Paragraph 2 shall not apply to an individual if the individual is A. Under 18 or over 65 years of age. B. Medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment. C. A parent or other member of a house hold with responsibility for a dependent child under 7 years of age. D. Otherwise exempt under subsection
10D2.
Huh?
E. A pregnant woman. F. Currently homeless. G. A veteran. H. 24 years of age or younger and
Okay.
was in foster care under the responsibility of a state on the date of attaining 18 years of age or such higher age as the state has elected under SEC Tie-in 475 8B 3 of the Social Security Act 42 USC 675 8B 3 or I. Responsible for a dependent child 7 years of age or older and is married to, and sides with, an individual who is in compliance with the requirements of paragraph 2. B. Sunset provision. The exceptions in subpara graphs F through H shall cease to have effect on Octo.
BER 1 2030.
SEC
Why does it freak out like that sometimes?
10,003.
It's there's what?
Able-bodied adults without dependents. Waivers. Section 6(o) of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 7 USC 2015 (o) is amended. 1. By amending paragraph 4A to read as follows. A. In general. On the request of a state agency and with the support of the chief executive officer of the state, the secretary may waive the applicability of paragraph 2 for not more than 12 consecutive months to any group of individuals in
All
the
right,
state
I don't
if
really
the
remember what's
secretary
in which
makes
places.
a determination that the county or
but
county
you can play a game at the
equivalent
same time?
as recognized by the census
Yes. So
bureau in which the individuals
Nix,
reside
what we
has
are reading is not
an
actually a book.
unemployment rate of over 10%.
This is
and
the One
2,
Big
in
Beautiful Bill
paragraph
Act,
6F,
which is
by
the
striking 8%
Donald Trump far-right
and
administration
inserting
bill
1%.
that has just passed the House of Representatives here in the
SEC.
United States.
10,004.
It outlines,
Availability of standard utility
you know, most
allowed.
notably to the average person, tax
Advances
policy
based on receipt of
affecting
energy as
average people, but it
See
also
sunset.
outlines a bajillion other
allowance
things
TO
connected to
recipients of
economics
energy
and
assist.
and
and
laws
stot.
here in the U.S.
1. Standard
It is
utility allowance.
Over
Section
1,000 pages. And
6, C,
I
4,
think
I
it is
of the
the
food and
genuine
nutrition.
intention of all the
Active
public leaders
2008,
that
7 USC
no normal
2014,
person actually read
6,
this,
C, 4, I
because it
years.
is terrible to read,
Amended by inserting
extremely
with an
giant,
elderly or disabled.
and just overall not fun.
Member after households.
I'm just going to see what's in
Conforming
it. Like, that's
amendments
just
dot
really,
section.
every time I do this, it's just because I want to know what's in the document, and see how bad it is, see how good it is.
Of the low-income home energy as
I mean, overall,
Assistance
from what I
Act is
understand, this
amended by
document is
inserting
effectively
received by
just,
household with an elderly or disabled member B.
yeah, yeah, we need the
4,
prayers.
consistent with section 5 E 6 C 4 I.
I mean, so far
B,
it's
third-party
been very
energy
predictable. I went
assistance
through
pay.
the table of
Mens.
contents,
Section
and the
5,
table of contents just
K4 of
outlined
the Food and Nutrition
everything
Act
you could imagine: medical
of
care,
2008, 7 USC
our
2014,
military and
K4
Department of
is amended.
Defense.
1 in
The
subparagraph
theme
A,
is
by
that
inserting
if
without. An
if
elderly
spending
or
can be
disabled
reduced
member
somehow,
after
it will be.
household.
No matter how
The
that
first
hurts a
place it
normal person.
appears, and
Um,
2 in subparagraph
and if
B,
money
by
can be
inserting with an
essentially tossed
elderly or
to the
disabled
wealthiest
member after
and
household,
business leaders, that's what's going to happen.
First place it appears. SEC 10,005. Restrictions on Internet expenses. Section
'Kay.
5 E 6 of the Food and Nutrition Act of
So yeah, this section
2008,
is about
7
amending the Food and
USC
Nutrition Act, which
2014, E
helps
6
people
is amended by adding it the
access
in the
food
following.
with government subsidization and help.
Restrictions on Internet X. Pences. Service fees associated with Internet. Connection, including, but not limited to, monthly subscriber fees, i.e., the base rate paid by the household each month in order to receive service, which may include high-speed Internet. Taxes and fees charged to the household by the provider that recur on regular bills, the cost of modem rentals and fees charged by the pro Veeder for initial installation shall not be used in computing the excess shelter expense deduct. SEC
Okay, so it's just making it harder for people to use
10,006.
government money to access internet.
matching funds requirements.
Not surprising
A,
at all from
in
these
general
guys.
Section 4A of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 USC 2013
Oh, they really are gonna say that 30
A
times, aren't
is
they?
amended. 1. By striking A subject to and inserting the following. A. Program. 1. Establishment. Subject to and 2. By adding at the end the following. 2. Matching funds requirements. A. In general. I. Federal share. Subject to sub. Paragraph B. The federal share of the cost of allotments described in paragraph 1 in a FIS. Cal year shall be I. For each of fiscal years 2026 and 2027, 100%, and 2. For fiscal year 2028 in each fiscal year thereafter, 95%. 2. State share. Subject to subpara. Graph B. The state share of the cost of allot ments described in paragraph 1 in a fiscal year shall be I. For each of fiscal years 2026 and 2027, 0%, and 2. For fiscal year 2028 in each fiscal year thereafter, 5%. B. State quality control incentive. Beginning in fiscal year 2028, any state that has a payment error rate, as defined in Section 16, for the most recent complete fiscal year for which data is available, of I. Equal to or greater than 6% but less than 8%, shall have its federal share of the cost of
Alright, my hand
allotments
actually hurts.
described in
I'm done
paragraph
clearing crap from this area.
1. For the current fiscal year equal 85%.
I gotta take my watch off while I stream
and its
because of the
state
way it's
share
roasting.
equal 15%. 2.
Oh, yeah, it's rubbing
Equal
on my
to
hand.
or greater than 8% but less
Less
than
than-
10%,
yep, I guess
shall
so.
have its federal share of the cost of allotments described in paragraph 1 for the current fiscal year equal 80% and its state share equal 20% and 3
Right, let's
equal
build some
to or
basic
greater
settlement
than
stuff.
10% shall have its federal share of the cost of allotments described in paragraph 1 for the rent fiscal year equal 75% and its state share equal 25%. B. Rule of construction. The Secretary of Agriculture may not pay towards the cost of allotments described in
Cool.
paragraph
Built the
1
house.
of section 4A of the Food and
Building beds.
Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2013, A, as designated by subsection A, an amount greater than the applicable federal share described in paragraph 2 of such section 4A, as added by subsection A. SEC 10,007. Administrative cost sharing. Section 16A of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 7 U.S.C. 2025 A is amended by striking 50% and inserting 25%. SEC 10,008. General Work Requirement Age. Section 6D of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 7 U.S.C. 2015 D is amended. 1. In paragraph 1A in the matter preceding clause I, by striking over the age of 15
Melon
and
time.
under the age of 60 foot and inserting over the age of 17 and under the age of 65 foot, and 2. In paragraph 2A, by striking child under age 6 and
Very fun.
inserting child under age 7, and B, by striking between 1 and 6 years of age and inserting between 1 and
Holy
7
cow,
years
okay.
of age. SEC 10,009. National Accuracy Clearinghouse. Section 11(x)(2) of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2020 (x)(2) is amended by adding at the end the following. D. Data sharing to prevent other multiple issuances.
Circuitry.
A
Okay,
state
I'm already
agency
running
shall
out of basic stuff that I'd need to advance
use
in the
each
game.
indication of multiple issuance, or each indication that an individual receiving mental nutrition assistance program benefits in one state
already
has
leveled up
applied to
once.
receive
Nice.
supplemental
Just from cooking.
nutrition assistance program benefits in another state to prevent multiple issuances of other federal and state assistance
Keeping it from
program
ever happening.
benefits.
There's just so much. They have so
a
much of
state
this belief
agency
that like there are
administers
people
through the end.
successfully scamming the system.
T-graded eligibility system
In that
the
way.
state uses to administer
God.
the Supplemental Nutrition Assist ANTS program in the state. SEC 10,010. Quality Control Zero Tolerance. Section 16 C1A2 of the Food and Nutrition Act 7 of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2025 C1A2 is amended. 1. In subclause I, by striking end at the end. 2. In
Okay,
subclause
I'm too heavy again.
2,
All right, that took no time.
A, by striking fiscal year thereafter and inserting of fiscal years
Aid
2015 through
miscellaneous
2025.
junk. Okay.
And B, by
I'll
striking
just
the
store all
period
the
at
junk.
the
There we
end
go.
and
Why not?
inserting and 3, by
Alright, we're heading
adding
to
at the
Concord.
end the following. 3 for each fiscal year there.
Heading to
After
Concord.
$0. SEC 10,011. National Education and Obesity TION Grant Program Repealer. The Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2011. ETSEEK is amended by striking Section 28, 7 USC 2036A SEC 10,012 Alien SNAP eligibility Section 6F of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 7 USC 2015 F is amended. 1. In the first sentence. A. By striking no and inserting in add. Addition to the limitations on eligibility in the PUR. Sonal responsibility and work opportunity. Reconciliation Act of 1996, no, and B. By striking.
What am I
or
playing?
C,
I am
an
playing
alien who
Fallout 4.
entered
I
the
thought
United
when I
States
first read
prior
you
to
said
June
what you
30th,
playing, I thought you said
1948,
watching
or
you
such
playing, and I'm like, oh,
subsequent date
okay.
as is enacted by law,
What you playing? Yes, I'm playing
has
Fallout 4.
continuously maintained his
Post-apocalyptic
or her
video
residence
game.
Denke in the
Free
United
dog.
States since then, and is not ineligible
Free
for
dog.
citizenship,
I got
but
dog
who
meat.
is deemed
Heck yeah.
to be lawfully admitted for permanent residence
Free dog.
as a result of an exercise of discretion by the Attorney General pursuant to Section 249 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1259, or D. An alien who is qualified for conditional entry pursuant to Sections 207 and 208 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1157 and 1158, or E. An alien who is lawfully present in the United States as a result of an exercise of discretion by the Attorney General for emergent reasons or reasons deemed strictly in the public interest pursuant to Section 212 D.5 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1182 D.5, or F. An alien within the United States as to whom the Attorney General has withheld deportation pursuant to Section 243 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1253 H and 2, in the 2D sentence by striking clauses B through F and inserting paragraph 2B. SEC 10,012. Emergency Food Assistance. Section 203D D5 of the Emergency Food Assist. ANS Act of 1983, 7 U.S.C. 7507 D5 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Subtitle B. Investment in Rural America. SEC 10,101. Safety Net. L. Reference price. Section 1111-19 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C.
How did you not die from that?
19 is amended to read as follows. 19. Reference price. A. In general. Subject to subpara. Graphs B and C. The term reference price with respect to a covered commodity for a crop year means the following. I. For wheat, $6.35 per bushel. 2. For corn, $4.10 per bushel. 3. For grain sorghum, $4.40 per bushel.
All right, let me check and verify what we're talking about. Safety net. We're already in subtitle B, investment in rural America. So we're talking about what? Making the reference price of different crops that are sold. The reference price is defined in paragraph A with respect to a covered commodity shall equal the reference price in the previous crop year multiplied by 1 point. So 0.5% increase. In no chance shall reference price for a covered commodity exceed 150% of the reference price for such covered commodity listed in paragraph sub A. Secretary shall provide the owners of eligible farms pursuant to paragraph and allocate these those eligible farms a total of not more than 30 million base acres. The notice on the paragraph showing forward information that the allocation is occurring. Eligibility for it. An owner of a farm that is eligible to receive an allocation of base acres may elect to not receive it. In 26, a farm is eligible to receive an allocation of base acres if, with respect to the farm, the amount described exceeds the amount described previously. The acreage planted on the farm to cover. Alright, I'll keep
For
reading.
barley, $5.45. For barley, $5.45 per bushel.
Okay, 1 sec.
$5.45 per bushel. B for oats, $2.65 per bushel. 6 for long grain rice, $16.90 per hundredweight. 7 for medium grain rice, $16.90 per hundredweight. 8 for soybeans, $10 per bush. 8. 9 for other oilseeds, $23.75 per hundredweight. X for peanuts, $630 per ton. 11 for dried peas, $13.10 per hun. Dredweight. 12 for lentils, $23.75 per hundred. Weight. 13 for small chickpeas, $22.65 per hundredweight. 14 for large chickpeas, $25.65 per hundredweight. 15 for seed cotton, 42 cents per pound. B. Effectiveness. Effective begin. Name with the 2031 crop year. The reference. Prices defined in subparagraph A with respect to a covered commodity shall equal the ref. The rent price in the previous crop year multiplied by 1.005. C. Limitation. In no case shall a ref. The rent price for a covered commodity exceed 115% of the reference price for such COV. Air commodity listed in subparagraph A. B. Base acres. Section 1112 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9012 is amended. 1. In subsection D3A by striking 2023 and inserting 2031 and 2. By adding at the end the following. E. Additional base acres. 1. In general. As soon as practicable. After the date of enactment of this subsection and notwithstanding subsection A, the Secretary shall provide notice to owners of eligible farms pursuant to paragraph 4 and allocate to those eligible farms a total of not more than an additional 30 million base acres in the manner provided in this subsection. 2. Content of notice. The notice under paragraph 1 shall include the following. F. Information that the allocation is OC. Occurring. B. Information regarding the eligibility of the farm for an allocation of base acres. Under paragraph 4. C. Information regarding how an owner. 5th. May appeal a determination of ineligibility for an allocation of base acres under paragraph 4 through an appeals process established by the Secretary. 3. An owner of a farm that is eligible to receive an allocation of base acres may elect to not receive that allocation by notifying the SEC. Read to read. 4. Eligibility. A. In general. Subject to subpara. Graph D. Effective beginning with the 2026 crop year. A farm is eligible to receive an alloca. Tie of base acres if, with respect to the farm, the amount described in subparagraph B. X exceeds the amount described in subparagraph C. B. 5-year average sum. The amount described in this subparagraph with respect to a farm is the sum of I. The 5-year average of I. The acreage planted on the farm to all covered commodities for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years, and 2. Any acreage on the farm that the producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to covered commodities because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other condition beyond the control of the producers as determined by the Secretary, plus 2. The lesser of I. 15% of the total acres on the farm, and 2. The 5-year average of AA. The acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years, and BB. Any acreage on the farm that the producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to eligible non-covered commodities because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other condition beyond the control of the producers as determined by the Secretary. C. Total number of base acres for covered commodities. The amount described in this subparagraph with respect to A. Farm is the total number of base acres for COV. Air commodities on the farm, excluding lunas. Sign crop base, as in effect on September 30th, 2024. D. Effective no recent plantings of covered commodities. In the case of A. Farm for which the amount determined under clause I of subparagraph B is equal to 0. That farm shall be ineligible to receive an alloca. Tie of base acres under this subsection.
Okay,
E. Acres
back
planted
to
on
it.
the farm to eligible non-covered commodities. Day. Find in this paragraph the term acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities means acreage planted on the farm to commodities other than covered commodities.
I
Trees,
have to
bushes,
slow
vines,
this
grass, or
down
pasture,
massively.
including
Yep.
cropland that was idle or fallow as determined by the Secretary. 5. Number of base acres. Subject to paragraphs 4 and 7. The number of base acres L located to an eligible farm shall A. Be equal to the difference obtained by subtracting the amount determined under sub paragraph C of paragraph 4 from the amount determined under subparagraph B of that paragraph, and B. Include unassigned crop base. 6. Allocation of acres. A. Allocation. The Secretary shall allocate the number of base acres under para. Graph 5. Among those covered commodities planted on the farm at any time during the 2019 through 2023 crop years. B. Allocation formula. The alloca. Tie-in of additional base acres for covered comb. commodity shall be in proportion to the ratio of I, the 5-year average of I, the acreage planted on the farm to each covered commodity for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years, and
Okay, now I don't know.
2. Any acreage on the farm that the producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop
I
years to
suck
that
at hacking in
COV.
this game.
Aired commodity because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other condition beyond the control of the producers as determined by the Secretary. 2. The 5-year average determined under paragraph 4b(I). C. Inclusion of all 5 years in a ver. Age. For the purpose of determining a 5-year acreage average under subparagraph B 4a. Farm, the Secretary shall not exclude any crop year in which a covered commodity was not planted. D. Treatment of multiple planting or prevented planting. For the purpose of determining under subparagraph B the acre age on a farm that producers planted or were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to covered commod. Ities, if the acreage that was planted or prevented from being planted was devoted to an other covered commodity in the same crop year, other than a covered commodity produced under an established practice of double crop paying, the owner may elect the covered commodity to be used for that crop year in mining the 5-year average, but may not include both the initial covered commodity and the subsequent covered commodity. E. Limitation. The allocation of additional base acres among covered commodities on a farm under this paragraph may not result in a total number of base acres for the farm in excess of the total number of acres on the farm. 7. Reduction by the Secretary. In car. Reading out this subsection, if the total number of eligible acres allocated to base acres across all farms in the United States under this subsection would...
I still really struggle to understand what this entire section is about. Andre, can you turn the AC back on?
Can I what?
Turn the AC back on.
X. Seed.
So this entire section is about essentially crop insurance and ways in which the federal government subsidizes farmers. I'm not noticing anything super glaring that seems particularly bad for everyone involved. Subsidizing farmers is how the U.S. works. I guess from an environmentalism standpoint, the monocrop agriculture that the United States relies on is not a good thing. I'd much rather see, rather than continuing the current system, I'd much rather see money being put into making it so cities and households are encouraged to do their own farming, essentially like effective urban gardening and household. OBS Studio, what disconnected? Okay, it sounds like apparently I just lost the internet for like a singular second there. That was weird. Whatever. I've never seen OBS tell me that before. It said disconnected for literally 1 second and then it disappeared. Weird. I wonder if I'll see that on my live studio in a second. Well, I'm going back to reading, going back to playing. Waiting for a far more
Purposes of
interesting section that I
determining.
understand better. There'll be a
A,
lot of sections throughout this
eligibility
where I
under
don't
paragraph
perfectly
4.
understand like the topics or the history or
1,
the law,
2 and
because I can't know everything,
3.
and I don't.
B. Eligible acres under paragraph 5. C. The allocation of acres under para. Graph 6. Dot. C. Producer election. Dot. Section 1115 of the AG. Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9015, is amended. 1. In subsection A, in the matter preceding. Paragraph 1, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031
Whoa.
and
Do not
2.
shoot people.
In subsection C, A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1. By striking 2014 crop year or the 2019 crop year as applicable and inserting 2014 crop year, 2019 crop year, or
So I'm going to be honest, I'm probably
2026
just going to
crop
lock
year
in and
as
not say a lot
AP.
during the whole farming aspect of this because I
Applicable.
don't understand the math
B,
of the
in
farming.
paragraph
I've always known
1,
that farmers
by
have to do an
striking
impressive amount of
2014
math and
crop
thinking
year or
about the federal subsidies and
2019
whatnot,
crop year as
but I
applicable.
didn't. I don't know
And
much else.
inserting 2014 crop year, 2019 crop year, or 2026 crop year as applicable, and C. In paragraph 2. 1. In subparagraph A, by striking, and at the end. 2. In subparagraph B, by striking, the period at the end and inserting, and. 3. By adding at the end the fall. Lowing. C. The same coverage for each covered commodity on the farm for the 2026 through 2031 crop years as was applicable for the 2024 crop year. D. Price loss coverage. Section 1116 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9016, is amended. 1. In subsection A, 2. In the matter preceding subparagraph A, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031.
Is that most of them?
2. In subsection C, 1, B, A, in the subparagraph heading, by strict ing 2023 and inserting 2031, and B. In the matter preceding clause I, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 3. In subsection D, by striking 2025 and inserting 2031, and 4. In subsection G, by striking
Alright, where's the death claw?
2012 through 2016 foot each place it appears and inserting
Hey, dog.
2017 through 2021 foot. E. Agriculture risk coverage. Section 1117 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9017, is amend.
In
1. In subsection
Where's the death claw?
A, in the matter preceding.
Where does it come from each time? I never
Paragraph
remember.
1, by striking
Is it down there?
2023
Oh, yeah, there it
and
is.
inserting 2031. 2. In subsection
Go away, Raider.
C, A,
Where's
in
the death claw
paragraph
at?
1,
How about I do
by
a little
inserting 4.
Save real quick
Each of
because
the
it's been a while.
2014 through 2024 crop years and 90% of the benchmark revenue for each
Where's the death claw?
of the
There it is.
2025 through 2031 crop years before the period at the end. B. By striking 2023 each place at AP. Pairs and inserting 2031 and
Am I out of ammo?
C. In paragraph 4.
I'm out of
B,
ammo. Was I
in the
really supposed to
subpara.
save all of it just for the death claw?
Graph
That's
heading,
insane.
by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 3. By amending subsection D1B to read as follows. B.I. for each of the crop years 2014 through 2024, 10%
Okay,
of the
I messed up.
benchmark. Revenue
All right,
for the crop
I
year
used way too
applicable
much
under sub
on the
section C
Raiders, and
and
not enough on the actual Deathclaw.
2 for each of the crop years 2025 through 2031, 12.5% of the benchmark. Revenue for the crop year applicable under sub section C dot and 4 in subsections E, G, 5 and I, 5, 5.
Man, that didn't
Striking
even do anything to him.
2023 each place it appears and inserting 2031. F.
Where did I just
equitable
fall
treatment
into?
of certain ENTI. Ties dot. 1 in general dot section 1001 of the food.
What just happened?
Security Act of 1985.
Did that dog just de-aggro the
7
Deathclaw?
USC 1308 is amended. A in subsection A
What?
1.
Oh, yeah,
by
that took a while. What the heck?
redesignating paragraph 5 as
I
paragraph
don't know.
6
it was supposed to
and
hurt. I don't really follow.
2 by inserting after paragraph 4 the following. 5. Qualified pass-through entity. The term qualified pass-through entity means a partnership within the meaning of Subchapter K of Chapter 1 of the Internal Rev. NUI Code of 1986. B. An S corporation, as defined in SEC. Tie-in 1361 of that code. C. A limited liability company that does not affirmatively elect to be treated as a COR. Corporation and D. A joint venture or general partner. Ship. B. In subsections B and C by striking. Except a joint venture or general partnership. Each place it
There we go.
appears and inserting except A. Qualified pass-through entity and C in subsection D by striking subtitle. B in all that follows through the end and in. Inserting Title I of the Agricultural Act
Oh,
of
I died that quick. Dang.
2014.
Alright, I'm gonna have to relearn a lot about this game because
2.
this intro part, I
Attribution
died a
of
lot at.
payments dot section 1001 E3B2 of the Food Security Act of 1985. 7 USC 1308 E3B2 is amended. A. In the clause heading, by striking. Joint ventures and general partner. Ships and inserting qualified pass. Through entities. B. By striking a joint venture or a gen. Arrow partnership and inserting a qualified pass-through entity. C. By striking joint ventures and general partnerships and inserting qualified pass through entities, and D. By striking the joint venture or gen arrow partnership and inserting the qualified pass-through entity. 3. Persons actively engaged in farm. ING. Section 1001A B2 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 USC 1308-1 B2 is amended. A. Subparagraphs A and B by strict. ING in a general partnership, a participant in. A joint venture each place it appears and in. Inserting a qualified pass-through entity, and B in subparagraph C by striking A. General partnership, joint venture, or similar. Entity in inserting a qualified pass-through. Entity or a similar entity. 4. Joint and several liability. Section 1001B D of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7. USC 1308-2
Adjusted
D
gross income
is amended
calculation?
by striking partner. Ships and joint ventures and inserting qualified. Pass-through entities. 5. Exclusion from AGI calculation.sec. Tie-in 1001D D of the Food Security Act of 1985
It looks
7.
like I have to fight the Deathclaw
USC
manually.
1308-3A D is amended by striking Gen. Aero partnership or joint venture each place at AP. Pairs. I'd pass. G. Payment limitations. Section 1001 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 USC 1308, is amended. 1. In subsection B. A. By striking the and inserting sub. Check to subsection I, the, and. B. By striking $125,000 and inserting for $155,000. 2. In subsection C. A. By striking the and inserting sub. Check to subsection I, the, and.
Uh-oh.
B. By striking $125,000 and inserting $155,000 and 3. By adding at the end the following. I. Adjustment. For the 2025 crop year end. Each crop year thereafter, the Secretary shall annually add just the amounts described in subsections B and C. 4. Inflation based on the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics
No, god dang it.
of the Department of Labor.
Close though. I'm
H.
slowly killing it.
Adjusted gross income limitation.sec. Tie-in 1001D B of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 USC 1308-3A B is amended. 1. In paragraph 1 by striking paragraph 3 and inserting
Why did I drop down to
paragraphs
7
3
FPS?
and 4 and 2 by adding at the end the following. 4. Exception for certain operations. Definitions. In this paragraph. I. Accepted payment or ben. F. The term accepted payment or benefit means I. A payment or benefit under Subtitle E of Title I of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 USC 9081 ET. 2. A payment or benefit under
Alright, got that done.
Section 196 of the Federal Agriculture Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 USC 7333, and 3. A payment or benefit date. Scribed in paragraph 2C, received on or after October 1st, 2024. 2. Farming, ranching, or silviculture activities. The term farming, ranching, or silviculture activi. Ties includes agritourism, direct-to-con, consumer marketing of agricultural products, the sale of agricultural equipment by a person or legal entity that owns such equipment and other agriculture-related activities as determined by the Secretary. B. Exception. In the case of an except payment or benefit, the limitation estab. List by paragraph 1 shall not apply to a person or legal entity during a crop, fiscal, or program year as appropriate if greater than or equal to 75%
This is just
of the
an endless
average
amount
gross
of
income of the person
farming
or
lore.
legal entity derives from farm,
Holy cow.
ing, ranching, or silviculture activities. 1. Marketing loans. 1. 1. Availability of non-recourse MAR. Keating assistance loans for loan commod. It is. Section 1201(b)(1) of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9031(b)(1) is amended by strict ING 2023 and inserting 2031. 2. Loan rates for non-recourse MAR. Keating assistance loans. Section 1202 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9032, is amend.
In.
A. In subsection B. 1. In the subsection heading, by strict ING 2023 and inserting 2025, and 2. In the matter preceding paragraph 1. By striking 2023 and inserting 2025. B. By redesignating subsection C and D as subsections D and E, respectively. C. By inserting after subsection B the following. C. 2026 through 2031 crop years. For per. Poses of each of the 2026 through 2031 crop years, the loan rate for a marketing assistance loan under section 1201 for a loan commodity shall be equal to the following. 1. In the case of wheat, $3.72 per bushel. 2. In the case of corn, $2.42 per bushel. 3. In the case of grain sorghum, $2.42 per bushel. 4. In the case of barley, $2.75 per bushel. 5. In the case of oats, $2.20 per bushel. 6. In the case of upland cotton, 55 cents per pound. 7. In the case of extra long staple cotton, $1 per pound. 8. In the case of long grain rice, $7.70 per hundredweight. 9. In the case of medium grain rice, $7.70 per hundredweight. 10. In the case of soybeans, $6.82 per bushel. 11. In the case of other oilseeds, $11.10 per hundredweight for each of the following kinds of oil.
Alright, totally
Seeds.
losing it. What in God's name is this section about? I still don't understand. The loan rates for marketing assistance under marketing assistance loan under section 1201 for loan commodity shall be equal to, so it's just setting new numbers for how much farmers get to keep their farms afloat. Different oils, peas, wool, seed cotton, and corn. Man, so this is how Trump gets so many farmers on his side. He might actually follow through and do things that help big farmers with like a bunch of money to work with in the first place. Cottons, refunds for it's so interesting how much effort they're willing to put into like, oh, you happen to have a drought. I'm sure that happened for completely unexplainable reasons. Let's just help you deal with that instead of, trying to work on. Obviously, I think drought insurance should make some sense. I don't know, it's complicated, but obviously the droughts are becoming increasingly common. They're increasing the amount of surface area which they affect, and that is a consequence of ongoing climate change. At the very least, though, sheer the breadth of the issues, how severe they are, as well as how kind of often they're happening, and how unusually severe they tend to be. Those are all pretty notable consequences of climate change at scale. All right, I'm skipping around too much. I need to just deal with listening to farm nonsense forever. Simply
Make
deal.
an initial determination fall. Lowering the publication of the World Agri. Cultural supply and demand estimates in. This subparagraph referred to as waste approved by the World Agricultural Outlook Board for the month of Jan. URI that is applicable to the crop year for which a determination under subparagraph A is made, and 2. Provide for an initial reassign. Meant under subparagraph A, I, not later than 30 days after the date of the announcement of such waste. 4. Reallocations of tariff rate quota. Shortfall. Section 359K of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359 KK, is amended by adding at the end the following. C. Reallocation.
Hey there.
1. Initial reallocation. Subject to para. Graph 3. Following the establishment of the tariff rate quotas under subsection A for a quota year. The United States Trade Representative in consulta. Tie-in with the Secretary shall determine which countries do not intend to fulfill their allocation for the quota year, and B. Reallocate any forecasted
All
shortfall
right, time to put on the
the
best armor I
fulfillment
have
of
in
the
general.
tariff rate quotas as soon as practicable. 2. Subsequent reallocation. Subject to paragraph 3. Not later than March 1st of a quota year. The United States Trade Representative, in consultation with the Secretary, shall reallocate any additional forecasted shortfall in the fulfillment of the tariff rate quotas for raw cane sugar established under subsection A1 for that quota year. 3. Cessation of effectiveness. Para. Graphs 1 and 2 shall cease to be in effect if
Forgot about getting clean water. Dang it.
the agreement suspending the count
Completely forgot about getting clean water.
Surveilling duty investigation on sugar from Mexico, signed
gonna
December
build
19th,
bunch of
2014,
wells.
is terming. Nate and B. No countervailing duty order under Subtitle A of Title 7 of the Tariff Act of 1930. 19 U.S.C. 1671 ET is in effect with respect to sugar from Mexico. D. Refined sugar. 1. Definition of domestic sugar industry. Try. In this subsection,
Wow, I'm
the
learning
term
so much
domestic
about
sugar
how farming works right now.
industry means domestic. Sugar beet producers and processors. B. Producers and processors of sugar cane, and C. Refiners of
Murphy,
raw
you're getting
cane
assigned
sugar.
to-
2. Study
You're getting
required.
assigned to food. Go work the
A.
fields.
In general. Not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this sub section, the Secretary shall conduct a study on whether the establishment of additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar imports is necessary and appropriate. B. Elements. In conducting the study, under subparagraph A, the Secretary shall examine the following. I. The need for defining refined sugar as having a minimum polarization of 99.8 degrees or higher. 2. Establishing a standard for color or reflectance-based units for refined
hell did I
sugars
just pull
such
up?
as those utilized by the International Commission of
Uh-oh.
Form methods of sugar analysis. 3. Prescribing specifications for packaging type for refined sugar. 4. Prescribing specifications for transportation modes for refined.
Andrea, how do I leave the
Sugar.
console in Fallout 4? Can you Google that
B.
for me? I've
Requiring
messed up.
affidavits or other evidence that sugar imported as refined sugar will not undergo further refining in the United States.
Andrea?
6.
'Cause
Prescribing
I don't know what
appropriate
I've done.
terms and conditions to avoid the CIR Convention of Federal Laws relating to any sugar imports.
What have I done?
And 7. Establishing other defining
And that button is.
tie-ins, terms and conditions, or other requirements. 2. The potential impact of
tilde?
modifica tie-ins described in each of subclauses I
That's not even on here.
through 7 of clause I on the domestic
Got it. Thank you.
sugar industry. 3. Whether, based on the needs described in clause I and the impact described in clause 2, the establishment of 1. Additional terms and conditions as APRO. 2. Priet. 3. C. Consultation. In conducting the 4. Study under subparagraph A, the Secretary. 5. Shall consult with representatives of the domes. 6. Tick sugar industry, users of refined sugar, and 7. Relevant state and federal agencies. 8. D.
Crap, I
Report.
gotta figure out how to
Not
make more
later
food
than 1
that.
year.
I don't know how.
9. After the date of enactment of this subsection. 10. The Secretary shall submit to the Committee on 11. Agriculture of the House of Representatives
Andrea, can you now set it back up to
12.
like 75?
and the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition. 13. And Forestry of the Senate a report that 14. Scribes the findings of the study conducted. 15. Under subparagraph A. 16. 3. Establishment of additional terms. 17. And conditions permitted. 18. A. In general. Based on the findings. 19. In the report submitted under paragraph 2D, and after providing notice to the Committee on Agriculture of the House of Representatives and the Committee
Alright,
on
I can make about
Agriculture,
5,000 wood posts.
Nutrition and Forestry of the Senate, the SEC. Readery may issue regulations in accordance with subparagraph B to establish additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar reports that are necessary and appropriate. B. Promulgation of regulations. The Secretary may issue regulations under sub. Paragraph A. If the regulations I. do not have an adverse impact on the domestic sugar industry, and 2. are consistent with the requirements of this part, Section 156 of the Fed.
Yep, leveled up already. Nice.
Aerial
I'm
Agriculture
just gonna
Improvement
keep
and
spamming
Reform.
everything into
Act
Video
of
Savant.
1996, 7 U.S.C.
Till I have a max.
7272, and Obliga. Tie-ins under
I need to be
international
level
trade
11
agreements
first. I'm only level 5 in real life.
that have been approved by Congress.
Okay.
5.
I'm gonna keep doing this then.
Clarification of tariff rate quota. Adjustments. Section 359K B1 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359 KK B1 is amended in the matter preceding. Subparagraph A. By striking before and inserting, notwithstanding any other provision of law, before and. B. By striking if there is an insert. ing for the sole purpose of responding directly. 2-1. 6. Period of effectiveness. Section 359L A of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938. 7 U.S.C. 1359 LL
70
A
million.
is amended by
That's
striking 2023 and inserting 2031. M. Dairy Policy Updates. 1. Dairy Margin Coverage Production History. A. Definition. Section 14018 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9051, 8 is amended by striking when the participating dairy operation first registers to participate in dairy margin coverage. B. Production history of partici Pateing dairy operations. Section 1405 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9055 is amended. 1. By amending subsection A to read as follows. F. Production history. Except as provided in subsection B, the production history of a dairy operation for dairy margin coverage is equal to the highest annual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation ing any one of the 2021, 2022, or 2023 calendar years. And 2. By amending subsection B2. Read as follows. B. Election by new dairy operations. In the case of a participating dairy operation that has been in operation for less than a year, the participating dairy operation shall elect one of the following methods for the Secretary to determine the production history of the participating dairy operation. 1. The volume of the actual milk marketings for the months the participating dairy operation has been in operation extrapolated to a yearly amount. 2. An estimate of the actual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation based on the herd size of the participating dairy operation relative to the national rolling herd average data published
What am I on?
by
I'm on
the
page
Secretary.
67 on 1118.
2.
Holy crap.
Dairy margin coverage payments. Section 1406
It's impressive how boring the
A1C
first section
of
is.
the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9056 A1C is amended by strict ing 5 million and inserting 6 million each. Place it appears. 3. Premiums for dairy margins. A. Tiraida, Section 1407(b) of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057(b) is amended. 1. In the
I think
heading
I've had
by
enough of this.
striking
Yes,
2.
me and my 5,000 wood posts.
5 million and inserting 6
Heck
million.
yeah.
3.
Oh my god.
And
I
4.
haven't leveled up 4
2
times. I don't
in
really believe that at
paragraph
all.
1 by striking.
Dang it. Okay.
5.
I think the only option is to put
5
half of
million
it
and
into
inserting 6 million.
freaking strength. There we go.
6.
Killing it.
B. Tier 2 Section
Crawl out through the
1407 C
fire,
of
baby.
the Agri.
When you see that.
7.
Crawl out.
Cultural Act of
fall out, baby.
2014, 7
Like
U.S.C.
an atom bomb.
9057 C is 8. Amended. 9. 1 in the heading by striking. 10.
Just piece.
5 million and inserting 6 million. 11. And 12. 2 in paragraph
You got your right
1
leg?
by striking.
No right leg, anything?
13.
There we go. Fully
5
fully
million
covering
and
gear.
inserting 6 million. 14. C. Premium discounts. Section 15. 1407 G of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7. 16. USC 9057 G is amended. 17. 1 in paragraph 1. 18. 1 by striking 2019 through 19. 2023 foot and inserting 2026 through 20. 2031 foot and 21. 2 by striking January 2019. 22. And inserting January 2026 and 23. 2 in paragraph 2 by striking. 24. 2023 each place it appears and inserting. 25. 2031. 4. Duration. Section 1409 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9059, is amended by striking 2025 and inserting 2031. N. Suspension of permanent price support. Authority. Section 1602 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9092, is amended by striking 2023 each place it appears and inserting
Here we go.
2031.
More cave.
Oh, implementation. Section 1614 C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9097 C is amended by adding at the end the following. 5. Fiscal year 2025 reconciliation. The Secretary shall make available to the Farm Service Agency to carry out Section 10101 of the Act titled an Act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Corn. Res 14 foot and the amendments made by that section, $50 million to remain able until expended, of which A. Not less than $5 million shall be used to carry out paragraphs 3 and 4 of subsection B. B. $3 million shall be used for activi ties described in paragraph 3A of this section. C. $3 million shall be used for activities described in paragraph 3B of this Section and D.
I'm out of
$10
bobby
million
pins. No way,
shall
that
be
sucks.
used to I.
Oh.
Carry out mandatory surveys of
Oh, still need to get to Diamond
dairy
City.
production cost and product yield in formation to be reported by manufacturers. Required to report under Section 273 of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7. USC 1637b, for all products processed in the same facility or facilities, and 2. Publish the results of such
What should I call you?
vase
Oh, my name is
biennially.
Spencer, but a lot of people will just call me
P.
Quiet,
Livestock
like as a
Safety Net
nickname.
Updates dot.
And then I go by
1
they,
in
them,
general
if that's
section
what people want to use for me.
1501B of the Agri Cultural
But
Act
yeah.
of 2014.
A lot of people just call me
7
Spencer 'cause
USC
it's my name, and then
9081B is amend.
People who don't realize that's my
A.
name usually call me Quiet.
A. By amending
Yeah,
paragraph
which is
2
ironic
to
because I'm
read
not
as
quiet at all as a person.
follows.
Though I am quiet recently
2.
because I'm
Payment rates dot.
stuck in this really
Of
bored
losses
section of
due
the
to predation
entire
dot in.
document.
Indemnity payments to an eligible producer on A. Farm under paragraph 1A shall be made at a rate of 100% of the market value of the affected livestock on the applicable date as
I'm gonna die. Alright.
determined by the Secretary. B. Losses due to adverse weather or disease. Indemnity payments to an elegy. Producer on a farm under subparagraph B or C of paragraph 1 shall be made at a rate of 75% of the market value of the AF. Affected livestock on the applicable date as mined by the Secretary. C. Determination of market value. In determining the market value D. Described in subparagraphs A and B, the SEC. Readery may consider the ability of eligible due chairs to document regional price premiums for affected livestock that exceed the national age market price for those livestock. D. Applicable date defined. In this paragraph, the term applicable date means with respect to livestock as applicable.
Have I achieved self-actualization?
The
I don't
day
know.
before the date of
It's a
death.
little early for my mid-20s
of
to
the
already have
livestock
hit self-actualization. I feel like that typically
2,
hits
the day
later in a
before the
person's
date of
life.
the event that caused the harm to the livestock. That resulted in a reduced sale price.
Not to mention, I'm
and
not sure anyone can functionally
B,
truly
by
achieve
adding at the end
self-actualization
the following.
under
5,
I don't know,
additional
under the kind of
payment
governments
for
we find
unborn
ourselves
live
under.
stock.
I think that requires a lot more
A,
freedom
in
than most
general.
people are given.
In the case of unborn
Let's see, maybe I can
livestock
yeah,
death
grab
losses
some
incurred on or after
different
Janu.
things.
Airy 1, 2024,
Potato.
the Secretary shall make an annual payment to
Let's see.
eligible producers on farms that have incurred such losses in excess of the normal
Cool.
mortality due
Trade
to
down.
a condition specified in paragraph 1. B. Payment rate. Additional pay.
Order?
Ments under subparagraph A
Alright.
shall be made at a rate
Everything that I'm not
I
wearing
determined
right
by
now.
the Secretary and 2 less than or equal to 85% of the payment rate established with respect to the lowest weight class of the live
Okay, now I need to get a bunch
stock
of crap from
as
cards and go
determined
for
by the Secretary Act
it. Stim
ING
pack.
through the administrator of the
Perfect.
farm
Cool.
service agency. C. Payment amount. The amount of
Yes.
a payment
Can
to
you
an
speak on that
eligible
process?
producer
I'd-
that has incurred
Don't know.
unborn livestock death losses shall be equal
Oh,
to
this
the
is that
payment
theater.
rate determined under subparagraph B multiplied in the case of live stock described in I subparagraph A, B, or F of
Nice.
subsection A 4 by 1. 2. Subparagraph D of such sub. Section by 2. 3. Subparagraph E of such sub. Section by 12 and 4. Subparagraph G of such sub.
I am
Section
finally
by
out
the
of
average
that.
number of birth.
And now I am stuck
Animals for one gestation cycle for
normal
they.
with one gestation. So what are we
Species of
talking
each
about?
such livestock as deter.
Oh god, they're talking about
Mined by the secretary.
how old the livestock is.
D.
Okay.
Unborn
Really confusing
livestock
stuff.
death losses.
Can I ask for
Define
spiritual
in
advice?
this
I probably
paragraph
have
the term unborn.
very little valuable
Livestock
spiritual
death
advice.
losses means losses of any life.
I'm not a spiritual person at all.
Stock described in subparagraph.
Typically, the
A,
word I like to
B,
use is I am
D,
an empiricist,
E,
meaning
F,
like
or G
I
of
genuinely don't
subsection
believe or engage with
A4
anything that I
was
can't observe or measure.
gestating on the date of the death of the
Or
live.
at least, like, if I can't, I try not to worry about
Stop.
it because it won't affect me. So there's a
2.
little bit
Livestock
of stoicism
forage
built into
disaster
that sort of
program
empiricism
dot.
where it's like, well,
Section
I'm worried about what's real and
1501
material
C,
and physical
3,
and observable
D,
and
2,
knowable
I
because
of the
only
Agricultural
those
Act
things affect me as far as I've ever
of
been able to tell.
2014,
So,
7 USC
spiritual advice?
9081,
I ain't got
C,
nothing.
3, D, 2,
Existential
I
advice?
is
Yeah, I
an
mean, I
M.
can always do that.
8.
A. By striking one monthly
Oh,
payment
person.
and
Oh, you're younger. Yeah, I can
Inserting
give
2
advice if you're
monthly
younger.
payments
I'm a teacher.
and
I've been giving young adults advice my entire
B.
professional
by
career.
striking county
Definitely.
for at least 8 con.
That's easy.
Secutive and
I
inserting
try to be
the
super
following.
neutral and thoughtful about
County.
that sort of stuff just because I've
For
worked
not
with younger
less
people my
than
entire life and make it
AA for consecutive weeks
my responsibility to not mess up
during the normal
the
grazing
kind of
period.
advice I would give. But that could
For the
mean that I...
county
Oh,
as
I died finally.
determined by
Oh,
the
I
secretary
die eventually in this
shall
game.
be eligible
Not that I
to
didn't die earlier.
receive assistance
Dang it,
under
I was not
this
fast enough to run away from that bomb.
paragraph
Wonder where it's
in an
gonna put me.
amount equal to
Concord?
1 monthly
Whatever.
payment using the monthly payment rate deter.
I'm going straight to Diamond City.
Mined
The game
under
starts happening in
subparagraph
Diamond City. I'm
B,
just going to go there.
or
If I can remember where it is.
BB any of the 7 of the previous 8 consecutive. 3. Emergency assistance for livestock. Honeybees and farm-raised fish. Section
Honeybees. Yes, this is Fallout 4.
1501 D of the Agricultural
I've never played
Act of
another Fallout game. I've only ever played this
7
one.
USC.
And I've seen funny videos of
1981
people
D
kind of
is
speedrunning
amended
it.
by adding at the end the fall.
I'm realizing that
Blowing
if we're already on page 74 of this 1,000-page
assistance for
document and
losses
I'm
due to
only this
bird.
far into the game, I probably won't beat it
Depredation
before
dot.
this document is over.
A.
Because
payments
it's...
dot eligible
Even though it's a
producers
1,000-page
on
document,
A.
it's going pretty quickly because the font is
Farm of
large.
farm-raised fish,
And
including
I'm
fish
apparently
grown
not very good at playing Fallout quickly.
as food for human consumption shall be eligible. Bleed to receive payments under this subsection 2. Aid in the reduction of losses due to piscivorous birds. B.
Birds.
Payment rate dot.
I can't believe the entire first part of this
I, in
document is
general, dot
just
the
a
payment
million
rate.
things about
For
laws
payments
connected
under
to
subparagraph B
paying farmers back if their
shall
crops
be
fail or don't
determined
do
by the
well or if
secretary,
there's a drought.
tax.
Like, that's the entire document.
ing into account. I. Costs associated with the day. Tarrants of piscivorous birds. 2.
God,
The
they're
value
piscivorous
of lost
birds. What does
fish
that mean?
and
I imagine that just means birds that are
revenue
eating
due
crops.
to bird
But
depredation, and 3. Costs associated with dis. Ease loss
okay,
from bird
I'm realizing
depredation.
that I probably don't remember where Diamond
2.
City actually
Minimum
is.
rate dot
Oh,
the
here.
payment.
Oh, hey, it already shows me where Diamond City
Rate
is.
for
That's
payments
interesting.
under subparagraph B shall be not less than $600 per acre of farm-raised fish. C. Payment amount dot the amount of. A payment under subparagraph B shall be the product obtained by multiplying. I. The applicable payment rate under.
I can't. It's
Subparagraph
genuinely been like
C and
40.
2. 85% of the total number of acres
It's
of
just been 40
farm-raised fish
actual
farms
pages
that the
of
Eli
farm policy.
Gibble producer has in production for the
I cannot believe that.
calendar year. 4. Tree Assistance Program. Section 1501 E
What's getting
of
me
the
still?
Agricultural
Mole
Act
rat,
of
what the heck?
2014,
There's a
7
mole rat
USC.
doing right here.
9081E is amended. A.
Hey, how do we
in
get to Diamond
paragraph
City?
2B by striking 15%, adjusted for normal mortality, and
Get me there.
inserting normal mortality, and B. in paragraph 3, 1 in subparagraph A, I by striking 15% mortality, adjusted for normal mortality,
What blew me up?
and inserting normal
What is
more.
this game? Why do I die so often in this game? Even when I play it personally, I die all the time. I've just never been good at it.
50 and insert. ING 65.
Oh my god, I have to start quick saving every like 5 minutes.
2 by striking 15%
That's gonna be my only option.
dam. Age or mortality.
You know, that's what I thought
adjusted for
the
normal.
there's a
Tree damage and
live action
mortality,
television
and
show about this. So I find it really hard to talk
Inserting
to people. I
normal
want to
tree
get better,
damage
but I
or
don't know
more.
how. Talking to people.
Mortality.
I
Q,
feel that
emergency assistance
when
for honeybees
talking
dot in.
to like one or two people,
Determining
like in just a
honeybee colony
either
losses
public or private
eligible for
setting,
assistance.
probably not private because it's probably
Under
someone new to you.
section
So,
1501
like when
D
talking to
of
people
the
and
Agricultural
just
Act
getting
of
used to being sociable,
2014-7.
I find that getting good at public
USC
speaking,
9081
which is
D,
talking to
the
large
secretary
groups in
shall
public,
utilize a normal more.
kind of takes that edge off
Mortality rate of
completely.
15%.
Like if you can get yourself comfortable talking
R,
to a
beginning
large
and
group of
veteran
people,
farmer
or
and
just
ranch.
presenting an
Or
idea
benefit
to
dot.
an audience,
1 definitions dot.
and I just mean like in school, like
And
in
in
school.
general dot
I don't know where
section
you are in school. You don't have to
502
tell me. You
B
probably
of
shouldn't
the
because I'm a random person on the internet. But
Federal
you know,
Crop
if a person were in
Insurance
high
Act,
school, for example,
7 USC
or college,
1502B
and they were taking
is
courses,
amended.
and there was an option to do
1
a
in
presentation
paragraph
for
3 by
an
striking
activity,
5.
I would choose
And
to do the
inserting
presentation
10
because
and
if you force yourself to
2
get
in
comfortable doing that
paragraph
sort of stuff in
14
public
B,
to large groups, it just
1
gives you the
in
confidence to
clause
do it
I
with
by
those
adding
smaller, more private settings
At
with
the
one or
end
two
after
people
the
or new friends,
semicolon.
because
2 in clause
you've just
2
already
by
completely
striking
like
5.
jumped in head first. So I guess I'm essentially just
Years
saying like
or
jump
in
straight in.
inserting
Like
10
don't.
years.
I
And
don't think there's a good way to get comfortable
3
talking
in
to people
clause
and being
3 by
sociable
striking.
without just going straight into it.
5-year and inserting
Because
10-year.
it's my feeling that
B,
if you
conforming
go too
amendment
slowly
dot
with it,
section.
you're really likely to
522 C
to get
7
hung up on
of
the couple of
Federal
mistakes you'll
Crop
make in the very
Insurance
beginning
Act,
because like
7.
that will happen.
USC
Like it's almost unavoidable that you will make
1522
mistakes
C7 is
when
amended
trying
by
to figure out
striking
how to be
sub.
sociable with other people.
Paragraph F. 2. Increase in assistance dot section.
So
508
I just say
E8 of
jump
the
straight into
Federal
it
Crop
and
Insurance
challenge
Act,
yourself
7.
to go even beyond just
USC
normal
1508
stuff.
E8
Get
is
comfortable
amended.
with talking to groups and doing stuff
A,
you think you
by
wouldn't normally.
striking
Because if you
notwithstanding
go
and in.
slow when you first kind of
Inserting
get
the
comfortable
following.
being sociable or charismatic
A,
is the word I
in
like to
general
use. Is
dot
I like to say like, oh,
notwithstanding.
you're learning how to be
B,
charismatic
in
and talk to other people.
subparagraph A, as
Um,
soda.
I think if you go slow, when you
Ignited
make that
by
little mistake,
striking
which you
is
will,
10
you'll make like a
percentage
tiny
points.
little mistake. You'll say the wrong
Greater than
word
and
or
inserting is the
interpret
number of.
some body language
Percentage
wrong
points
or say something kind of
specified in
awkward.
subparagraph B,
If you go slow at it and you
Greater
kind of
than
only dip your
and.
toes into being sociable,
C,
you're going to
by
notice those
adding at the
mistakes
end
so
the
hard
following.
and they're going to make you not want to try ever
B,
again.
percentage
So
points
I
adjust.
find like just go into it head
Thence
first,
dot the
be awkward
percentage
for a little
points
bit.
referred to in
And
subparagraph
honestly, like,
A are the following.
you're going to make mistakes, you're going to
I,
misunderstand
for
things.
each of the first
The
and
important
second.
part is that you choose to be respectful and kind to people.
Reinsurance years that a beginning farmer
You know, if you
or
do
rancher or veteran
struggle
farmer or
to
rancher
talk with other people,
participates
thing you gotta
as a
do
beginning
is
farmer or
when you do eventually mess up,
rancher or
immediately
veteran
own up to it and be
farmer
like,
or
cool, I
rancher,
didn't mean
read.
to like
respectively in the
say whatever,
applicable policy or plan
and just focus on being
of
respectful.
insurance 15 percentage
My fear is that
points.
people would say I'm bland.
2
I don't-
for the third reinsurance year.
I think only
That a
very
beginning
bland people
farmer
think
or
of other
rancher
people
or
as bland. Like it's really hard to
Errant
find a
farmer
truly
or
bland
rancher
person.
participates as
Like I thoroughly
beginning
believe.
farmer or
I think it's.
rancher or veteran.
I don't know. As long
Farmer
as you're
or
not like
rancher,
an unkind
respectively, in
person,
the AP.
I don't think you should worry about.
Applicable
feeling
policy or
bland?
plan of insurance,
I also don't
13
think it's really worth worrying about what other people say in
Percentage
general. But
points.
that's not really useful advice because you can't
3 for the fourth
do anything with that. You
reinsurance
can't
year.
manually change worrying
that a
about what other
beginning
people think.
farmer or rancher
I
or
think
vet,
really boring people are the type to
errand
call other
farmer
people
or
bland.
rancher
Like, that's what I think. I
participates
think
as
that's just
A.
like a garbage human being that
Beginning
would be like, "Ooh,
farmer
you're not
or
interesting
rancher
enough."
or
Well, that
veteran.
person's clearly not interesting.
Farmer
If they
or
can't
rancher,
hold the attention of
respectively,
another
in
person
the
long enough to
AP.
get to know them and realize that every person has a
Applicable policy or
very
plan
interesting
of
and complicated
insurance,
story behind
11
them.
per.
So,
Percentage
I
points.
don't, no one's bland. Everyone has interests.
4
Everyone has
for each
experiences
of
that are
the
unique.
fifth
Everyone has a
through.
perspective that's unique.
10th reinsurance
I
years
just think,
at the
like,
beginning.
only jerks
Farmer or
would
rancher or veteran farmer
call someone
or
bland. I just don't think.
rancher participates
Those people aren't
as
worth
a
your time
beginning
anyway.
farmer
Generally, just not worth your time.
or rancher or
You're
veteran
not interesting
farmer
enough.
or rancher,
Imagine being like that's
respectively,
more
in the
boring than an actual
applicable
bland
policy
person.
or
Thinking and feeling that way is more bland.
plan of insurance 10 percentage points. S. Area-based crop insurance coverage and affordability. 1. Coverage level. Section 508 C4 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act 7 U.S.C. 1508 C4 is amended. A. By amending subparagraph A.2.2. Read as follows. 2. May be purchased
All right,
at
I'm
any
gonna
level.
get a bajillion
Not
of their
to
food.
exceed.
I'm gonna use that to
I,
go plant
in the
my
case
bases.
of the individual.
I remember
Yield
doing this
or
each
revenue
time
coverage
consistently.
85%. 2. In the case of individual. Yield or revenue coverage aggregated.
Mute fruit. I don't
Across
remember what that is.
multiple commodities, 90 per cent, and 3. In the case of area yield or
Okay, this is a giant garden
revenue
area.
coverage as determined by
Supervisor Brown.
the corporation 95% and B. In subparagraph C. 1.
Okay, then.
In clause
Interesting.
2 by striking 14 and
I fear I come off as rude or
Inserting
mean. How do I
10
avoid that?
and
Okay, so I
2
completely
in
understand
clause
that personally
3
because
by striking
aside from
86.
just talking like
And
this on a
inserting
channel,
90.
I talk in text a lot.
2.
So
Premium cost
Discords,
share
I'm in different
section.
group chats, organizing with
508
different people.
E2
Um,
HI of the
I'm
Federal
just
Crop
talking to
Insurance
people online
Act.
in my own server and other people's servers,
7 U.S.C.
in my own comment section a lot.
1508
Uh,
HI
the
is amended by
solution
striking.
to not wanting to come off as rude or mean
65
is
and
to be
inserting
very
80.
detailed. That's what I think and feel.
P.
That's my
Premium
experience.
support
My
dot
solution to
section
that problem
508
is to be
E2 of the
exceptionally detailed in my writing and
Federal
make sure
Crop
that there is
Insurance
no
Act,
room
7
to misunderstand what I mean
1508
or the
E2
tone with which
is
I'm saying something.
amended.
Like I think there's nothing
1
wrong with
in
just saying,
subparagraph C
in parentheses
by
after what it
striking
is you're typing to
64.
someone online. I
inserting
think there's nothing wrong with just
69.
saying, hey, by the way,
2
here's
in
how I want you to
subparagraph
understand this.
D,
Like telling
I
people,
by
like,
striking
here's how I'm
59.
expecting you to understand what I'm about
and
to say.
inserting 64.
I'm expecting you to know that, like,
3
I'm just
in
chatting with you right now and I'm not trying to
subparagraph
debate
E,
you.
by
I'm
striking
expecting you to
55.
take what I've said seriously.
And
I'm
inserting
expecting you
60.
to realize that what I'm saying is very
4
much a
in
joke, but I want to
subparagraph
communicate
F, I, by
something that
striking 48.
we should both understand
And
here.
inserting
So
51
I think
and
there's nothing wrong with just writing
5
crap in
in
detail, like just
subparagraph
being
G,
detailed
I,
and
by striking 38.
not wanting to
and inserting
leave
41.
stuff uncertain.
U,
Just be detailed with
administrative
people.
and
Is
operating
how I've dealt with
expense
that,
AD.
especially in like text online,
Adjustments.
talking to people
Section
via text
508
sort of thing.
K of the Federal Crop
Just freaking let people know. Be like, hey, just to be
7
clear, I'm not
USC
trying to debate right now. I'm not trying to
1508
fight
is
about
amended
whatever.
by adding at
I just wanted to
the
say
end
this
the
because I thought it
following.
was interesting.
10 additional expenses.
That's how I've dealt with it. Is I'm just really
A,
detailed
in
about
general.
everything I say.
Beginning with 2026
English is a secondary language, so that's a problem. I imagine ESL means English as a second language, right? This is your second language.
Conditions
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
standard reinsurance agree.
I don't know. So like
Meant
I've
to
taught
cover
in
additional
classrooms for a
expenses
long
for loss
time
ad.
where
Adjustment
half of my
procedures,
students,
the
maybe half,
corporation shall
or maybe
pay.
the majority. It really kind of depended on the
additional
classroom. But like
administrative
40
and
to 60% of my
operating
students were English as a secondary
and
language students. They
subsidy
were
to approved insurance providers
Spanish as their native language and
for
then
eligible
learning English as their
contracts.
second language. And
B, payment
I mean,
amount
it was my
in the
job, and
case
obviously
of
I care, and they're my students, so I'm going to
an
be like more
eligible
kind than
contract,
maybe like
the
a stranger.
payment
But
to an
like,
AP.
I think still certain
Approved
things still get
insurance
through,
provider
even if
required under sub.
even if it isn't.
Paragraph A
Even
shall
if
be
the language is a
amount
barrier,
equal to
I think
6.
sometimes like things like
of the
tone and
net
body
book
language
premium.
still get through really well.
C. Definitions.
At least
dot
I
in
felt
this
that way with my
paragraph.
students.
I. Eligible state. Dot,
Like I
the
like
term
yeah.
Eli.
Like I feel like I know
Gibble
some of my
state
but
means
the
a
issue is I
state.
learned Spanish too, so like I
I.
can still understand a
Identified
lot
in
of what they
state
were saying
group
at the
2.
time. But I still got to
Or state
understand like
group
people's
3, as
intentions and
defined in
character
the
and even their
Standard
emotional state
Reinsurance
with like
Agreement
no
4.
language help what at all. So
Reinsurance year 2026 and
yeah, I mean
2 in which with
I think you
respect
could
to
always
an
say like in text you could always just put in
insurance
parentheses
year,
like
the
hey
loss ratio
I'm being
for
serious
elegy.
or hey like I'm being
Bleak contracts is
kinda
greater
joking.
than 120 per
trying to improve on that
cent
part
of
of my
the
writing.
total
Yeah.
net book premium.
I mean,
Written by
I'm not
all
one to talk.
approved
Like
insurance
other
pro.
than what I've needed to do my job
VDERS.
professionally, I haven't put a lot of work
2
into learning other
eligible
languages.
contracts dot that.
I have the
Eligible
Japanese
contract.
proficiency of like a 3-year-old,
I
and I have the
means a
Spanish
crop
proficiency of like a
insurance
4-year-old.
Tract entered into by and approved
I mean,
in.
I know a lot of complicated
Insurance
language connected
provider
to
in
science
an
in Spanish
eligible
because I
state.
taught science. But outside of the
And
classroom, my Spanish could only
2
like get
does
me
not
around town. It
include a
couldn't do much more.
contract.
So
4.
I'm not one to talk about
Catastrophic
putting in
risk
effort
pro.
in learning other languages because
Protection
I
under
myself am literally
subsection
clearly very
B.
lazy.
Sturgis.
BB, an area-based plan of insurance or similar plan of in.
But yeah, I don't know. I think writing's important, and oftentimes
Insurance
online that's how you're
as
going to be talking to
determined
people,
by
so it's
them.
worthwhile to
corporation or
get comfortable explaining your tone to other
CC,
people and
a
that sort of
policy
thing.
under which
Just telling them like, hey, I'm
an
not
approved
I'm not
insurance
being
provider
accusatory. I'm not trying to debate.
does not
That's the
incur
big
loss
issue online is
adjustment.
when you talk to people about
Expenses
anything,
as
for some
determined
reason
by
they
them.
default to assuming that you're trying to debate them
Corporation.
and that someone has to
11,
win the
specialty
conversation or
crops
lose the
dot.
conversation. But that's not
A
the purpose of a
minimum
conversation.
reimbursement dot begin.
And so I think it's really worthwhile to tell
Ning with
people when
the
you're talking to them, hey, I'm
2026
not trying to debate.
reinsurance year
I
and
just like
4.
talking with you. You tell someone that
Each
and they immediately
reinsurance
chill.
year thereafter,
They like,
the
oh.
rate of re.
But it sucks
Reimbursement to
because the
approved
internet has made it
insurance
such that
providers
you have to tell people
and
that you're trying
agents
not to
for
debate because everyone has to
administrative
assume
and
that they
operating
are.
acts.
But
Tenses
that's how it's
with
been for me at
respect
least.
to crop insurance contracts,
Here was my lone wanderer perk.
covering agricultural commodities described in Section 101 of Title I of the Specialty
Yes, especially in
Crops
political spaces. Everyone seems to assume
Competitiveness Act
that
of
every conversation
2004,
has to be
7
won or
USC.
lost, or the default assumption is that
1621.
everyone
Note,
is
shall
trying
be
to make
equal
the other
or
person
greater than the
agree with
per
what they think 100%.
cent that is the greater
I
of
think
the
that is so
following.
stupid and not helpful
17%
because when
of
you
the
talk to a
premium
person,
used
you're talking to,
to
you know,
define
if it's a
loss
15-year-old, you're
ratio.
talking to 15 years of life
2,
experience. If
the
it's a
percent
40-year-old,
of
you're
the
talking to
premium
40
used.
years of life experiences that have
define
built
loss
this person's
ratio that is
position and
otherwise
opinion.
applied.
And
Cable
you can't
for
just
the
go into one
reinsurance
conversation
year
with a
under
stranger
they.
and expect that by the end of it they should agree with
Terms
your
of the
worldview. How is that
standard
going to happen?
reinsurance
They've had
agreed.
40 years to build their opinion,
Meant
and you
in
think a
effect
5-minute
for the
conversation is going to
reinsurance
change
year.
them. That is a thing that is
B,
worth
other
fighting
contracts
and being
be
like, no,
carrying
I'm
out.
not here for that today. I don't want to have that type of
Subparagraph
conversation.
A, the
Telling people that,
corporation shall
honestly,
not re.
makes a big difference.
Duce,
And
with
if someone
respect
were to
any
respond to that by
reinsurance
saying,
year,
well, I want to debate and I want to win, then they're just
amount
not
or
worth
the rate
talking
of
to. Because
reimbursement
that's not the
to
point of
AD.
communication. The point of communication is
Approved
understanding. It's
insurance
not to win
providers and
or
agents
flex
under.
your... That's something you'll see a
standard
lot of, is people that just
reinsurance
want to feel
agreement
smart. They like debating for the
Clause
sake of
2
debating,
of such
and they like it
subparagraph for
psychologically
admonies.
because it stimulates their
Creative and
brain, and maybe they're really bored in
operating expenses
life
with respect
or
to
in that moment, and so they want to debate over something to kind of like
Contracts
flex their
covering
mental muscle.
commodities
But the issue
that
is a
are
lot
not
of those people don't
subject to
realize
such
that that's why they're doing it,
subparagraph.
and a lot of people aren't
See
trying to debate all the
administration
time.
dot the
So
requirements.
I think it's super
this
worthwhile to be like,
paragraph
hey,
and
I
the
am not here for
adjustments
that. Leave me alone.
Pursuant to this paragraph shall not be consid. Aired a renegotiation under paragraph 8A.
All right, let's see. Where am I
12
trying to go right now?
ANO inflation adjustment dot.
Left towards
A.
Diamond C.
In general dot subject to subpara. Graph B. For the 2026 reinsurance year, and each reinsurance year thereafter, the corpora. Tie-in
I
shall
cannot
increase
believe
the
that it
total
is still just
administrative
talking
and
about farming. I'm
opera-
sorry, let me go through this a little bit. It's still just talking about farming.
operating expense reimbursement.
Man, see, this is how
otherwise
Donald Trump
re.
wins with farmers. Look at this. So much
Acquired
of this
under the
document is
standard
just talking about
reinsurance
farming.
agree.
And farmers,
meant in
both
effect for
culturally
the
and
reinsurance
economically, have
year
such
in
a big
order
influence on all of
to
American
account
culture
for
and politics.
inflation
So
in a manner consistent
dedicating, what, 100 pages
with
to
the
just
increases
farmers?
provided with respect to the
Well, that's reinforcing the fact that the right is
2011
sort of
through
like the party of farmers, I
2015
guess.
reinsurance years under the
But
enclosure
then you have to
included
question,
in
like,
Risk Management
are these
Agency.
policies going to support farmers, or are they going to
Bulletin
support
numbered MGR
farms?
10007
Are they going to
and
support
dated
individual people running the farms,
5th
or
June 30th,
are they going to
2010. B. Special
help
rule
the
for
businesses
2026
that are
rain
farms and the giant farm
Answer dot the
mega
increase under
corporations, from
subparagraph.
the manufacturers
For
of
the
the fertilizers
2026
to
reinsurance
the
year
people
shall
making
not
the
X.
machines to the people that
See
own
the
the land, which
percentage
oftentimes
change for
aren't
the
people, they're
preceding
corporations.
Reinsurance
So
year included in
maybe
the
on
consumer.
paper there's a lot to say about this document where
Price
it's like, oh, it's
index
going to
for
help
all
farmers,
urban
but is it going to help
consumers
farmers, or
published
again, is it going to help
by the Bureau of Labor Statistics
farm
of
companies?
the DA.
There's a difference.
Department
in my
of
mind.
Labor. See administration.
Yeah,
and
most likely
increase.
this is going to help the giant
Under subparagraph
monoculture,
A,
gigantic mega farming,
shall apply
mega
with
farming
respect to law.
corporations. From the people that make the
Contracts
seeds to
covering
the
agricultural
corporations that regularly own the
commodities
land, because most of the land is
that were
not
subject
most.
to
I actually
an
don't know the
increase
data, but
during
a
the
huge portion of the farming
period
land
of
in the
the
United States is not
2011
owned by
through
like an individual. It's
2015
owned by a
rain surge.
gigantic business.
and years under the enclosure referred to. In that subparagraph, and 2 shall not be considered to be a
Get me outta
renegotiation
here.
of the
This is
standard
awful.
reinsurance
Yeah.
agreement.
But man,
for purposes of
100
paragraph
pages just to farmers.
8A
It's so interesting.
dot
I know that there's a lot of,
5
just because I
program
grew up in
compliance
Ohio,
and
so I know this
integrity
stuff. There's so much stuff
SEC.
involved in things like
Tie-in 515
crop insurance and
L2
drought
of the
insurance and all these
Federal
other
Crop
things.
Insurance Act,
Yep,
7.
yep. He just said Crop Insurance Act.
USC 1515
There's so much
L2
involved in all
is
that sort of
amended
stuff.
by striking then and all. That
And
follows through
farming
the
is actually a
period,
very
the end and inserting.
economical and political process.
The
It's not just like
following,
some
then.
person with some land and corn.
A. $4 million for each of fiscal years 2009 through 2025, and B. $6 million for fiscal year 2026 and each subsequent fiscal year. W. Reviews, compliance, and integrity.sec. Tie-in 516, B. 2, C, I, of the Federal Crop Insurance Act. 7 U.S.C. 1516, B. 2, C, I, is amended by striking each fiscal year and inserting each of fiscal years 2014 through 2025 and $10 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter. 10. Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. Section
Poultry insurance.
523
Well, that's
of
super
the
relevant
Federal
to
Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C.
that's super relevant to the bird flu that has
1523
really messed with the American
is
chicken farming
amended by
situation.
adding at the end the following. J. Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. 1.
So we
in
haven't
general
had a
dot,
poultry insurance
notwithstanding
system yet. Maybe
subsection.
that's what they're saying.
2. The corporation shall establish a pilot program under which contract poultry growers, include ING growers of broilers and
What software am I
laying
using?
hens
This is
may elect
literally
to
Microsoft Word.
receive index-based insurance from
Earlier in the
extreme
stream,
weather.
I tried to do something I've done before,
Related risks
which is
resulting
use
in
a
increased utility
use
costs
Microsoft
in-
Edge's built-in read aloud function.
including costs of natural gas, propane, electricity, water, and other appropriate costs, as determined by the corporation associated
So
with
yeah, I'm
poultry
using
production.
Microsoft Word,
2.
and I did that
Stakeholder
by
engagement dot
taking the
COR.
PDF on the government's official
Corporation shall
website
engage with
and having
poultry
it converted to a
industry
Word document online.
stakeholders
And I
in
find that it is
establishing the
far
pilot
more
program
reliable
under
and far more
PARA.
accurate at reading
Graph 1.
by bringing it into
3.
Microsoft Word
Location
instead of
dot,
having it
pilot
read aloud in
program
Microsoft Edge.
established.
So I
Under
think for now on,
paragraph 1
I think
shall
most of
be
my live
conducted
streams
in
are
a
only ever
suffix.
going to be this exact sort of thing,
Scient
where
number of
I'm
counties
reading
to
a document
provide
and I'm happening to
comprehensive
play a game while I do it.
Evaluation of the
Moving forward, I'm
feasibility,
just going to use Microsoft Word.
effectiveness,
And I'm
index.
saying that aloud because I want to commit that
Demand
to
among
memory, because I keep
producers in the
forgetting to
top
use
poultry
Word.
producing
And the first hour of every stream is just
states,
me
including
freaking out why
Alabama,
I can't get it to read.
Arkansas, and Ms.
but now I'm remembering.
Mississippi as determined by the corporation. 4. Approval of policy or plan. Not with.
All right, there's
Standing
Piper.
Section 508L, the board shall approve a policy or plan
All
of
right, I'm gonna
insurance
need Piper
based
for
on
the
the pilot
investigation
pro.
later.
RAM under paragraph 1. A. In accordance with Section 508H. And B. Not later than 24 months after the date of enactment of this
I
subsection.
can't believe I'm still just reading about farm insurance.
SEC.
I don't know any of the politics of
10,102.
farm economics.
Conservation.
Conservation.
A. Grassroots Source Water Protection Pro.
Uh-oh.
Gram.
Whoa, are we locking
Section
in? Am I about to actually
1240
hear stuff that I know
of the
about?
Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3839 BBU2 B is amended. 1. In paragraph 1
By adding at the end of the following, $1 million beginning in fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended, volunteer public access and habitat incentive program. And after 2023, inserting $10 million for each fiscal year through 2024 period. Feral swine eradication. Oh, yeah, the United States does have an actual issue with wild hogs, wild pigs. And I can't remember what the history is, like biologically, but I think we've been raising pigs for a long time. Worldwide, pigs have been raised, and I think the United States, North America, already had wild hogs, which are some big freaking pigs with some tusk, and they're like super intense. And they also reproduce super quickly, and they take over the environment. I think what happens is, or has happened, is that the wild hog population and the farm pig population have like crossbred, and so like wild hogs are just getting bigger and healthier, and they also still reproduce really freaking quickly. So $50 million for each fiscal year before the period of the end. Striking and inserting the following. 2026. Whoa, $700 million. God, we're talking nearly billions. I'm just going to go through some of these. These are billions. It's amended by striking subsection A and inserting the following. Okay, well, this is kind of annoying. It's not telling me what the subsection is, so I can't tell the context. I'd have to leave a note to myself to go through this, and this isn't as big or as important as I would otherwise consider it to be. Unobligated balances of amounts. So weird. It looks to me that they're not defunding a lot of these rural programs that involve the conservation of land, dealing with the wild hogs and how they destroy farmland, and then also even waterways and their safety. It seems like it's keeping funding for these things. By inserting after paragraph the following new paragraph, allocation fiscal year 2026 through 2021, the Secretary shall allocate funds to carry out the sections in accordance with the following market access program. For market access activities authorized under subsection 5, commodity owned by the Commodity Credit Corporation, not less than $40 million. Oh, that's interesting. I'd like to read this. All right, I'm going to go back to playing, but still... Section is slowly getting interesting.
2.
Slowly.
Foreign market develop. Meant cooperator program. To carry out subsection C of the funds of wherein equal value of commodities owned by the Commodity Credit Corporation not less than $69 million for each fiscal year.
3. E. Kika de la Garza Emer.
ING Markets Program. To provide as assistance under subsection D of the funds of or an equal value of commodities owned by the Commodity Credit Corporation, not more than $8 million for each fiscal year. 4. Technical assistance for specialty crops. To carry out sub Section E of the funds of, or an equal value of the commodities owned by the Commodity Credit Corporation. $9 million for each fiscal year. V. Priority Trade Fund. I. In general. In addition
I do sometimes
to
forget
the
that
amounts
some of the
allocated
plot points of
under
Fallout 4 are actually pretty entertaining
clauses
and fun.
I through 4 and not with standing any limitations in those clauses as determined by the SEC. Readery for one or more programs under this section for authorized activities to access, develop, maintain, and expand markets for United States agricultural commodities. $3,500,000 for each FIS cal year. 2. Considerations. In allo cating funds made available under subclause I. The Secretary may con cider providing a greater allocation to one or more programs under this section for which the amounts requested under applications exceed available funding for the one or more programs. B. Reallocation. Any funds allo cated under clauses I through 4 of subpara graph A that remain unobligated 1 year after the end of the fiscal year in which they are first made available shall be reallocated to the Priority Trade Fund under subparagraph A. V. To the maximum extent practicable, the Secretary shall allocate such reallocated funds to support exports of those types of United States agricultural commodities eligible for as assistance under the program for which the funds were originally allocated under subparagraph A. And 4 in paragraph 6 as so redesignated by inserting paragraph 4 AV after paragraph
CA.
SEC 10,104 Research A. Urban, indoor, and other emerging AGRI Cultural Production Research, Education, and Extension Initiative. Section 1672E D1B of the Food, Agriculture, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990. 7 U.S.C. 5925G D1B is amended by striking fiscal year 2024 to remain available until expended and insert ING each of fiscal years 2024 through 2031. B. Foundation for Food and Agriculture RE. Search. Section 7601 G1A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 5939 G1A is amended adding at the end the following. 4. Further funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corpora.
Just give me a
Tie-in,
bunch
the
of
Secretary shall transfer to the
Dimpacks.
Foundation to carry out this section to remain available until expended, not later
Here we go.
than 30
Cool.
days after the date of enactment.
All right,
Of
and then
this
here's
clause,
my idea.
$37 million. C. Scholarships for students at 1890 INSTI. Tuitions. Section 1446 of the National Agricultural Search, Extension, and Teaching Policy Act of
Teaching policy.
1977, 7. USC 3222A is amended. 1. In subsection A, by striking paragraph 3 and B, by redesignating paragraph 4 as paragraph 3 and 2. In subsection B, by amending paragraph 1 to read as follows. 1. Mandatory funding of the funds of
Alright, I
the
now need to
Commodity
go
Credit
rescue
Corporation, the Secretary,
freaking
shall make
someone?
available to carry out
Valentine,
this
right?
section $60 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain able until expended. D. Assistive Technology Program for Farm. ERS with Disabilities. Section 1680
Okay,
C
gonna go
of the
find Nick
Food,
Valentine. But before I do that,
Agriculture, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990.
I'm going to go to every settlement that I can find, take all of their scrap, and then resell it back to back to back
is amended.
to make a bunch of money
1.
for
In the
a
subsection
nearly
heading
unlimited number
by
of
striking
shotgun
AU.
shells.
Authorization
And
of
10mm
appropriations
shells.
and inserting. Funding. 2. By redesignating paragraphs 1 and 2 as paragraphs 2 and 3 respectively, and 3. By inserting before paragraph 2 as designated the following. 1. Mandatory funding of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary, shall use
I
to
don't work
carry
with
out
this
this
group yet, do
section
I?
$8 million to remain available until expended, and 4. In paragraph 2 as redesignated.
Can I turn this into a settlement? I
In
could have
the
sworn that I
paragraph
can.
heading by striking. In general
I'm
and
gonna say no.
inserting authorization.
Well, next I'm going
Of
to the
appropriations
old theater.
and B. By striking subject to paragraph 2.
The drive-in. Okay,
And
I guess I will
inserting
deal with the mole
subject
rats
to
there,
paragraph
loot the
3.
entire place, take all of its gear, and then resell
Specialty
it.
Crop Research Initiative. SEC. Tie-in 412 K1B of the Agricultural Research Extend. Sound and Education Reform Act of 1998, 7 USC. 7632 K1B is amended by striking section $80 million for fiscal year 2014 foot and inserting the fall. Lowing section $80 million for each of fiscal years 2014
Oh my God, I
through
forgot that I'm out of bobby pins
2025
again.
and $175 million for fiscal year 2026 foot. F. Research Facilities ACT. Section 6 of the Research Facilities Act, 7 USC
Okay, I gotta go buy bobby
390B
pins. That's
is amended.
annoying.
1. In the section heading by striking AU.
Apparently there are enemies nearby. I don't know which ones.
Authorization of appropriations and insert. ING funding and 2. In subsection A by striking A in general. Sub. Ject 2 when inserting the following. A in general.
Yeah, the bomb got me. I
1.
forgot.
Authorization of appropriations. Subject to
Uh-oh, did I not buy stim packs?
B,
How did I mess that
by
up?
adding at the end the following. 2. Mandatory funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary, shall make available to carry out the competitive grant program under Section 4, $125 million for each fiscal year beginning with fiscal year 2026. SEC 10,105. Secure rural schools, forestry. A. Extension of certain provisions of secure rural schools and community self-determina. Tie-in Act of 2000. 1. Secure
A
payments
singular
for states
bobby
and
pin.
counties.
Will it be enough?
Ties containing federal land.
Instincts say no.
A. Secure payments. Section 101 of
Secure Rural Schools and Community
the
Self-Determination
Secure
Act.
Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2016 U.S.C.
Nice. Got it in one shot.
7111 is amended. 1. In subsections A and B by striking 2023 each place it appears and inserting 2026 and 2. By adding at the end the fall lowing E. Special rule for fiscal year 2024 pay. Ments. 1. State payment. If an eligible county in a state that will receive a share of the state pay meant for fiscal year 2024 has already received, or will receive, a share of the 25% payment for
Sounds like an interesting act. I should look
fiscal
into
year
it.
2024 distributed to the state before the date of enactment of this subsection. A. If the amount of the state payment exceeds the amount of the 25% payment,
That almost killed me. Not good.
the amount of the state payment shall be reduced by the amount of the share of the eligible county of the 25% payment, or B. If the amount of the state payment is less than or equal to the amount of the 25% payment, the eligible county I may retain the amount of the share of the eligible county of the 25% payment, and 2. If so retained, such amount shall be treated as if it were received by the county as a state payment for purposes of this act. 2. County payment. If an eligible county that will receive a county payment for fiscal year 2024 has already received a 50% payment for fiscal year 2024. A. If the amount of the county payment exceeds the amount of the 50% payment, the amount of the county payment shall be reduced by the amount of the 50% pay meant, or B. If the amount of the county payment is less than or equal to the amount of the 50% payment, the eligible county I may retain the amount of the 50% payment, and 2. If so retained, such amount shall be treated as if it were received as a county payment for purposes of this act. 3. Timely payment. Not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this subsection, the Secretary of the Treasury shall make all payments under this title for fiscal year 2024. B. Distribution of payments to eligible counties. Section 103 D2 of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination
Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination
Act
Act.
of 2016 U.S.C. 71
Of 2000 flat.
D2 is
So this was the Bush era piece
amended
of
by
legislation.
striking 2023 and inserting 2026. 2. Payments to states and counties. Section 102 of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2016 U.S.C. 7112 is amended. A. In subsection B.
Nice.
1. In paragraph 1, by adding at the end the following. E. Payments for each of fiscal years 2024 and 2025. The election otherwise required
That is a
by
Nuka-Cola
subparagraph
Quantum. Very
A
good.
shall not apply for each of fiscal years 2024 and 2025, and 2. In paragraph 2. By adding it the in the following. See fiscal years 2024 and 2025. The election described
Andrea,
in
how do I make
paragraph
it so my character's
1A
not slow walking
applica.
everywhere?
Bleto County
Help.
in fiscal year 2023 shall be EF. Effective for each of fiscal years 2024 and 2025, and B in subsection D 1 in paragraph 1 by adding it the in the following. G payments for each of fiscal
What?
years
How to not be
2024 and
walking
2025,
everywhere?
The election made by an eligible county under subparagraph B, C, or D for fiscal year 2023 or deemed to be made by the county under paragraph 3B, 4. That fiscal year shall be effective for each of fiscal years
No.
2024 and 2025.
I remember that, I
and
think.
2 in paragraph 3 by adding it
Yep, I totally forgot how to do
in
that.
the
Great.
following. E. Payments for each of fiscal years 2024 and 2025. This paragraph does not apply for each of fiscal years 2024 and 2025. 3. Extension of authority to conduct special projects on federal land. A. Committee on Composition Waiver. Authority at Section 205D 6C of the SAY. Cure Rural Schools and Community Self-Deter. Manation Act of 2016 U.S.C. 7125D 6C is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2026. B. Extension of authority. Section 208 of the Secure Rural Schools in Kamu. 90 Self-Determination Act of 2016 U.S.C.
38.
7128
Pipe
is
pistols are
amended.
stupid.
1 in subsection A by striking 2025 and inserting
Okay, and then I want
2028
some
and
apparel.
2 in subsection B by striking 2026 and inserting 2029.
Am I really caring too much? How?
4. Extension
Oh,
of
no.
authority to expend county funds. Section 305 of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2016 U.S.C.
Okay, what else do I got on me that I can
7144
get rid
is
of?
amended. A in subsection A by striking 2025 and inserting 2028 and B in subsection B by striking 2026 and inserting 2029. B. Resource Advisory Committee Pilot Pro. Gram Extension. Section 205G
Cool.
of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2000. 16 U.S.C. 7125G is amended. 1 in paragraph 5 by striking 2023 and inserting 2026 and 2 by striking paragraph 6. C. Technical corrections. 1. Resource Advisory Committees. SEC.
Now I have plenty of
Tie-in
stim packs. Good.
205 of the Secure Rural Schools in Kamu. 90 Self-Determination Act of 2016 U.S.C. 7125 is amended. A in subsection C. 1 in paragraph 1 by striking con.
Okay.
Concerned and inserting concerned and 2 in paragraph 3 by striking the date of the enactment of this act and in inserting October 3rd, 2008 and B in subsection D 4 by striking to extent and inserting to the extent. 2. Use of project funds. Section 206 B2 of the Secure Rural Schools in Kamu. 90 Self-Determination Act of 2016 USC. 7126 B2 is amended by striking concerned and inserting concerned.
De Rejo.
Sometimes
One,
this
competitive grants for
automatic
non-federal.
reader does some weird
Forest
stuff.
landowners dot all of the unobligated ball. Answers of the funds made available under each of paragraphs 1 through 4 of section 23002A of subtitle D of Public Law 117 to 169 are rescinded. 2.
Andrea, what is
State
that
and
occasional
private
noise? Do you
forestry
hear it?
conserva. Tie-in programs dot of
Oh,
the
it's that.
unobligated
Okay.
balances avail.
I will fix it now.
Able
Or at
under
least make an
section
attempt to.
23003 A1 of
Oh,
subtitle D of
It's hard
Pub.
to move.
Lick Law 117 to 169, $100,719,676 are rescinded. SEC 10,106. Energy. A. Bio-based markets program. Section 9002 K1 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment.
Oh my god, we are still in farms. How is that even possible? How is it possible that we are still just talking about farms right now? Holy cow. Man, well, you can't make a counter argument. Trump does make promises to farmers. Holy crap, it just keeps going. No, I have to check genuinely when this is ends. So I'm on 108 right now. Let's scroll until we hit something new. Wool research. Oh, Child Care, Department of Defense. Armed Services. Okay, so we're almost done. We're almost done with farms. Holy
Act
cow.
of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 8102 K1 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. The Bioenergy Program for Advanced Biofuels. Section 9005 G1F of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 8105 G1F is amended by striking 2024 and insert ING 2031 SEC 10,107 Horticulture F. Plant Pest and Disease Management and Disaster Prevention. Section 420 F of the Plant Protection Act 7 U.S.C. 7721 is amended. 1. To end. 3. In paragraph 5, by striking and at the. By redesignating paragraph 6 as para. Graph 7. 3. By inserting after paragraph 5 the fall. Lowing. $75 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025 and 4 in paragraph 7 as so redesignated by striking $75,000,000 for fiscal year 2018 and in
Just can't remember if I know how to get to
inserting
it.
$90,000,000 for fiscal year 2026. B. Specialty crop
Well, this
block
game definitely
grants.
ain't a platformer.
Section 101 L1 of the Specialty Crops Competitiveness Act of 2004, 7 U.S.C. 1621 Note, Public Law 108 to 465 is amended. 1. In subparagraph D by striking an at the end. 2. By redesignating subparagraph E as sub. Paragraph F. 3. By
Maybe it's
inserting
somewhere up
after
there.
subparagraph
There's a hazmat
D,
suit in one of
the
these
fall.
somewhere. I can't remember where though.
Lowing E. $85 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025
Excel.
and 4. In subparagraph F as so redesignated.
Nice.
By striking $85,000,000 for fiscal year 2018 and inserting $100,000,000 for fiscal year 2026. C. Organic production and market data INI. Titative. Section 7407 D1 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 5925 C. D1 is amended. 1. In subparagraph B by striking and at the end. 2. In subparagraph C by striking the period at the end and inserting and. 3. By adding at the end the following. D. $10 million for the period of fiscal years
what am I doing? I literally
2026
don't know.
through 2031.
Some of the pipe gas
D.
associated there.
Modernization and improvement of national trade technology systems and data. Collection funding. Section 2123 C4 of the Organic Foods Production Act of 1990, 7 U.S.C. 6522 C4 is amended in the matter preceding subpara. Graph A by striking in $1 million for fiscal year 2024 foot and inserting $1 million for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 and $5 million for fiscal year 2026 foot. E. National Organic Certification Cost Share Program. Section 10606 D1C of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 6523 D1C is amended by striking for each of fiscal years 2022 through 2024 foot and inserting for each of FIS. Cal years 2022 through 2031 foot. F. Multiple crop and pesticide use survey. Section 10109 C1 of the Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018, Public Law 115 to 334, 132 Stat 4906 is amended. Ed to read as follows. 1. Mandatory funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall use to carry out this section at $500,000 for fiscal year 2019 to remain available until expended.
The
B.
hell is an Excel?
$100,000 for fiscal year
never seen that
2024
item.
to remain available until expended, and 15. C. $5 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until
You're
expended.
not shooting me, you idiot.
SEC
Unbelievable.
10,108. Miscellaneous. A. Animal disease prevention and manage.
No way, that
Meant.
just was all that
Section
progress.
10409A D1 of the Animal Health Protection Act 7 U.S.C. 8308A D1 is amended to read as follows. 1. Mandatory funding. A. Fiscal years 2023 through 2025. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out this section $30 million for each of fiscal years 2023 through 2025, of which not less than $18 million shall be made available for each of those fiscal years to carry out Section B. B. Fiscal years 2026 through 2030. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out this section $233 million for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2030, of which I, not less than $10 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection A. 2. Not less than $70 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection B, and 3. Not less than $153 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection C. C. Subsequent fiscal years. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out this section $75 million for fiscal year 2031 and each fiscal year thereafter, of which not less than $45 million shall be made available for each of those fiscal years to carry out sub section B. B. Sheep Production and Marketing Grant Program. Section 209C of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1627A, C, is amended. 1. By striking $2,000,000 for fiscal year 2019 and 2. By inserting in $3 million for fiscal year 2026 foot after fiscal year 2024. C. Miscellaneous Trust Funds. 1. Pima Agriculture Cotton Trust Fund. Section 12314 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 2101 Note, Public Law 113-79, is amended. A. In subsection B, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, by striking 2024 and inserting 2031 and B. In subsection H, by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. 2. Agriculture, wool, apparel,
I cannot believe we are still on farms.
Trust Fund. Section 12315 of the Cultural Act of 2014.
This sucks.
7 U.S.C. 7101 Note.
It's not that I don't think that farming stuff is important.
113-79 is amended
It's
by
just
striking 2024 each.
that's a lot of farming
Place
related
it appears
stuff.
and inserting 2031. 3. Wool Research and Promotion. SEC. Tie-in 12316A of the Agricultural
All right, we're getting on to the next one. Title 2, the
7.
Committee on Armed Services.
USC 7101 Note.
That has to be
Public Law
important. It's got to be police. It's got to be ICE. It's got to be the
113-79
military.
is
That's got to be
amended
the what's it called?
by striking 2024
National
and
Guard?
inserting 2031. 4. Emergency Citrus Disease Research and Development Trust Fund. Section 12605D of the Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018, 7 U.S.C. 7632 Note, Public Law 115-334, is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Title 2, Committee on Armed Services. SEC 20,001. Enhancement of Department of Defense. Resources for improving the quality of life for military personnel. Appropriations. In addition to amounts other wise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1. $230,480,000 for restoration and mod. Earnization costs under the Marine Corps Barracks. 2030 Initiative. 2. $119 million for base operating support. Costs under the Marine Corps Barracks 2030 Initia.
Tive.
Scary.
1. $1 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force sustainment, restoration, and mod. Earnizations of military unaccompanied housing. 4. $2 billion for the Defense Health Program. 5. $2,900,000,000 to supplement the basic AL. Loans for housing payable to members of the Armed Forces, notwithstanding Section 403 of Title 37, United States Code. 6. $50 million for bonuses, special pays, and incentive pays for members of the Armed Forces. Pursuant to Titles 10 and 37, United States Code. 7. $10 million for the Defense Activity 4. Non-traditional education supports online ACA. Demic Skills Course Program for members of the Armed Forces. 8. $100 million for tuition assistance for members of the Armed Forces pursuant to Title 10. United States Code. 9. $100 million for child care fee assistance for members of the Armed Forces under Part 2 of Chapter
Okay,
88
let's start
of Title 10,
really
United
locking
States
into
Code.
this. All right, so Section 20,001, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the quality of life for military personnel. Improving quality of life for military personnel. So improve the barracks. Restoration and modernization of military unaccompanied housing. So solo housing. For defense health programs. So we can offer $2 billion for the health program when you're actively in the service, even though we are not actively fighting a hot war right now. $3 billion to supplement the basic allowances for housing payable to members. Yeah, this is such a classic example. Just to sort of win over the right, we're willing to put billions and billions and billions of dollars into subsidizing the housing and health care of soldiers, but you can't do that for the public. Absolutely not. It's very much worth our money when it's for soldiers. It always economically is sustainable when it's for soldiers, but for the public, it's always suddenly magically not worth the money, even though the thing you're paying for is just people's well-being. What is the logic? Oh, well, we get the protection of our country out of them. The United States is such an overpowered military that we don't need a quarter of the crap that we do. $100 million for childcare. Again, I could have sworn. It's so interesting. There's something so deeply statist about putting billions and billions of dollars into making your quality of life better if you serve the government. If you serve the government's violent efforts, you will get billions of dollars subsidized to make your quality of life better. But if you don't serve the government and instead you just exist under it and don't agree to swear by it and kill for it or be killed for it, you are undeserving of such things. Again, I have nothing against the idea of providing people housing. Fuck yeah. Provide veterans housing. Also provide everyone housing. Provide everyone childcare. It's one of the craziest things to see the right be so obsessed with natalism and the social reproduction of white supremacy by virtue of white people having large families, pregnancies, and births. It's crazy to see their hyperfixation on natalism and then see that they don't want to subsidize childcare, the thing that like deeply incentivizes people starting and having families. If you can't afford childcare because both parties have to work full time, so either you fix their income by being pro-union and fixing wages and fixing rent prices, literally rent fixes, like ceilings for how much rent can cost in a given area, or you make childcare more accessible. Either way, like people aren't going to have kids if they can't afford to both work and then have all the money from both working go into childcare. Like these are conversations I've had with my actual peers as a teacher. I have many peers that have families, and guess what? Like the one of the most significant and pressing concerns they have is, can I afford childcare? Can I afford to have my child cared for so I can afford my rent by affording the time to go to work? It's messed up no matter how you read it, no matter how you interpret it, it's messed up. In general, during the period beginning of the day, yeah. I'm gonna assume that unaccompanied housing here means. Let me start Googling stuff now that we're getting serious and we're getting into some actual meat. Unaccompanied housing. Housing for individuals who do not live with a parent or guardian. Unaccompanied housing. Let me see. Unaccompanied housing. Military. I imagine that's not having kids and not having your parents. Who are not living with dependents. Okay, well, wow, sounds like I know how to guess stuff. Great. So they want to temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. Listen, it's not like private military contractors haven't been a thing forever. But, like, come on, you're so obsessed with the military and it being a public thing. You're like, oh, let's just allow giant housing developers that are already fucking over all of our citizens. Let's allow them to get in on some of this government money to make more military housing. Sure. Temporary authority. Did it just rain, Andrea? You hear that, right? Is that rain? Yeah. Oh, wow. It's raining in real life. By striking under the pilot projects each and subsection, by striking carry out no more than 3 pilot projects under the authority. Use the authority to enter into contracts. Yep, okay, so allowing private housing developers to get some of that sweet government military cheese and make it privatized housing. Meaning, in essence, once it's done, the U.S. probably is effectively like leasing or contracting. The developers are being contracted, so the government will hopefully own the land after, but all the money gets to be sucked out by a housing developer that I'm sure zero amounts of corruption are going to occur while they get government money to build a housing development for the military, of all things. I think it's really different when, like, individuals put together a housing co-op and essentially put together like a communist freaking communist like a commune where they everyone pays into the housing to get it built, and then everyone ends up owning, and because of the resources are divided, it's more effective to raise money in the first place. Yeah, this is completely different from that. Section 20,002, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for shipbuilding. I have to know.
Privatized
Are they really
military
trying to build
unaccom.
like battleships?
Housing. Section 2881A of Title 10, United States Code is amended. 1. By striking the heading and inserting temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. 2. By striking Secretary of the Navy each. Place it appears and
Andre,
inserting
can you give me
Secretary
the remote for the AC?
CERN. 3. By striking under the pilot projects each.
Okay, that's our current issue.
Place
Is
it
this.
appears and inserting pursuant to this SEC. 4. In subsection A. A. By striking the heading and inserting. In general, and B. By striking carry out not more than 3 pilot projects under the authority of this section or another provision of this subchapter. To use the private sector and inserting use the authority under this subchapter to enter into contracts with appropriate private sector entities. 5. In subsection C. By striking privatized housing and inserting privatized housing units. 6. By redesignating subsection F as sub section E and 7. In subsection E as so redesignated. A. By striking under the pilot programs and inserting under this section and B. By striking September 30th, 2009 and inserting September 30th, 2029. SEC 20,002. Enhancement of Department of Defense. Resources for shipbuilding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the
Alright, this guy's a
Secretary
drug dealer,
of
huh?
Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise AP. Appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029.
I have no problem with that.
1. $250 million for the expansion of Exceller. Aided training in defense manufacturing program. 2. $250 million for United States production.
Turbine
of
generators?
Turbine generators
For
for
shipbuilding
shipbuilding
industrial.
Base. 3. $450 million for United States additive. Manufacturing for wire production and machining. Capacity for
Wow, just
shipbuilding industrial base.
Hundreds of billions. One second.
$492
400
million
there,
for
500
next
there,
generation
600 there. There was like 100 before.
Building
What are we
techniques.
talking about?
5.
Billions of
$85
dollars for
million
building
for United
just
States
ships?
made steel.
Am I
Plate
tripping?
For shipbuilding industrial base.
What a crazy
6.
situation.
$50 million for machining capacity 4. Naval propellers for shipbuilding industrial base. 7. $110 million for rolled steel and fabrica. Tie-in facility for shipbuilding industrial base. 8. $400 million for expansion of collaborative campus for naval shipbuilding. 9. $450 million for application of autonomy and artificial intelligence to naval shipbuilding.
Whoa, artificial.
10. $500
Whoa,
million
450
for the
million.
adoption
Whoa.
of advanced
I knew this section would be pretty insane. $450 million for application of autonomy and artificial intelligence to shipbuilding? AI just for building the ships? We're not talking about like building like water drones with AI. We're talking about you need $500 million to put AI that builds the ships. So we're like, what? Like like machine vision on the assembly line? We've had that down for fucking ever. We've had that down for like 2 decades. $500 million for the adoption of advanced manufacturing techniques in the maritime industrial base. I feel like that almost has more meaning. I'm not sure what dry dock capability means. I don't know. What does that mean? Like our docks and their ability to like rebuild stuff? Oh, a dry dock is where you build the ship before putting it out. Cold spray repair technologies. Cold spray repair technologies. What? Additional maritime industrial workforce development programs. $750 million. $750 million for supplier development? 250 million for additional advanced manufacturing processes. Again, when I hear advanced manufacturing, I at least kind of believe them. 4.6 billion for another submarine in 2027. 4.6 billion for one fucking submarine? Oh my god, it costs like, what is that? That's like 10% of the budget to feed every child in America for a year. One submarine. If we had 10 of those, we could feed every child in America for a year. Oh my, every public school child in America. Oh my god. Wait. The next one is 5.4 billion for more ships. Between those two alone, you could feed a quarter of all school children in America. You could feed them breakfast and lunch. A quarter of all school children in America for a year. For the cost of that singular submarine and that singular ship. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with... what world do we live in? I don't
Ship.
fucking know what to say to that.
Building industrial base.
What do you say to that?
16. 4 billion.
I'm smiling, but like I'm just freaked out. That's
for a
just insane.
second Virginia class. Submarine in
Oh my
fiscal year
god.
2027.
I don't know. I just don't know.
17. $5.4 billion for 2 additional guided missile destroyer (DDG) ships.
Oh my god. Oh, for 2.
18,
So it's 2 ships and 1 sub.
for advanced procurement.
For the cost of 2 ships and
For
1 sub,
landing ship medium.
you could feed a quarter of all American
19,
school children for an entire year. Not for a day, for a year. A school year.
For procurement of land.
I'm just so fucking pissed.
ING ship medium. 20. $295 million for development of a second landing craft utility shipyard and production of additional landing craft utility. 21. $100 million
I don't even know
for
what to
the
say to any of this
procurement
anymore.
of commercial logistics ships. 22. $600 million for the lease or purchase of new ships through the National Defense Sea Lift Fund. 23. $2.725 billion for the procurement of tea.
Oilers.
24. $500 million for cost to complete for res.
Holy cow.
Queue and salvage ships. 25. $300 million for production of ship to shore connectors. 26. $695 million for the implementation of a multi-ship amphibious warship contract. 27. $80 million for accelerated development of vertical launch system reloading at sea. 28.
What? They wanna-
$250 million for expansion
80
of
million
Navy
for accelerated
Coral.
development of vertical launch system
Sound
reloading
control
at sea.
programs.
Vertical. They want
29,
VTOLs that badly?
$159 million for leasing of ships for Ma.
Holy
Rhine
crap.
Corps operations.
Why are we putting so much effort into developing VTOLs when there are people who can't eat? I don't. I'm chill. I'm chill. I'm normal, actually. I'm not even. I'm actually normal right now. So normal. Completely unbothered.
For expansion of medium.
Goodbye.
Unmanned surface vessel production. 15. 32. $1.3 billion for expansion of manned underwater vehicle production. 33.
Oh, what?
188
How?
million
I don't even want to do the math. I don't even want to do the math on how
$360,000
bad
for
this
the
is.
Development and testing of maritime robotic autonomous systems
What do you mean?
Enabling
You need.
technology.
Oh, this is the kind of money that would change a city. That would change a community. If you just.
for the development of a
Oh, if you just gave
Test
$250
Resource
million
Management
to
Center
like a
robotic
random
autonomy.
town, it would have an
Mouse
incredible
systems
impact on
proving
people's
ground.
lives. And here we are
35,
looking at wave-powered
$250
unmanned
million
underwater
for the
vehicles. What is
development
wrong
product.
with you?
tie-in and
Why?
integration of wave-powered unmanned
What do you mean you
water
need
vehicles.
wave-powered unmanned underwater vehicles?
36. $2 billion.
And is that worth $250 million?
For San Antonio Class AM.
Amphibious?
Transport Dock, LPD, and
Listen, if I were a warmonger, this would be cool as fuck. And like, I get that some people's special interest are military equipment, but no,
assault ship
they're not
LHA,
special interest enough
SEC
to me not want to have health care.
2003.
Nothing is special interest
Enhancement
enough
of
to make me feel that way.
Department of Defense. Resources for integrated air and
Holy
MIS.
cow.
SILE defense. A
Holy cow.
next generation missile defense tech. Knowledge stock in addition to amounts otherwise available. There are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for FIS.
This entire section is
Cal year
absolutely batshit insane.
2025 out of any money in the Treasury not other. Wise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. $183 million for Missile Defense Agency.
Ow.
Special programs.
Oh, the monkey. I hate the monkey.
$250 million
Perish
for
monkey.
development and testing of directed energy capabilities by the under SEC. Regery for research and engineering.
Holy crap.
$300 million for classified military space.
Classified military space superiority programs.
Run by the strategic capability.
Every single line
Ties
item
office.
for the past 3 pages has been the kind of thing
$500 million
that would
for
change a
national
community
security space.
forever. Not a small community,
Launch
a big
infrastructure.
community of people. It would change their lives
$2
forever,
billion
materially
for
make a
air-moving
difference.
target Indy.
You know what? 1 second. You know what? I'm just gonna do
KTOR
this. I'm just gonna do this as a joke real
military
quick. Just real quick. I'm gonna just look at the billions. Okay, just look at the billions real quick for the past few pages. 2 billion. Okay. 2 billion. I'm gonna round that up to 4 billion respectfully. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 billion dollars. Round it up to 2. I'll round down to 2 to be nice. $9 billion. $3 billion. 9, 10, 11, $12 billion. Holy shit. Okay. 12 billion plus 9 more billion. 9, 10, 11, $21 billion. Did I do that right? Yeah, 12 plus 9. It would take me to 9, 10, 11. Yep, 21. Okay, 21 just in the last like 3 pages. And I skipped all the hundreds of millions. I only rounded up because I didn't want to do the hundreds of millions. It was too much math. I only looking at the figures in the past 5 pages.
$400 million for expansion.
Okay. Only looking at the billion-dollar figures from the past 4 pages, completely disregarding all the hundreds of millions of dollars throughout the prior pages. That is 21 billion. I don't even know if I can do this freaking correctly in my head. 21, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, $21 billion. Insane. Population of Denver. All right, let's see. Holy crap. Okay. Divided by 716,000. I know you can't see this, but that's fine. 16,000. Oh, this is insane. Okay, the population of Denver in 2023 was about 716,000. Seattle is about the same. Yeah, it's about the size of Seattle. So for a Seattle or a Denver-sized city, if you took only the billions of dollars from the past 5 pages and you distributed it between every individual person in the entire city, that would come out to $29,329 per person. For the cost of some battleships and a couple of submarines and some stupid investments, disregarding all of the hundreds of millions and only looking at the billions for the past 5 pages, you could give every single person in your local state's big city, not a New York-sized city or Los Angeles-sized one, but your like local like big city, Columbus, Ohio, Seattle, kind of Denver, you could give every person $30,000. You could give everyone in your town the equivalent of a down payment for their house. And in 5 pages. Everyone, I know 30K isn't probably isn't enough, but like you could get them more than halfway there to a down payment on a house. And in some places that is a down payment on a house. But oh my God. Could you imagine if every single person in your city was given $30,000? Like what that would do for your community, like what that would do for actual people's lives. Think about like I don't know, anyone could be watching right now, but you could give. Like just thinking about someone I know. I'm gonna think of someone I know right now. Okay, cool. I'm thinking about one of my coworkers. I'll try to tell you which one it is for their own privacy. I'm thinking about one of my old coworkers. It's a person. They're married, a couple of kids. They already have a house, but they got a big mortgage to pay off. They got childcare. They got all this, car payments. If you drop $30,000 in those people's laps, it would make a life-changing difference to those people. And that's a true middle-class family, which right nowadays, that's more like upper middle class. Being able to have a house and a couple of kids is upper middle class. The real middle class is people that can't have kids, that are still renting. And then lower middle class is a hair's breadth from homelessness nowadays. And then you've got people like me, like I'm lower middle class supposedly, like according to lifestyle. $30,000. You know what's funny? Like right now, this stream, like, you know, this ridiculous setup, all the crazy stuff we've been doing, me talking to my fiance up there. Like everyone knows this because there's a video on it, but maybe newer people don't because I haven't posted on it in a while. But I live in a box truck. Like I'm currently in a box truck. When I asked about whether or not it was raining before, it currently is. It's because I can hear the pitter patter on the roof of the box truck in which I currently am sitting. Yeah. My fiance and I are doing this, and we have an economic goal for this thing, for living this way. We're not doing it because we were 100% forced out. We could have. Our rent got raised to $3,000 a month because we were renting a house. Not a 3-story house, a ranch with 1 floor and then a basement. It was legally like 1,800 square feet, and then if you include the basement, which wasn't legally square footage, it was like 2,600 square feet or something. Our rent started out at, I think, 2,400, and then it quickly went up to 2,600. And then when we wanted to break our lease early because they raised it and they told us they wouldn't, they were like, you know, go fuck yourself, but we'll let you only do a 6-month lease if you let us raise the rent to $3,000 a month. Either way, we chose in the face of that the thing that everyone is facing, in the face of the cost of living, we chose to move our entire life to the inside of a box truck, right? That is where I'm currently sitting. Like you are on my screen, and the thing that the screen is mounted to is the poorly made kitchen table of the box truck that I currently live in with my fiance. My bike is right over there. Either way, our goal for living this way is to save money, so maybe we have a chance at that American dream everyone lied to us about. We just want stability. We just want housing stability, damn it. Our goal is to raise $30,000 in 1 year. My living, the square footage of this car is 16 feet by 7 feet. I live in 16 times 7. I live in 112 square feet. I do that with the goal of, at the end of 1 year, raising approximately $20,000. Our original goal was $30,000, but we're probably going to hit 20 because cost of living is still complicated, even living with no cost of living technically. Everything is expensive. We did this with the goal of saving, between me working part-time as a substitute teacher and her working full-time still, with the goal of saving $30,000 living in Denver, Colorado. She makes, I think, $70,000 a year. I think I will make about $20,000 a year as a sub. And there might be like another 5 to 10 in my engineering business that I run, which is just a thing I do on the side to make money. So what is that? That's $100,000 for a household of 2 with no rent to pay, and instead we live inside of a car. We are hoping to, at the end of 1 year, put aside $30,000. And that $30,000 is the same bullshit sum of money that the government could give my entire community if they just didn't build some more hypersonic test bed programs, some Virginia-class submarines, some vertical takeoff and landing devices. If they just chilled on that, they could give a city our size $30,000 per person. So really, that'd be 60 between us both. And instead, they're going to go build some subs that I will never see in my entire lifetime. As if either of our big enemies, China or Russia, as if were either of them to engage and initiate a hot war, it wouldn't just instantly be nuclear destruction. Because the second that they go after us, they're not going to go after us light. They're going to nuke us. And we're going to nuke them back, and it's called mutually assured destruction. Thinking for a millisecond that we need another fucking submarine that I'm never going to fucking see with my tax dollars, and your tax dollars if you live in the United States, the idea that they can do this while people go homeless and can't afford childcare and medical care. Luigi Mangione is sitting behind bars for doing something that made him a fucking folk hero. Yeah, that's fucking insane. So, this sucks.
Expansion of multi-serve. ICE Advanced Capability Hypersonic Test Bed Pro. Graham. 5,600,000,000 for development of space. Based in boost phase intercept capabilities. 8, $2,400,000,000 for the development of melee. Terry non-kinetic missile defense effects, and 9, $7,200,000,000 for the development, procurement and integration of military space-based sensors. B, layered homeland defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $2,200,000,000 for acceleration of hypersonic defense systems. 2, $800,000,000 for accelerated
Not sure what that did for me,
development
but okay.
and deployment of next-generation intercontinental ballistic missile defense systems. 3, $408,000,000 for Army space and strategic missile test range infrastructure restoration and modernization in the United States
Just losing it.
Indo-Pacific
All I'm doing is losing it.
Command area
Losing
of
it. I'm absolutely
operations
losing it. I
west
can't
of the
handle any of this.
National Dateline. 4, $1,975,000,000 for improved ground-based missile defense radars, and 5, $530,000,000 for the design and construct tie-in of Missile Defense Agency missile instrumenta.
Stop putting money into missiles. Stop.
Tie-in range safety ship.
Oh my God.
SEC. 20,004. Enhancement of Department of Defense. Resources for munitions and defense. Supply chain resiliency. Appropriation stat, in addition to amounts other wise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in
This is just
Treasury not otherwise
billions,
appropriated to
probably
remain
dozens
available
of billions of tax dollars disappearing
until September 30th, 2029.
into things that a normal person
1,
will not
$400
fucking
million
feel.
for the development, product, tie-in, and integration of Navy and Air Force long range anti-ship missiles. 2, $380 million for production capacity X. Pan's-Ion for Navy and Air Force long-range anti-ship missiles. 3, $490 million for the development, product, tie-in, and integration of Navy and Air Force long range air-to-surface missiles. 4. $94 million for the development, product, tie-in, and integration of alternative Navy and air, force long-range air-to-surface missiles. 5. $630 million for the development, product, tie-in, and integration of long-range Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 6. $688 million for the development, product, tie-in, and integration of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. 7. $250 million for production capacity X. Panzion and supplier base strengthening of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. 8. $70 million for the development, product, tie-in,
So I
and
would
integration of short-range
the armor
Navy and
perk.
MA. Rhine Corps anti-ship missiles. 9. $100 million for the development of an anti-ship seeker for
Gun
short-range Army ballistic MIS.
Siles.
10. $175
Missiles,
million
that's a funny way to
for
pronounce
production
that.
capacity X.
Okay, so my intelligence is too low.
Panzion for
How do I
next
build
generation
armor?
Army medium range ballistic missiles. 11. $50 million for the mitigation of diminutive ishing manufacturing sources
Armor.
for medium range
Okay,
air
that works out.
to air missiles. 12. $250 million for the procurement of medium range air-to-air missiles. 13. $225 million for the expansion of product.
No, I'd rather
Tie-in
put more into the
capacity for
idiot savant
medium-range
perk.
air-to-air missiles. 14. $50 million for the development of second sources for components of short-range air-to-air MIS.
Siles.
Oh, I'm close to leveling up, but I'm
15.
not there. Okay. Well, back to
$325
Crescent
million
Garvey to report.
for production
And I'm
capacity
going to
M.
become the general of the Minutemen magically.
Improvements for air-launched anti-radiation missiles. 16. $50 million
I'm probably
for the
also just going to join the
accelerated
railroad for the
development
heck of it.
of
See what
Army
it does for
Next
me.
Generation Medium Range Anti-Ship Ballistic Missiles. 17. $114 million for the production of Army
Yep.
Next Generation Medium Range Ballistic
It seems
Missiles.
like I'm losing it, right?
18.
Lady Lovelace.
$300 million.
I feel like I'm losing it. Like I actually feel like I'm going insane because literally they could just chill it slightly on a couple of aircraft carriers, some submarines, a bunch of missiles, and like mathematically just those alone couldn't take care of the entirety of the 330 million people that live in America, but maybe it's 350 now, I can't remember, but we have 300 something million people here. No, not those alone couldn't house everyone, but just a few of those things that you could list in one sentence could like house an entire city, an entire town. You could throw a dart onto a board of America and you could be like, okay, I'm going to round up one missile, not one missile, one budget for this year's missiles, one aircraft carrier, one Virginia class submarine, another submarine. You could list those four things. You could write them on the back of a dart. You could throw the dart at a board in America and you could house everyone in that city just by getting rid of those few things. It doesn't make any sense. It's actually insane. I don't even know. You found my stuff from Solarpunk videos. Yes. Thank you. I'm happy that video did so well. Those videos at this point, like Solarpunk is a massively important influence for me. And frankly, it's become like a worldview. And I still use it to this day. It's just, I've been super absorbed with activism ever since Trump got into office. Activism and journalism, just covering protests and learning more about what's going on, which is why I'm doing this video, which is why I did my Project 2025 version of this stream where I read that for 30 hours. I do have a Solarpunk video coming, but it's going to be a month or two from now. And it's another video about Solarpunk where I kind of talk about it from a certain lens, but it's going to require a few things in real life to kind of come together for me. But I do want to keep talking more about solar punk. It's just one of my biggest inspirations is Andrewism here on YouTube. I used to moderate his Discord, actually, which sounds insane because I've never done anything like that before, but I did it for a while just because I really, really liked Andrewism's work. I really, really liked the solar punk mindset and worldview and everything about it, and it became a huge inspiration for me. But because I know Andrewism here on YouTube, not personally, but just, I just know of that person's work, it's hard to think that I have anything else to say about solar punk because Andrewism's just kind of killing it on his own. And then there's smaller creators that are narrowing in on stuff like Solarpunk Alana, who I deeply recommend. Solarpunk Alana is a really good person covering this stuff right now. It's hard to think that I have anything particularly valuable to add to the discussion. And so I don't do a lot of dedicated Solarpunk videos recently because it's like, well, there's just so many people saying so much really good stuff about it already and presenting it in really good ways that I don't even know if I could. There's more action than words. Yeah, I think to some degree the thing that I ended up doing is telling myself, well, hey, we've got theory people, is what I'd call them, like Andrewism and Solarpunk Alana. We've got these people in the YouTube space and just in general in the world who know a lot of theory. They know a lot of revolutionary theory. They know a lot of scientific environmental science theory and infrastructure and urbanism theory. We have all these people that know all of these different things. So good, let's start doing something. And so I've been telling myself that maybe my approach is going to be doing stuff, organizing in my community locally, actually practicing mutual aid, actually practicing kind of like guerrilla socialism, maybe is a word for it. I don't know. Yeah, I wanna cover the protests going on in my city. I want to show the people that are showing up to physically organize and do mutual aid. And I want to be there for it as much as I possibly can. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be the boots on the ground in a way. Like, I understand the theory okay, enough to put it into some videos and talk about it. But I think we need more people that are showing what it looks like on the ground in a community. Like, what does this actually look like? So I think that's kind of what I'm ending up doing. Oh, Solarpunk is a techie, but I see utopian vision of the internet and tech and hate to see it destroyed by... Oh, yeah. I'm techie. I'm not... I always describe myself, I'm not a software techie, I'm hardware techie. Like, I've been building computers and repairing circuit boards for like a decade. It really, really sucks to see what is happening to technology right now when I know damn well what it could be used for. Like, there are so many like single board computers, SBCs, like essentially Arduinos. There are so many integrated circuits that are being made throughout the world right now that eat up billions of dollars of resources just to end up in like a bad clock, like a Hello Kitty themed clock or something. Like, there's just so much of our resources going to consumeristic technology, when instead with that same amount of money you could essentially make all-in-one sensors that you could give to millions of people to help them build gardens at home more easily, right? Like, you could use tech and even like AI as its own thing, but machine vision, for example, like, these things could be used for really fucking good. But instead the resources end up just going to like consumeristic products that get thrown away. Yeah, it's crazy. Anarchists lean more anti-tech, which I understand. Yeah, it's interesting. I think the word that a lot of people use recently is Luddite. The whole kind of rising of Luddites in revolutionary and anarchists and anti-big government spaces, where we're seeing a lot of these people that are interested in like low tech. But I feel like the ultimate answer isn't low tech, it's just appropriate tech, right? Like, the point isn't to hate the idea of tech. The point is to hate the useless application of something you respect and think has something to contribute to society, which is technology. 10 to 15-year-old computers should be good enough for any web experience. Oh, don't even talk. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense how there are certain things I can't do online because they're just so slow and bloated. It doesn't It doesn't make sense. And I feel like one of the most interesting kind of examples of like how like hardware usage has gotten is that like if you look at the amount of performance of like an Xbox One, what is that, like 2 or 3 generations old now, unfortunately, because now we have the Series, the One X and the Series X or whatever, and then, you know, PlayStation 5. If you look at the amount of power that a PlayStation 3 had, for example, it's like nothing. It's like nothing nowadays. And look at how much we could do with a PlayStation 3 worth of graphics 15 years ago, and how much that should be able to do now. I don't understand a lot of the software side of it, because I just don't quite understand. I know that, you know, people aren't developing efficiently, I guess, but I don't know the details of it. But I know from the hardware side, it's like we have had more than enough computational power to do pretty much anything we need for like 10 years. For like 10 freaking years. So yeah, I'd hate to see how things just continue to get used inefficiently. Can you always believe limitations breed creativity? I always thought the increasing specs has made developers lazy. I would imagine so. Like I also agree that like dealing with stuff, overcoming challenges, teaches a person to use a tool effectively. I'm a teacher, so like I completely agree with the theory on that, and it makes perfect sense. But also, I'm not like, you know, to the point of saying like we should purposely introduce difficulty. It's just that we live in a world where there are so many problems at a societal scale that we have plenty of things to deal with. We do not need to figure out how to develop yet another AI that generates cats. Like we don't, that's not important. There are other problems that we can take creatives and innovators and curious scientists, people, we can throw those problems at them and they'll eat them the fuck up. So I think the other side to that is like, yes, challenges produce innovation. I think the right way to frame that is let's start bringing the right people to the right challenges instead of ignoring certain challenges, like things connected to climate change, like things connected to the appropriate use of AI, like things connected to engineering. This is super relevant to me because I used to teach engineering and I still work as one to some degree. Engineering a phone that is both waterproof and highly repairable is like a big thing that needs to be discussed. If we can figure out a good way to make a phone that is effectively repairable and water resistant, we're going to have phones that don't need to be fixed as often. We're going to have phones that are just extraordinary. Instead of throwing, you know, I'm trying to think of some shit that people recently have put out, but like, yeah, instead of putting human energy into, you know, how can we make yet another missile? What if we put that same energy into solving like, hey, how do we make communities less dependent on factory farming for their meat and their plants? How do we figure out how to effectively make urban and local gardening work? That's the kind of challenge I wish we could throw our people at and get people to throw their energy at to solving, instead of some of the batshit crazy things that people are putting energy into, like AIs that generate just images of cats. Like we don't already have 7 billion images of cats to work with. All right, I gotta go back to reading. Continuing to read, continuing to play. I think I have like another hour or two in me before I get tired.
$19.85 million for the accelerated development of Army long-range ballistic missiles. $400 million for the production of heavy weight torpedoes. $200 million for the development, procurement, and integration of commercial heavy weight torpedoes. $70 million for the improvement of heavyweight torpedo maintenance activities. $200 million for the production of lightweight torpedoes.
Lightweight torpedoes. Why? What is the point of putting $500 million into making more torpedoes when we could like raise more doctors,
and integration of
cancer researchers, people that figured out how to use CRISPR effectively?
$50 million for the development, procurement, and integration of new underwater explosives. 26. $55 million for the development, procure, meant, and integration of lightweight multi-mission torpedoes. 27. $80 million for the production of sonobuoys.
What am I supposed to do with this if I
$150
can't
million for the
end it 'cause he's
development,
dead?
procurement,
Oh,
and
oops.
integration of air-delivered long-range.
Oopsie.
Maritime
Uh-oh.
29. $61 million for the acceleration of Navy expeditionary loitering munitions deployment. 30. $50 million for the acceleration of
One-way attack unmanned aerial systems with advanced drones. You're talking about drones that are carrying explosive payloads whose job is to suicide bomb the drone, which isn't living, into a target. Cool. 50 million for drones that kill themselves. Love it.
32,
Why?
$3.5 billion.
We could be
for
fixing
grants made
Alzheimer's and
pursuant
dementia right now.
to the
Why?
Industrial Base Fund
Oh, it's
established
to keep
under
America
SEC.
safe. America is safe, dude.
Tie-in
We could stop paying for our military for like 10 years and
United
still have
States
plenty of
Code.
money.
33. $1 billion.
Especially compared to all the other damn countries.
Commitments made pursuant to the
Man, this entire
industrial
section is
base.
insane.
Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10. United States Code. 34. $200 million for investments
Everything.
in
It's just,
solid
it's all insane. I'm losing it.
rocket motor industrial
Completely
base
Jover.
through the industrial base fund established
If I remember,
under
there's like
Section
a
4817
Malguine here
of
or just
Title
ghouls. I can't remember.
10. United States Code. 35. $400 million for investments in the emerging solid rocket motor industrial base through the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10, United States Code. 36. $42 million for investments in second sources for large diameter solid rocket motors for hypersonic missiles.
Oh, more hypersonic missiles.
37,
That'll
$1
fix our
billion for the
the
creation
lead
of
the
next
lead in our water pipes.
generation
We just need
automated
another
munitions
solid rocket.
production FAC.
Great.
Tories. 38.
Jesus
$170
Christ.
million
At some
for the
point, people just gotta start
development of
beating these people up.
advanced radar depot for repair, testing, and
Like genuinely,
product.
we should just start like beating up
Tie-in
warmongers.
of radar
Just
and
punch 'em.
electronic warfare systems.
Just I don't even know what to
39.
do. Overthrow 'em.
$25 million
like
for the expansion of
on
the
paper, it makes the U.S. look like it's just a
Department
fucking
of Defense
just a
Industrial
war front.
Base Policy Analysis. Workforce. 40. $30,300,000 for the repair of Army MIS.
Siles.
Misiles.
41. $100
I love when
million
occasionally it
for
doesn't
the
know what accent to
production of
pronounce things
small
with.
and medium ammunition. 42. $2,500,000,000 for additional activities to improve the United States
States production of critical minerals. The National Defense
minerals
stockpile.
through the
Whoa,
National
wait.
Defense Stockpile. Authorized by Subchapter 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 50.
No. I need to understand this. What?
Uni-
2.5 billion for additional activities to improve the United States production of critical minerals through the National Defense Stockpile. $2.5 billion to help us make more raw materials for weapons? Oh my god. Oh my god. Whatever. Yeah, this sucks.
United
This
States
sucks.
Code.
Like, this is bad. Listen,
43,
when I did the
$10
Project
million for the
2025
expansion of the
live
DoD.
stream, I kept saying about how the U.S.
Department
wanted
of
to edge a
Defense
war with
Armaments
China.
Cooperation work.
This sounds like step 2
Force.
of making that thing happen.
44, $250 million for the expansion of the Defense Exportability Features Program. 45, $250 million for the development of new armaments cooperation programs. 46, $350 million for production of Navy long range air and missile defense interceptors.
Oh, I just feel like I'm going crazy. None of this
47,
makes any sense.
$93 million for replacement of Navy long range air and missile defense interceptors. 48, $100 million for development of a second solid rocket motor source for Navy air
Like, I knew
defense
that there'd be a
and
bit of a joke about me playing Fallout 4
anti-ship
while
missiles.
reading this document, but I didn't think it'd be this
49,
literal.
$65 million for
It sounds like
expansion
they
of
want a nuclear
production.
war.
Capacity of Missile Defense Agency long-range anti-ballistic missiles. 50, $225 million for expansion of production. Capacity for Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 51, $103,300,000 for expansion of depot
It's a really
level.
specific amount of money.
2 maintenance facility for Navy long-range air and 3 missile defense interceptors. 52, $18 million for creation of domestic 5 source for guidance section of Navy short-range air. 6 defense missiles. 7, $65 million for integration of Army Me. 8 diam range air and missile defense interceptor with 9 Navy ships. 10, $176,100,000 for production of Army. 11
Holy crap.
long-range movable missile defense radar. 12, $100 million for accelerated fielding of 13 Army short-range gun-based air and missile defense. 14 system. 15, $40 million for development of low-cost 16 alternatives to air and missile defense interceptors. 17, $50 million for acceleration of Army. 18 next-generation shoulder-fired air defense system. 19,
What?
$91 million for production of Army Next. 20-generation shoulder-fired air defense system.
All of this for
21,
bazookas? Why do we need $90 million
$500
for
million
bazookas?
for development, production. 22 an integration of
Man, I hate
counter-unmanned
it here.
aerial systems. 23 programs. 160, $350 million for development, production. 2 an integration of non-kinetic counter-unmanned. 3 aerial systems programs. 4, $61, $250 million for development, production. 5 an integration of land-based counter-unmanned. 6 aerial systems programs. 7, $62, $200 million for development, production. 8 an integration of ship-based counter-unmanned air. 9 EEL systems programs, and 10, $63, $400 million for acceleration of 11 hypersonic strike programs. 12, B, appropriations. In addition to amounts other. 13 lies available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of 14 defense, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise. 15 appropriated, to remain available until September 30th. 16 2029, $500 million to the Department of Defense cred. 17 at program account to carry out the capital assistance. 18 program, including loans, loan guarantees, and technical. 19 assistance, established under Section 149E of Title 10. 20 United States Code, for the development of reliable. 21 sources of critical minerals, provided that 22.1 such amounts are available to subsidize. 23 gross obligations for the principal amount of direct. 24 loans and total loan principal, any part of which is to be guaranteed, not to exceed $100 billion. And 2. Such amounts are available to cover all costs and expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10 United States Code. SEC 20,005. Enhancement of Department of Defense. Resources for scaling low-cost WEP. ONS into production.
Cleared that place out for you.
Appropriations dot, in addition to amounts other. Wise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1. $25 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Global Technology Scout Program. 2. $1.1 billion for the expansion of the
Small unmanned aerial systems
Small
industrial base.
Unmanned Aerial System Industrial Base. 3. $400 million for the development and deployment of the Joint Fires Network and associated Joint Battle Management capabilities. 4. $400 million for the expansion of advanced command and control tools to combatant commands and military departments. 5. $100 million for the development of shared secure facilities for the Defense Industrial Base. 6. $50 million for the creation of additional Defense Innovation Unit on-ramp hubs. 7. $250 million for the acceleration of strategic capabilities office programs. 8. $650 million for the expansion of mission capabilities office joint prototyping and experiment TAT-ION activities for military innovation. 9. $500 million for the accelerated development and integration of advanced 5G per 6G tech technologies for
6G tech?
military
When did we start
use.
using 6G?
10. $25 million for testing of simultaneous transmit and receive technology for military spec.
Trum Agility.
11. $50 million for the development, procure, and integration of high-altitude stratospheric balloons for military use.
I need one more
12.
than that still.
$120 million for the development, procurement,
Level
and
up.
integration of long-endurance
5 times
manned aerial
EXP.
systems for surveillance.
Oh, I'm not level 5
13,
yet. Uh-oh.
$40
So I
million
have to use
for
this
the
perk on something
development,
else.
procure, and integration of alternative positioning and navigation technology to enable military operations in contested electromagnetic environments. 14. $750 million for the acceleration of innovative military logistics and energy capability development and deployment. 15. $120 million for the acceleration of development of small modular nuclear reactors for military use. 16. $1 billion for the expansion of programs to accelerate the procurement and fielding of innovative technologies. 17. $90 million for the development of RAES, able hypersonic technology for military strikes and intelligence. 18. $2 billion for the expansion of Defense Innovation Unit scaling
Level
of
up. That was on
commercial
purpose.
technology for
That was on
military
purpose.
use. 19. $500 million to prevent
And then
delays
the next
in
one,
delivery
when will I be able to get the
of
next?
attritable autonomous
idiot
military
perk?
capabilities. 20. $1 billion for the
next
development,
one.
procurement, and integration of low-cost cruise missiles. 21. $500 million for the development, procurement, and
Rank
integration
alt,
of
next rank.
exportable low-cost.
Any action
Cruise
makes
missiles.
for all kills for a short period of
22,
time. Okay, I need to get
$124
level 34. I
million
won't see that in this entire
improvements to
run.
test.
Okay, I'm gonna start putting stuff
Resource
into other
Management
abilities.
Center Artificial Intelligence.
I won't even think about it for a while.
Capabilities.
Do I have the Lone Wanderer perk yet?
23, $145 million
I do.
for
Okay.
the development of Arty.
Next rank.
Artificial intelligence to enable
30%
one-way
less damage
attack
increase. Okay, cool. I'll keep
manned
doing Lone
aerial
Wanderer for a
systems
while.
and naval systems. 24, $250 million for the development
Okay, I'm
of
on
the
page 138.
Test Resource Management Center
Oh.
Digital Test Envy.
So I'm essentially 10% of the way through.
Ronment.
In only 6
25,
hours. That's not very good.
$250 million
That could infer that
for
I
the
have to do this for
advancement
like
of the
60 hours. That's
Artificial
not true, right?
Intelligence Ecosystem. 26, $250 million for the expansion of cyber. Command Artificial Intelligence Lines of Effort. 27, $250
Alright, I think I'll probably
million
call it for the day
for
soon.
the acceleration of the
And then keep doing this
Quantum Benchmarking Initiative.
tomorrow, and so on and so
28,
forth.
$500 million for the expansion
Especially
and
now that I
Excel.
have it kind of locked in, I know how to do this efficiently
Erasure
now.
of qualification activities and technical data.
Okay, I have not hit an end to a section yet. Not really. I think I'm okay with that though. Alright, wow, that was very few pages for the very beginning, but it was pretty productive. I got the setup working. That's what matters. Is the setup is working. I know how to do this efficiently. I can start increasing the reading speed soon. I think I might research how to speedrun Fallout 4 because I do not remember anything from how to play this quickly, and I don't even remember like the main storyline. So I think I might watch the world record speedrun real quick just to learn the flow. Yeah. Okay, 134 pages in 6 hours. And when it's a 1,000-page document, kind of infers. Let's just round that up to 150. So I would need what? Times 10 would be 1,500. So times like 8, 7. So I'd need about 7 6-hour-long streams. Yeah. No. I think the stream was pretty inefficient. I lost a lot of time at the very beginning. I lost a lot of time elsewhere. So I will lock in and figure out how to read faster and more efficiently for the next stream, which may be tomorrow. It also may not be. We will see. But I will finish this no matter what. It's an excuse to play Fallout. I just can't do it for very long at a time. All right, with that in mind, I am now signing off. I will see whoever I will sometime soon. Goodbye, take care, thank you for watching. I will finish this in time. It will be several more streams, though.